juniors still developing cultivation structure. She became the sect's primary healer, using techniques originally designed for violence as tools for restoration and care. A former Iron Mountain cultivator realized that the stability he had cultivated as a foundational principle of strength, the idea that power should be rooted, immovable, constant, could become flexibility without losing any of its essential nature. His power became both unyielding and responsive, capable of adapting to any situation that arose while maintaining its core integrity and foundational strength. He discovered that true stability was not the inability to move, but the ability to absorb any impact and remain true to your essential nature. It was flexibility that came from confidence in your core, not flexibility that came from lack of foundation. Other disciples experienced similar breakthroughs. A former spy trained in cloud-piercing techniques discovered that the precision she had used to gather intelligence could be redirected toward understanding her own consciousness, mapping her authentic desires with the same careful attention she had once directed toward enemy secrets. A former Phoenix warrior realized that the aggressive power he had cultivated could be expressed through teaching, using his intense presence to inspire rather than intimidate. A former Iron Mountain administrator found that the organizational skills she had developed managing logistical operations could be applied to coordinating the complex networks of learning communities that the Twilight Ascendant was establishing. The transformation spread through the Twilight Ascendant like dawn breaking across the sky, first in the senior disciples, then through the intermediate ranks, finally reaching even the newest recruits. It was as if the breakthrough in synthesis was contagious, spreading through shared meditation, through teaching, through the simple proximity of changed people to unchanged people. Within a month, the sect's collective power had doubled, not through recruitment, though they had accepted several thousand more defectors as the news spread, but through every existing disciple suddenly becoming far more than they had seemed. It was as if the breakthrough in synthesis was contagious, spreading through shared meditation, through teaching, through the simple proximity of changed people to unchanged people. The changes became visible in ways that could not be hidden or explained away. Disciples' auras brightened. Their movements became more efficient. But more importantly, their eyes changed. They carried a clarity that had not been there before, the look of people who had glimpsed their own potential and could never again accept the limitations their masters had tried to impose. Chapter 47. The curious observers. The sects that had formed the coalition began sending official observers within weeks of Lei's surrender, moving with the urgency of people trying to understand a fundamental shift in reality. They came with scribes and scholars, with people trained in documentation and analysis. They came hoping to understand what had changed, hoping to replicate it in their own organizations. Supreme Elder Jun arrived with a full archival team, scribes trained to document every teaching method, every meditation technique, every advancement mechanism the Twilight Ascendant employed. They carried blank notebooks and pens that could transcribe even complex cultivation formulas. They came with the confidence that if they could simply understand the Twilight Ascendant system, they could replicate it in their own sects, adapting it to their specific needs and traditions. But they found themselves frustrated by the fundamental difference between the Twilight Ascendant's methods and traditional sect practice in ways that their training had not prepared them for. There is no curriculum, one cloud-piercing archivist reported back in despair, his voice carrying the distress of a scholar confronting the absence of structure. No structured progression. A disciple studies what calls to them, when they're ready to study it. The masters provide guidance, but never prescription. They offer paths, not requirements. How can we record a system that refuses to be systematized? How can we create a book that captures something that exists in the space between structure and freedom? The archivist had written pages of notes, but when he read them back, they seemed to miss the essential point entirely. He had captured the techniques, but not the philosophy. He had documented the methods, but not the why behind them. He understood that something fundamental was different, but couldn't articulate what it was. Supreme Elder Jin studied the reports and felt something unexpected: envy. His vast cloud-piercing sect, with its legendary founders and centuries of refined technique, suddenly seemed brittle in comparison. All that structure, all that hierarchy, all that optimization for producing cultivators in a particular mold. It was efficient, yes. It produced powerful disciples consistently, like a factory. But it was also limiting in ways he had never quite recognized until now. It squeezed disciples into shapes instead of helping them discover their natural forms. The Iron Mountain commander arrived with a different goal, one driven by practical necessity. He came to understand the economics of the Twilight Ascendant. By all conventional calculations, the sect should have collapsed under the weight of accepting tens of thousands of new disciples without any period of servitude or obligation, without requiring them to work to support the sect's operations. Resources should have been strained to the breaking point. Food should have been insufficient. The sect's wealth should have evaporated under the burden. Instead, he found something astonishing. The sect was wealthier than ever. Because its disciples, freed from the constant anxiety of proving themselves, had discovered the capacity for genuine innovation. They weren't just learning techniques. They were developing new ones, refining old ones, creating new tools and resources that generated wealth through practical application in the outside world. They were developing medicines that other sects couldn't match. They were creating innovative defensive arrays that other sects wanted to license. They were attracting legitimate business opportunities because their reputation preceded them. The most radical discovery came from Sect Master Lei's investigation, undertaken not from suspicion but from genuine curiosity about what had changed her so completely. She had sent her finest scholars to understand the philosophy underlying the Twilight Ascendant's success, gave them blank commissions to go wherever their questions led them. What they reported back contradicted everything she had taught about the nature of power. Power, the lead scholar wrote in a report that Lei would read dozens of times, memorizing passages, underlining crucial insights, is not accumulation. Power is potential realized. In most sects, we train disciples to store more energy, compress it more densely, hold it more rigidly. This creates raw power, yes, but power that is brittle and difficult to apply with precision. The Twilight Ascendant teaches disciples to release their energy more completely, to express it through their authentic selves rather than constraining it into rigid forms. This creates less raw power in the sense of total energy quantity, but far more practical power in terms of real-world application. A Phoenix technique refined through authentic practice cuts deeper than a Phoenix technique refined through rote discipline, because the person wielding it understands why the technique works, not just how to execute it correctly. Sect Master Lei read this report 3 times, each reading deepening her certainty that she had made the right choice in surrendering. Her entire career had been built on the assumption that more discipline equals more power. The Twilight Ascendant was proving that assumption fundamentally wrong. She began her own transformation almost immediately after reading that scholar's report, studying with a humility that surprised everyone who had known her before. She requested to sit in on lessons with beginning disciples, not to teach them, but to understand what they were learning. She meditated on the contradictions in her previous approach. She began, slowly and painfully, to release the rigid control that had defined her cultivation for 3 centuries. Chapter 48. The defection becomes obvious. The dam broke completely when Supreme Elder Zhen's deputy, a cultivator named Huang who had been hiding his extended meditation retreat at the Twilight Ascendant under the pretense of isolated cultivation, returned to the cloud-piercing sect and demonstrated his new cultivation level. Huang had left the cloud-piercing sect at mid-immortal rank, which was respectable. Many disciples never reached that level even after decades of practice. He returned at high immortal rank, a jump of 6 minor realms, after only 4 months of practice at the Twilight Ascendant. The advancement itself would have been shocking enough to the Cloud-Piercing Council. But what shocked them most was that Huang's new power was not the brittle, carefully controlled energy of typical cloud-piercing disciples. It was supple, responsive, integrated with his entire being in a way that other disciples achieved only after decades of additional meditation. It was as if 4 months at the Twilight Ascendant had given him what the cloud-piercing sect would have required 30 years to provide. When Supreme Elder Zhen demanded an explanation, Huang simply invited all interested cloud-piercing disciples to visit the Twilight Ascendant themselves. To see, to verify, to choose. "I'm not asking you to leave," Huang said to the assembled disciplinary council, his voice calm and clear, steady in a way that disciples in leadership positions simply never were. "I'm asking you to understand that staying comes with a cost now. Because you all know what's possible. You all understand that advancement of that magnitude is achievable. You'll spend the rest of your time in the cloud-piercing sect knowing that we could offer our disciples more if we chose to change our methods. Within 2 weeks, half of the cloud-piercing sect's disciplinary council had left for the Twilight Ascendant. Within a month, a quarter of the sect's mid-level masters had gone. Supreme Elder Zhun attempted intervention. He issued orders forbidding disciples from visiting. He announced that any who defected would be stripped of their titles and expelled from the sect's records, erased from the lineages as if they had never existed. He even attempted to seal off the pathways to the Twilight Ascendant through magical barriers designed to repel disciples who tried to cross them. None of it worked. Because the disciples, once they understood what was possible, would not be constrained by fear anymore. They had glimpsed another way, and that glimpse had freed them from the power that fear had held over them. The cloud-piercing sect did not collapse. Zhen was too skilled a leader to let that happen, and he eventually recognized that resistance was making things worse. He changed course, accepting the transformation rather than fighting it. But it transformed, and in that transformation, it became less like a militant organization and more like what Shun Dao sect had always been, a place where people came to become themselves. The Iron Mountain sect followed a similar path, driven by pragmatic recognition that they were losing people, and the people they were losing were the most talented, most ambitious, most capable of their disciples. The Iron Mountain commander, who had initially viewed the Twilight Ascendant as a threat to everything the sect stood for, eventually came to understand that the transformation was not something that could be resisted but only adapted to. The Iron Mountain began introducing what they called voluntary advancement tracks, where disciples could choose to follow traditional progression or pursue paths more aligned with the Twilight Ascendant's approach. Surprisingly, many disciples chose to stay with the traditional path even when given a choice, but their choice now came from genuine commitment rather than obligation, which actually improved the quality of cultivation in the sect. The Crimson Phoenix, under Lei's personal guidance, began its own radical restructuring. Lei, as a senior disciple in the Twilight Ascendant, began traveling periodically back to the territories she had once ruled, meeting with the successors she had chosen, providing counsel on how to maintain the traditions of the Crimson Phoenix while introducing authentic choice at every level. The territories she had once controlled through force were gradually transformed into a confederation of semi-independent organizations, each one maintaining Phoenix cultivation methods, but each one also permitting disciples to explore and experiment with other approaches. Then, slowly, the smaller regional powers, each following the arc that the major sects had traced, initial hostility, grudging observation, shocked recognition, and finally, careful adaptation. Some of the smaller sects transformed completely, becoming essentially branches of the Twilight Ascendant. Others maintained their independence while adopting many of the new principles. Still others attempted to merge the old and new approaches, sometimes successfully, sometimes creating unstable hybrids that eventually resolved themselves in one direction or another. What had started as an unexpected consequence of one man's refusal to kill his enemies was becoming a fundamental reorganization of cultivation society itself, not through conquest, not through military force, but through the simple, irresistible attraction of seeing what people could become when given authentic freedom to do so. The old way wasn't disappearing, some sects maintained it, and that was a legitimate choice that Shun Dao himself affirmed. If a sect or discipline finds that the traditional approach works for them, if their disciples prefer structure and clear progression, there's no reason they should abandon it. He would say to those who came to him asking about the right path. The point is not that one way is correct and all others are wrong. The point is that there should be options, that people should have the freedom to choose the path that speaks to them, rather than being forced into a single path, because that's how it's always been done. It was no longer inevitable that every cultivator would follow the traditional path. It was no longer the case that questioning the system would result in punishment or exile. It was no longer assumed that power must come through hierarchy and control. Chapter 49. The price of transformation. Not everything about the changes was positive, and Shun Dao was careful to ensure his disciples understood the costs of choosing authenticity. Change always exacted a price, and he refused to let his disciples pretend otherwise. A former cloud-piercing disciple named June came to him in visible distress, her face streaked with tears that she clearly wasn't used to allowing herself to shed. The tears were not from weakness, but from the profound difficulty of genuine choice. "Master," she said, her voice tight with conflict, "I left my family to become a cultivator. When I was in the cloud-piercing sect, at least I could point to duty, to the organization demanding my loyalty. I could tell my parents, I have no choice. The sect requires this of me. But now I'm here because I chose to be, and my parents asked me why I chose this over them. They asked me what they did wrong, why I rejected their love, why I valued cultivation over family." Xianxia listened carefully, not offering quick comfort or easy solutions. He sat with her silence, allowing her to feel the full weight of the choice she had made. He understood that part of what she was struggling with was precisely the freedom she had chosen, the knowledge that she could have stayed, that her parents' expectations were not the deciding factor, that she had chosen her own path over their desires. "What is your answer?" he asked finally. "I don't have one," June said, tears sliding down her face. "Because the honest answer is that I chose growth over family, and I don't know how to live with that. I don't know how to tell them that, and I don't know how to justify it, even to myself." Xianxia allowed the silence to settle between them, a profound silence, not empty, but full of understanding. Finally, he said, "The transformation that comes from authentic practice demands accountability in ways that rigid hierarchy never does. When you were told to obey, you could tell your parents that duty commanded you. The sects will supersede your own choices. You could hide behind obligation. Now that you've chosen to stay, you must face the fact that you value this path more than proximity to them. That's not a failing. That's honesty. It's painful, but it's true. And you cannot become your full self by living a lie. Your parents deserve to understand your choice, even if they don't approve of it." "So what do I do?" June asked, her voice small and lost. "You tell your family the truth," Xianxia said. "You listen to their disappointment. You hold space for their grief. You acknowledge that you are, in a real sense, choosing something other than them, and that choosing yourself came at their cost. And then you commit to your choice with full knowledge of its cost. That commitment will be deeper, more real, and ultimately more powerful than any obligation ever could be. Love given freely because you've chosen it is stronger than love given because you were obligated to feel it." June's family did not come to understand her choice immediately, but slowly, over months of careful conversation and visits to the sect, they came to accept it. And in that acceptance, there was a strange beauty, a relationship built on authentic choice rather than expectation or obligation. Her parents began to understand what their daughter had found here, a way to become herself, fully and completely, without censoring the parts of her that didn't fit their expectations. Other disciples faced different costs in their transformation. A young man named Kai realized that the authentic expression of his power led him toward a cultivation path entirely at odds with what his previous sect had valued. The sect had prepared him for a life as a warrior, emphasizing aggressive techniques and rapid escalation of power. But Kai's authentic self was drawn toward healing, toward understanding the balance of energies rather than toward dominating them. In choosing authenticity, he had to accept that everything his original sect had taught him, while not wrong, had been optimized for a version of himself he no longer wanted to be. He had to grieve the person he was supposed to become and accept the person he was actually becoming. That grieving process was painful, but it was necessary, and the joy of finally expressing his authentic nature made the pain worthwhile. An elder woman named Shan discovered that her authentic practice led her to cultivate in ways that contradicted some of the methodologies the Twilight Ascendant had initially adopted. She had the courage to come forward with her observations, to suggest that perhaps some of the accepted principles needed modification based on her lived experience. She had to face the vulnerability of questioning her new masters, of suggesting that even they might be wrong about something. But instead of suppressing her insights, Xianxia had her explore them thoroughly, and her discoveries ended up improving the sect's techniques for a significant portion of their practitioners. But the process of offering that critique had forced her to examine her own fear of authority and her inherited belief that masters were never wrong, never should be questioned, never made mistakes. In choosing to voice her authentic observation, she had discovered something even more valuable than technique. the freedom to think for herself. The transformation was not universally joyful. It was not comfortable. It was not easy. It was honest. And that honesty created a stronger foundation than any amount of charismatic leadership ever could. The disciples understood that choosing the Twilight Ascendant meant choosing themselves, completely and fully, and accepting the cost that entailed. The cost might be estrangement from family, loss of position, grieving the person you were supposed to become, accepting responsibility for your own choices. But the alternative cost, the cost of continued suppression, of continued pretense, of living as a fragmented version of yourself, was far higher. Chapter 50. The second wave of visitors 6 months after the coalition's collapse. Visitors arrived at the Twilight Ascendant from territories that had never sent assassins, from sects and organizations that had remained neutral during the war and now approached with cautious curiosity. They came from organizations that had watched from the sidelines, trying to determine if the transformation was real or temporary, if it would survive contact with the realities of managing a large organization. The Wandering Scholars, a loose confederation of independent cultivators without sect affiliation, who moved between organizations studying and learning rather than committing themselves to single lineages, arrived first. They had heard the stories spreading through cultivation society with the speed of wildfire, that the Twilight Ascendant was teaching techniques that allowed disciples to synthesize contradictory methods in ways that had been theoretically possible but practically impossible in traditional sections. That power in the sect grew not from hoarding resources, but from radical, almost reckless sharing of knowledge and technique. That defectors from major sects were achieving breakthroughs that would have taken them decades in their original organizations, breakthroughs that seemed to occur not despite the diversity of teaching styles, but because of it. They came to observe, these independent scholars, bringing notebooks and recording techniques, intending to document what the Twilight Ascendant was doing so they could potentially replicate it within their own independent practices. Many stayed, because observation quickly transformed into something deeper, into enrollment, into the recognition that they could pursue their independent practice within a structure that valued that independence rather than requiring conformity to a single approach. The Twilight Ascendant didn't try to convert them into permanent members. It simply offered them a space where their independent practice could be supported, where they could access teaching from multiple traditions, where they could develop their own synthesis without being told what the synthesis should look like. Then came the smaller sects, organizations that had never been invited to join the coalition, but had watched its collapse with fascination and something approaching envy. They came hoping to preserve their independence while accessing the Twilight Ascendant's revolutionary methods. They came seeking some kind of compromise that would allow them to remain autonomous while benefiting from Shun Dao's approaches. Shun Dao permitted them to send representatives, and he established something unprecedented in cultivation society: formal, non-binding exchange programs where disciples from other sects could spend time learning at the Twilight Ascendant before deciding whether to commit fully. The success of these programs revealed something Shun Dao had suspected but never articulated clearly. Most cultivators did not want to abandon their original sects so much as they wanted to be seen as full people. They wanted their masters to care about their authentic selves, not just their utility as weapons or resources. They wanted to feel that their growth was valued for its own sake, not for what it could contribute to the sect's power. Some sects began changing their structures in response, either losing disciples to the Twilight Ascendant or implementing reforms that made them more attractive to ambitious cultivators. Others refused and lost disciples accordingly. But the key difference was that the loss was no longer experienced as punishment or failure. It was simply the natural sorting that occurred when different organizations offered different visions of what cultivation could be. By the year's end, the Twilight Ascendant had expanded to shelter 50,000 disciples, more than any single traditional sect claimed, approaching the size of some of the major alliances. But it had done so not through conquest, not through the forced absorption of other organizations, not through military power or economic coercion. It had done so through the simple magnetism of offering something people desperately wanted, the chance to become themselves. And this growth continued, month after month, with disciples arriving not as soldiers or slaves, but as seekers, as people choosing to commit their cultivation to a sect that valued them as complete human beings rather than as resources to be optimized for power generation. Chapter 51. The Council of Transformation Xianxia established a formal gathering that would become known as the Council of Transformation. It included representatives from the Cloud-Piercing Sect, the Iron Mountain Organization, the Crimson Phoenix Territories, and dozens of smaller powers. The meetings took place monthly, always at a neutral location in the borderlands between all the territories, a space that belonged to no single sect, where no one organization had authority, where all participants were equal regardless of their power or position. The gatherings were always focused on a single overarching question: how should cultivation society evolve? This was not a question with a single answer, but rather a question that required continuous re-asking and re-answering as circumstances changed. The conversations were often contentious, filled with genuine disagreement and passionate argument about the right path forward. These were not polite discussions where people pretended to agree while actually maintaining their original positions. These were authentic dialogues where people actually changed their minds, where new perspectives led to new understandings, where no one entered the conversation assuming they already knew the answers. Sect Master Lei argued passionately that the old structures had value. They created stability that allowed cultivation society to persist for millennia, clear progression that allowed disciples to understand where they stood and what they needed to do to advance, reasonable expectations that created predictability. Without structure, she argued, chaos would emerge, and chaos would destroy the accumulated knowledge and techniques that previous generations had spent centuries developing and refining. Supreme Elder Jin countered that value did not justify the suffering those structures caused, the potential that was suppressed in service of efficiency, the authentic selves that were burned away to fit the prescribed molds. Stability, Jean argued, that comes at the cost of human potential is not stability, it's stagnation. It's the stability of a corpse, which also never changes, never challenges the system, never questions the hierarchy. Others participated in these conversations. Wei, the new cloud-piercing sect master, brought a perspective that tried to hold both positions simultaneously, honoring the traditions while introducing freedom. The Iron Mountain commander shared concerns about whether completely free choice would lead to cohesion or fragmentation. Younger masters who had grown up in the Twilight Ascendant articulated a vision of cultivation society that was almost unrecognizable to the oldest sect masters, where advancement was based on personal understanding rather than completion of tests, where power came from alignment with one's authentic nature rather than from suppression of weakness. The conversations shaped cultivation society not through any formal decisions or pronouncements, but through the slow accretion of understanding that occurred when people genuinely tried to understand each other's perspectives. The Council of Transformation produced no binding resolutions, no mandates, no official policies. But it created a space where dialogue could occur, where different approaches could be discussed and compared, where the possibility of synthesis could be explored. Others proposed compromises, maintaining some hierarchical elements while introducing more flexibility, creating tracks where ambitious disciples could pursue traditional advancement while others explored alternative paths, establishing transitional periods where disciples could experiment before committing to a specific approach. Shindao largely listened during these meetings, offering observations rather than directives. And when he did speak, his words were measured and careful, expressing ideas rather than pronouncing judgments. The question, he said in one particularly heated session, after 2 days of argument about whether traditional hierarchy was inherently corrupt or simply a different approach, is not whether the old way or the new way is correct. Both contain wisdom and both contain blindness. The old system created many of the techniques and understandings that we're now building upon. It also created suffering and suppressed potential. The new system creates opportunity for authentic development. It also creates uncertainty and sometimes leaves disciples overwhelmed by too many choices. The question is whether we can create space for people to choose which path calls to them, and to change their mind if they discover they were wrong. That simple principle, the right to choose and to change one's mind, became the foundation of the new cultivation society that was slowly crystallizing around the Twilight Ascendant success. Major sects began introducing choice into their structures. The cloud-piercing sect, under Supreme Elder Zhen's increasingly experimental leadership, created specialty tracks where disciples could pursue authentic interests rather than following mandated progressions that had been established decades or centuries earlier. The Iron Mountain organization established contemplation retreats, where disciples could step away from rigid schedules and discover their genuine path without penalty. Sect Master Lei went furthest in her reforms. She fundamentally restructured the Crimson Phoenix territories, establishing a mentorship model where masters were explicitly responsible not for forcing their disciples into predetermined molds, but for helping them discover and express their authentic power. She disbanded the rigid ranking system, replacing it with fluid advancement based on genuine capability and demonstrated understanding rather than on completion of mandatory tasks. It was in this context of slow, cautious transformation, when the pace of change had finally slowed enough that organizations could begin integrating the changes into their cultures, that Xun Dao received the most shocking proposal yet. Chapter 52. The Succession Questions. Supreme Elder Zhen, now approaching the end of his tribulations, now feeling the weight of centuries accumulate in a way that even his vast power could not entirely counteract, sat with Xun Dao in the garden where they had first spoken years ago. The herbs had grown wild and beautiful in a way no rigorous gardener would have permitted, expressing their authentic forms rather than the disciplined shapes that traditional cultivation society demanded. The flowers bloomed without schedule, without the careful pruning that would have forced them into predetermined patterns. Vines climbed in directions that no landscaper would have approved, creating an ecology of such wild complexity that Xun Dao had to employ teams of junior disciples simply to navigate pathways through the overgrowth. The garden had become a metaphor for what the Twilight Ascendant itself represented, growth that emerged from authentic expression rather than imposed structure. Every element expressed its nature. Every plant pursued its own path. Yet the overall effect was not chaos, but a kind of intricate, dynamic balance that no engineer could have designed, but that emerged naturally when individual elements were given freedom to express themselves. I have a successor chosen for the cloud-piercing sect, Zhen said without preamble, his voice carrying the fatigue of someone who had lived too long, seen too much, and finally made peace with the inevitable. The words seemed to cost him physically, as if speaking them acknowledged something he had been avoiding. A woman named Wei, brilliant, innovative, already respected by most of the sect. I have been grooming her for this position for 20 years, teaching her not just technique, but philosophy, not just how to command, but how to lead. But she refuses to take the position unless I grant her something I have never granted to any successor before. Xun Dao waited, recognizing that Zhen needed to complete this thought without interruption. She refuses to take the position unless she can fundamentally restructure the organization. Zhen continued, his voice growing stronger as he articulated something he had already committed to in his heart. She wants it to operate more like yours does. Flatter hierarchies that don't concentrate power in the hands of a single leader. More transparency about decision-making processes, so disciples understand the reasoning behind major policy changes. Less prescribed advancement based on completion of mandatory forms and more individualized cultivation paths based on authentic development. She wants to transform the cloud-piercing sect into something that looks more like a Twilight Ascendant affiliate than a traditional sect. In essence, she wants to introduce your philosophy into the structure that has defined the cloud-piercing sect for 15,000 years. Xun Dao listened, watching a butterfly navigate the overgrown plants with its own authentic will. The butterfly moved not in straight lines but in curves and spirals, following paths that seemed random but that made sense from the perspective of the butterfly itself, seeking nectar, pursuing mates, expressing its authentic nature. What does the rest of the cloud-piercing leadership think about Wei's proposal? Xun Dao asked finally. They are divided, Zhen said. Some see the wisdom in adapting to changing times. Others view her proposal as a betrayal of everything the sect has always stood for. The conservative faction is particularly vocal in their opposition. They argue that hierarchy, discipline, and prescribed advancement are what made the cloud-piercing sect great, and that abandoning these principles would destroy what makes us unique. Xun Dao nodded, understanding the internal struggle that was occurring within Zhen himself. The old cultivator wanted to hand over his sect to a worthy successor, but he also wanted to ensure that his legacy would be preserved, that the traditions he had spent centuries maintaining would not be erased in a single generation. And what does Wei propose regarding the traditions themselves? Does she want to eliminate them entirely or transform them? Transform them, Jin said. She wants to preserve the techniques, the knowledge, the accumulated wisdom of the cloud-piercing sect. But she wants to present them as options rather than mandates. A disciple would still be able to learn the full cloud-piercing curriculum if they chose to, but they would not be required to follow it exactly. They would have the freedom to modify it, to synthesize it with other approaches, to create their own path that honors our tradition while also expressing their authentic nature. Then she has already solved the problem, Xin Dao said quietly. If she can maintain the tradition while offering the freedom to modify it, she has found the middle path that most sect masters struggle toward. The cloud-piercing sect will not be destroyed. It will transform. And in that transformation, it may well become stronger than it ever was before, because it will attract disciples who value both the tradition and the freedom to express themselves. The council of other sect masters will oppose this, Zhun continued, his voice dropping to reflect the serious implications of what he was describing. They fear it sets a precedent, that if cloud-piercing sect becomes less rigid, others will have to follow suit or risk losing disciples. They're not wrong, incidentally. That's exactly what would happen. Within a generation, the old way would be gone completely. The structure that has held cultivation society together for 10,000 years would have transformed beyond recognition. Xin Dao remained quiet, processing the magnitude of what Zhun was describing. The transformation he had initiated through refusing to kill his enemies had exceeded anything he had actually planned or intended. He had simply listened to his disciples and allowed them to become themselves. And somehow that simple action had set in motion forces that would reshape civilization itself. What do you wish to do? Xin Dao asked finally. I wish to hand my sect to her, Jin said simply, with the clarity of someone who has thought about this question for months and reached an unshakable conclusion. The statement felt like laying down a burden he had carried for too long. But I wanted to ask you first, is it wise? Have your reforms created something sustainable, or merely something that works while you're here to guide it? Is Wei making a mistake by betting the cloud-piercing sect on principles that might not survive their first real test? If I hand over the sect to her with my blessing, and it collapses because the new system turns out to be unstable, I will have destroyed 15,000 years of tradition in a single generation. Xin Dao was quiet for a long time, longer than Jun had patience for, but the old cultivator waited, because he understood that the question deserved serious thought. He understood that Jun was asking not just about whether the transformation would work, but about his own responsibility in allowing it to proceed. The silence extended, minutes passing without speech, only the sound of wind through the wild herbs and the distant calls of birds that had nested in the overgrown garden. Finally, I don't know yet. The Twilight Ascendant might collapse the moment I stop guiding it. The structure we've built might depend so heavily on my presence that removing me would cause everything to unravel. The disciples may have learned to make decisions collectively only because they know I'm here as a fallback, that if things go wrong, I will intervene. Or it might grow stronger precisely because no single person holds all the authority, because the disciples have truly learned to make decisions collectively, because the power is distributed in ways that don't require a charismatic leader to maintain coherence. Zhun nodded slowly, accepting the honesty even though it wasn't the reassurance he had hoped for. So it's a gamble. All transformation is a gamble, Shen Dao replied, and his voice carried the weight of someone who had thought about this extensively. But the alternative is stagnation disguised as stability. The old system is sustainable because it doesn't change. Stability built on resistance to growth is stability that kills authentic development. But that sustainability comes at the cost of every disciple who is forced to suppress their authentic self, every potential that is never developed because it doesn't fit the prescribed form. Wei understands this cost, and she's choosing to transform the sect despite the risk. That's the courage that actually changes the world. Not the courage to maintain what was, but the courage to risk what might be. He paused, then added, There is one thing I can tell you with certainty. If Wei leads with the same commitment to authentic listening that I have tried to practice, the sect will not collapse. It might transform beyond recognition. It might become something entirely different from what the cloud-piercing sect has been. But it will not collapse because it will continue to respond to what actually works, what actually serves the disciples, what actually facilitates their growth. The system might change, but the principle that generated it, the commitment to authentic development, that will endure. Zhen left the garden with no clearer answer about whether his decision was wise, but with the permission he had truly sought. The assurance that choosing authentic risk over false safety was not foolish, just difficult. It was the choice that every cultivator eventually had to make when they reached the deepest levels of understanding. Not whether the old way was right or the new way was right, but whether you had the courage to honor what you discovered to be true even when that discovery challenged everything you had built your life upon. Chapter 53. The internal question. While external transformation accelerated, internal discord began appearing in the twilight ascendant itself, the kind of discord that only emerges when an organization has grown successful enough that people feel safe expressing authentic disagreement, when the culture has matured beyond the point where questioning is seen as disloyalty. A disciple named Cho, who had been with the sect since the early years, who had been one of the first to defect from another organization and build new systems from scratch, confronted Xianxia in a public gathering. His voice was respectful but firm, the voice of someone who had thought about this criticism carefully and was offering it as a gift rather than as an attack. Master, we praise you for building a sect without hierarchy. But you are the hierarchy. Every major decision, disciples defer to you. Every difficult question, they seek your guidance. Your approval matters more than it should, because everyone knows that you have the wisdom to make the right call. How is this different from traditional sect masters? You've simply made yourself more beloved, which might be worse, because no one will challenge you. The accusation stung because it contained truth. Xianxia had worked to avoid dominating his disciples' choices, but in the process, he had become essential to conflict resolution. Disciples had learned to trust his judgment, and that trust had calcified into a different kind of dependency. People were asking, what would Xianxia do, the way they used to ask, what does the sect require? The form had changed, but the substance remained. You're right, Xianxia said simply, without defensiveness. And I have no adequate solution yet. I can offer to step back from decision-making entirely, but I suspect that would simply create a vacuum that someone else would fill, and they might use that power less wisely than I try to. I can try to distribute authority more broadly, but I don't know if disciples trained in the absence of hierarchy have the skills to manage it. Cho, having expected some kind of defensive response, was thrown by the admission. So what will you do? I'll do what we've always done, Xianxia replied. I'll attempt something, see what happens, fail when necessary, and try again. And I'll ask all of you, to do the same. This isn't a destination we can reach and then rest. It's a continuous practice of choosing authenticity even when it's uncomfortable, even when that authenticity means telling me that I've made a mistake. The conversation spread through the sect, and instead of creating the fracture Cho had perhaps intended, it opened a larger dialogue about the nature of leadership, dependency, and the challenge of building institutions that could survive their founders without collapsing into the same patterns they were trying to escape. The result was the establishment of a rotating council, 12 disciples selected by their peers who would make major decisions in consultation with each other rather than seeking Xianxia's approval. It was messy. Decisions took longer. Arguments happened in meetings that would have been resolved more quickly if Xianxia had simply pronounced his judgment. Some decisions were mistakes, but the organization learned from those mistakes. Chapter 53. The Internal Question. While external transformation accelerated, internal discord began appearing in the twilight ascendant itself, the kind of discord that only emerges when an organization has grown successful enough that people feel safe expressing authentic disagreement, when the culture has matured beyond the point where questioning is seen as disloyalty. A disciple named Cho, who had been with the sect since the early years, who had been one of the first to defect from another organization and build new systems from scratch, confronted Xianxia in a public gathering. His voice was respectful but firm, the voice of someone who had thought about this criticism carefully and was offering it as a gift rather than as an attack. He was not trying to undermine Xianxia or position himself for leadership. He was simply stating what he had observed and what he believed needed to be addressed. Master, we praise you for building a sect without hierarchy. But you are the hierarchy. Every major decision, disciples defer to you. Every difficult question, they seek your guidance. Your approval matters more than it should, because everyone knows that you have the wisdom to make the right call. How is this different from traditional sect masters? You've simply made yourself more beloved, which might be worse, because no one will challenge you. The accusation stung because it contained truth. Dao had worked to avoid dominating his disciples' choices, but in the process, he had become essential to conflict resolution. Disciples had learned to trust his judgment, and that trust had calcified into a different kind of dependency. People were asking, what would Dao do, the way they used to ask, what does this sect require? The form had changed, but the substance remained. You're right, Dao said simply, without defensiveness. And I have no adequate solution yet. I can offer to step back from decision-making entirely, but I suspect that would simply create a vacuum that someone else would fill, and they might use that power less wisely than I try to. I can try to distribute authority more broadly, but I don't know if disciples trained in the absence of hierarchy have the skills to manage it. Cho, having expected some kind of defensive response, was thrown by the admission. So what will you do? I'll do what we've always done, Dao replied. I'll attempt something, see what happens, fail when necessary, and try again. And I'll ask all of you, to do the same. This isn't a destination we can reach and then rest. It's a continuous practice of choosing authenticity even when it's uncomfortable, even when that authenticity means telling me that I've made a mistake. The conversation spread through the sect, and instead of creating the fracture Cho had perhaps intended, it opened a larger dialogue about the nature of leadership, dependency, and the challenge of building institutions that could survive their founders without collapsing into the same patterns they were trying to escape. The result was the establishment of a rotating council, 12 disciples selected by their peers who would make major decisions in consultation with each other rather than seeking Dao's approval. It was messy. Decisions took longer. Arguments happened in meetings that would have been resolved more quickly if Dao had simply pronounced his judgment. Some decisions were mistakes, but the organization learned from those mistakes, and the disciples grew in confidence and capability, understanding that their contributions would actually matter, that their reasoning had weight even if it disagreed with their master's perspective. Dao stepped back from daily governance, though he remained available for crisis management and philosophical consultation. And the sect did not collapse into chaos. Instead, it matured. Chapter 54, The Unexpected Defection. Sect Master Lei came to the Twilight Ascendant alone, without announcement or ceremony, without the guards that typically accompanied her. She requested a private meeting with Dao, and her expression when they met was unlike anything he had seen from her before, not the fierce determination of a warrior, not the calculating intelligence of a sect master, but something raw and vulnerable and terrified. I'm stepping down from leadership of the Crimson Phoenix territories, she said without preamble, and her hands were shaking in a way that suggested she had practiced these words many times but still found them difficult to speak. I've spent 300 tribulations building an organization, controlling disciples, perfecting power, and I've discovered that I don't actually want any of it anymore. Dao waited, understanding that she needed to finish what she had come to say. I want to be a disciple, Lei continued, her voice tight with emotion she clearly wasn't used to expressing. Not a master, not a commander, not a sect leader making decisions that affect thousands of people. I want to come here and learn what it means to cultivate for the simple sake of cultivation, without the weight of 70,000 people depending on my decisions, without the constant pressure to be stronger than everyone around me. This request was even more radical than Lei's earlier surrender of her army. For a cultivator of her power and experience to voluntarily abandon authority was almost unprecedented in cultivation history. It was the kind of thing that stories were written about, the mighty warrior who learned to let go. What will happen to the Crimson Phoenix territories? Dao asked, and his question was practical rather than judgmental. I've chosen successors, Lei said. Several of them, actually, to prevent any single person from accumulating the kind of power I had. They'll lead differently. It might work. It might not. But it won't be my burden anymore. And more importantly, I won't be the problem anymore. I won't be the person that every ambitious disciple has to either surpass or serve. Lei's decision sent even larger shockwaves through cultivation society than Wei's restructuring of cloud piercing. A sect master, one of the most powerful cultivators alive, someone who had spent centuries perfecting the art of dominance, voluntarily becoming a disciple in a younger sect. It was incomprehensible to traditional cultivation logic. It was the kind of thing that challenged the entire foundation of hierarchical society. Yet Shundao accepted Lei as he had always accepted those who chose authenticity over status. Within weeks, Lei had settled into the role of senior disciple and was pursuing cultivation practices that she had never permitted herself before. She studied meditation techniques that had no combat application, no practical use in securing power or territory. She explored philosophical texts that had nothing to do with power accumulation or strategic advantage. She simply learned for the sake of learning, experiencing the pleasure of growth that came from curiosity rather than ambition. The transformation in her was visible to anyone who had known her before. The tight, controlled power that had defined her for centuries relaxed into something more fluid and genuinely strong. She was happier, not in the shallow sense of having fewer responsibilities, but in the deep sense of finally being able to express her authentic self. Chapter 55. The inevitable backlash. Predictably, not every cultivator welcomed the transformation spreading through cultivation society like a tide that could not be held back by any barrier. A coalition of conservative sects, those that had never sent disciples to confront Shundao, never participated in the alliance, never felt his influence directly, began organizing resistance. They held secret meetings in sealed chambers to discuss how to prevent further corruption of traditional sect structures. They attempted to establish trade barriers against sects that had reformed, refusing to buy from or sell to organizations that had abandoned strict hierarchy. They even discussed the possibility of military action to preserve cultivation tradition, to establish a defensive perimeter beyond which the new ideas could not spread. The news reached the Twilight Ascendant through multiple sources, through disciples who still had sympathies in both camps and wanted to warn their new sect. Lianyu brought it to Shundao with genuine concern, her earlier confidence shaken by the realization that even their success might provoke a response violent enough to destroy everything. They're preparing for war, Master. They see you as an existential threat to traditional society. If traditional cultivation dies, they die. Their entire identity, their entire sense of purpose, is based on being keepers of the old way. Shundao considered this with the same calm he had shown during the previous coalition's assault, understanding that this was perhaps the true test. The first coalition had been driven by fear and wounded pride. This coalition was driven by genuine conviction that they were preserving something essential. They may be right to be afraid, he said finally. True change is always threatening to those invested in the old ways. The world they understand is shifting beneath their feet. But we cannot prevent their fear through force. We can only prove that our way creates genuine benefits. We can only live in a way so obviously better that eventually even the skeptics will have to acknowledge it. And if they attack? Lianyu pressed, her voice carrying genuine fear now. Then we'll respond as we did before, Shundao said. With transformation instead of destruction. With the offer of a new path instead of simple resistance. But Lianyu, we should prepare. This time, they won't be coming out of fear. They'll be coming because they believe they have to. That makes them more dangerous, but also potentially more reachable. A person fighting for something they believe in can be shown a different path. A person fighting out of fear is just trying to survive. Chapter 56. The Philosophy of Nonviolent Transformation. Shundao decided on a strategy that was, even by his unusual standards, audacious and potentially reckless. He would send his most accomplished disciples to the conservative sects as observers and teachers, with explicit permission to share the Twilight Ascendant's methods if asked directly, but without any pressure or recruitment agenda. It was a strategy built on the belief that truth, once genuinely seen, was more powerful than force, more effective than manipulation, more durable than any kind of coercion. The conservative sects were suspicious but accepted these emissaries out of simple curiosity and the desire to understand their enemy. They figured that having someone from the Twilight Ascendant in their midst would allow them to understand the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, and thus develop better strategies for neutralizing the threat. They were unprepared for what Xun Dao's disciples would actually do once embedded in their organizations, because the effectiveness of the strategy depended precisely on the fact that the emissaries were not doing anything strategic at all. They didn't try to convert anyone through argument or persuasion. They didn't criticize the old methods, finding fault with practices that had endured for millennia. They didn't organize resistance movements or create secret societies promoting reform. That would have been crude and transparent and would have triggered defensive responses. They simply lived, expressing authentic power in their own cultivation and teaching, demonstrating practical application of principles in how they interacted with their fellow disciples, asking thoughtful questions whenever disciples approached them with problems or doubts, never asserting answers, but simply creating space for people to discover their own answers through dialogue. One emissary, a former Iron Mountain disciple named Zhang, was placed in a conservative sect that emphasized rigid advancement through punishment and reward. The system was ancient and well-tested. Disciples who performed well were advanced. Those who failed were demoted or expelled. The pressure created incredibly focused, disciplined cultivators, or it destroyed them. When a junior disciple approached Zhang demoralized by failing advancement tests, worn down by constant evaluation and pressure, Zhang didn't validate the sect's assessment or criticize the system. He asked, "What is it you actually want to cultivate? Not what your sect wants you to cultivate. Not what will advance you fastest. What power calls to your authentic self?" The question shattered something in the junior disciple's mind. She had never been asked to want something independently of sect approval. She had never imagined that her motivation could come from her own vision rather than external expectation. She had learned that the only valid reason to want something was because the sect valued it. She didn't leave the conservative sect. That would have been crude and obvious, and it would have confirmed the sect's worst fears about Zhang's presence. But she began cultivating differently. She began asking her own instructors the same questions. And slowly, without any explicit evangelism from Zhang, without him ever directly criticizing his host sect or recruiting for the Twilight Ascendant, something began shifting in the conservative sect's culture. Chapter 57. The surprise from within. The most unexpected response came from within the conservative coalition itself, in the form of a senior disciple named Tu, who belonged to one of the most traditionally rigid sections. He had spent 40 years climbing the sect's hierarchy through perfect obedience and flawless technique execution. He had achieved a position of genuine authority and respect. He had everything the system promised. Tu came to the Twilight Ascendant not as a defector or a curious observer, but as an emissary for his sect's council. His mission was clear and explicit. Understand Xindao's power, identify the weakness he must be hiding, determine whether he was a threat that could be defeated militarily. He arrived with the confidence of someone who had never encountered a problem he couldn't solve through analysis and hard work. What he discovered instead was that there was no hidden weakness, no secret technique, no clever trap that would cause the Twilight Ascendant to collapse under examination. The sect's power came from something far more radical and far harder to counter, a genuine difference in how humans could relate to their own potential. Tu spent months at the Twilight Ascendant, initially trying to find flaws and subsequently finding them everywhere in the organizational structure, only to discover that each apparent flaw was actually a feature, a design element that served a purpose he hadn't initially understood. The lack of hierarchy meant better decision-making because people felt safe contributing ideas without fear of being punished for challenging the established order. Problems were solved faster because energy that would normally go into political maneuvering went instead into actually addressing the issue. The freedom from punishment meant higher performance because people were motivated by genuine interest in their work rather than fear of consequences. When you removed the fear component, the only motivation left was intrinsic. Either you cared about what you were doing or you didn't. And if you didn't care, you simply weren't there because there was no obligation forcing you to remain. The sharing of knowledge meant faster innovation because disciples were focused on solving problems and discovering new truths rather than protecting secrets that might give them competitive advantage over their peers. The organizational structure itself was radically different from anything Tu had ever encountered. There were no formal organizational charts, no clearly defined reporting relationships, no job titles or positions that conferred status. Instead, there were simply people doing work that needed to be done, with fluidity in who was responsible for what task based on interest and capability rather than on position or tenure. The system was chaotic from the perspective of traditional management, but it was also extraordinarily resilient. When a key person left or changed roles, the work didn't stop. Other people naturally stepped in to fill the gap because the success of the project itself was the motivation, not loyalty to a particular leader or desire for promotion. Tu didn't immediately defect. Instead, he returned to his sect with a report that shocked the conservative council, not because his analysis was wrong, but because his analysis was right. The Twilight Ascendant was not a threat that could be defeated militarily because it wasn't trying to conquer territory or establish dominance over other sections. It was simply offering a different vision of what was possible, and that vision was contagious because it appealed to something fundamental in human nature, the desire to become authentic, to express one's genuine self, to be valued for who you actually are rather than who you're supposed to be according to external expectations. It appealed to the part of people that had always known that the suppression of authentic self was a form of suffering, even when that suffering was necessary for the organization's functioning. They will never attack us, Tu told his sect master in the formal report. But they will continue growing until the question becomes, which vision of cultivation society do we actually want? Because eventually, enough of our disciples will choose to leave that we'll have to choose, change with them, or become irrelevant. We can fight Xianxia, but we can't fight every disciple who has seen what's possible and wants it for themselves. We can't prevent the spread of the knowledge that authenticity is possible, that freedom is possible, that you can be fully yourself and still be part of a powerful, effective, functioning community. His analysis was both accurate and deeply unwelcome to the conservative council because it implied that resistance was ultimately futile. The only way to prevent the transformation was to prevent people from knowing that the transformation was possible. And in an age where information traveled quickly through cultivation networks, where disciples moved between sects, where the success of Xianxia's approach was undeniable, such prevention was impossible. They will never attack us, Tu told his sect master in the formal report. But they will continue growing until the question becomes, which vision of cultivation society do we actually want? Because eventually, enough of our disciples will leave that we'll have to choose, change with them, or become irrelevant. We can fight Xianxia, but we can't fight every disciple who has seen what's possible and wants it for themselves. Tu's analysis was both accurate and deeply unwelcome. His sect master accused him of being corrupted and confined him to meditation isolation for a month. Chapter 58. The cracking point. The conservative coalition met in secret, but news of their desperation leaked through disciples who still had sympathies on both sides. They were discussing options that ranged from the desperate to the unethical, magical barriers to prevent disciples from leaving, ancestor contracts that would bind disciples to their sects through bloodline compulsions, even assassination attempts against Xianxia. When Xianxia heard about the assassination plot, he laughed. Actually laughed, for the first time in many months. They still think, he said to Lianyu, that ideas can be killed with weapons. They still believe that changing someone's mind requires changing their power, not their perspective. Should we take precautions? Lianyu asked. Absolutely, Xianxia replied. But not defensive ones. Invite the assassins in. Give them the same choice every other defector has been given. 3 of the assassins ended up staying as disciples. The 4th actually breached the inner chambers and nearly killed Xianxia. At the moment of her strike, when her blade was inches from his heart, she found herself unable to complete the motion. Not because Xianxia had stopped her through power, but because looking into his eyes, she could not maintain the fiction that she was fighting an enemy. She lowered her weapon and wept. Later, she would become one of the sect's most devoted disciples. Chapter 59. The new equilibrium. By the 2nd anniversary of the original coalition's collapse, a new equilibrium was establishing itself across cultivation society. The conservative sects had not disappeared but had become smaller, more intentional organizations where every disciple had explicitly chosen to follow the old path. The Twilight Ascendant itself had matured. It was less romantically pure than it had been in earlier years, but it was far more durable. The idealism had been tempered by reality, and in that tempering had become something actually sustainable. Xianxia spent less time on grand philosophy and more time on the careful work of maintaining an organization that was growing beyond what anyone had anticipated. He dealt with conflicts between disciples. He helped people work through disappointments. He guided difficult transformations when people discovered that what they had chosen wasn't what they actually wanted. Chapter 60. The deepening. In the final chapter of this stage, Xianxia received a visit from the first disciple of the Twilight Ascendant, the one who had come seeking his weakness and instead found her own strength. She had been away for months, traveling cultivation society and studying how the transformation was spreading. Now she returned with a proposal, formalization of the core principles underlying the transformation. "Master," she said, "the transformation is complete enough that it doesn't need you anymore. But it needs consolidation. Different sects are interpreting the principles differently. The core philosophy is fracturing." And Xianxia understood what had to come next. Over the following days, he and his senior disciples crystallized 6 principles that would guide cultivation society forward. The principle of authentic choice. The principle of transparent teaching. The principle of continuous revision. The principle of integration. The principle of practical transformation. The principle of accountability. These 6 principles were shared with reformed sects across cultivation society. Some adopted them entirely, committing fully to the Twilight Ascendant's approach. Others adapted them carefully, maintaining connections to their original traditions while introducing elements of authentic choice and transparent teaching. Still others rejected them, choosing instead to preserve the old ways even if doing so meant losing disciples to more progressive organizations. But all of them, whether they accepted or rejected the principles, recognized that the transformation had moved from revolutionary fervor into a new kind of institutionalization. It was less pure than it had been in the earliest years, less driven by the idealism of disciples discovering freedom for the first time, less shaped by Xianxia's personal vision. It was more pragmatic, more complex, more differentiated across different organizations. But it was far more durable precisely because it was less dependent on any single person's charisma or any single sect's example. The transformation had become woven into the fabric of cultivation society itself. It was no longer something that Xianxia was doing. It was something that culture was doing. Thousands of people across hundreds of organizations working out what authenticity meant in their specific contexts, experimenting with freedom, discovering what worked and what didn't, learning from failures and building on successes. And in the mountains at the Twilight Ascendant's heart, Xianxia walked the gardens. Around him, 10,000 disciples trained because they had chosen to become themselves. That choice, made freely and repeatedly, was the deepest magic, stronger than any technique, more durable than any hierarchy, and the only transformation that could actually last. As he walked through the wild gardens, moving between plants that expressed their authentic forms without constraint, Xianxia reflected on the strange arc of what had begun as his refusal to kill enemies. What had started as a simple choice, not to murder those sent to assassinate him, not to respond to violence with violence, had become a force that was reshaping cultivation society itself, altering how people thought about power and authenticity and the fundamental nature of human potential. He had never intended to start a revolution. He had simply wanted his disciples to have the chance to be themselves, to pursue their authentic paths without suppression or constraint, without the constant pressure to fit into predetermined molds. He had never imagined that this simple desire would ripple outward, affecting thousands of sects, millions of disciples, reshaping the very structures of civilization. Yet the revolution had come anyway, unstoppable and undeniable, born not from his intention or his explicit planning, but from the natural evolution of what happened when people were truly given freedom to choose. The defectors had not left their original sects out of disloyalty or wounded pride, or because Xianxia had recruited them with promises and manipulation. They had left because they had seen what was possible, had glimpsed authentic power, genuine mastery, real growth, and could no longer accept the limitations of the old system. They had left because authenticity was more powerful than obligation, more compelling than loyalty, and once you glimpsed it, you could never go back to pretending that obligation was enough. The 6 principles that had been crystallized in Chapter 60, authentic choice, transparent teaching, continuous revision, integration, practical transformation, and accountability, were not commands from above. They were simply articulations of patterns that had emerged naturally from the Twilight Ascendant's practice. They captured the essence of what made the sect different. Not that it had a better philosophy, but that it allowed philosophy to be questioned, refined, transformed based on actual lived experience. Xianxia understood now that this approach was sustainable precisely because it never claimed to be final. A rigid system could endure for centuries, but the moment someone questioned its foundational assumptions, it became brittle, prone to shattering. But a system that expected to be questioned, that built questioning into its structure, that viewed revision as a feature rather than a flaw, that could endure indefinitely because it could adapt to any circumstance. The disciples coming up through the Twilight Ascendant now would not need him to tell them what to do. They were learning to think for themselves, to make decisions collectively, to honor both individual authenticity and group coherence. The sect would survive his death. More than that, it would probably improve after he was gone, because future generations would have to solve problems without relying on his wisdom. They would have to develop their own approaches, their own solutions, their own ways of understanding cultivation. That was the real victory. Not that he had created a better system, but that he had created a system that didn't require him to maintain it. The Twilight Ascendant would endure not through the force of his personality, but through the genuine commitment of its disciples to the principles that made it work. And those principles would continue to evolve, as all living things must evolve to survive. As night fell over the mountains, and the disciples returned from their various practices to gather in the communal halls for evening meals and shared contemplation, Xianxia felt something that had become rare in his 300 years of life: peace. Not the shallow peace of having won a victory, because the transformation was far from complete. Not the false peace of having solved all problems, because new challenges emerged constantly as the organization grew and adapted. But the deep peace that came from having set things in motion that would continue moving long after he was gone, from having created conditions where people could thrive, from having trusted that humanity's fundamental drive toward growth and authenticity was stronger than any system designed to suppress it. The Twilight Ascendant was no longer his sect. It had ceased being his in any exclusive sense the moment he had stepped back from daily governance and allowed the council of disciples to make collective decisions. It belonged to everyone who had chosen to be part of it, everyone who had dedicated themselves to the principles of authentic cultivation and the practice of authentic choice. Xianxia was simply one practitioner among many, distinguished only by his age and the accident of having founded the organization and set in motion the initial transformations. Soon enough, even that distinction would fade, as new disciples arrived who had never known the sect without him, who would take for granted the freedoms that earlier generations had fought to establish, who would see the principles not as revolutionary concepts, but as basic common sense. And that was exactly as it should be. Every revolution's ultimate success was measured not by how much it was talked about or celebrated, but by how completely it became invisible, woven so thoroughly into the fabric of culture that it no longer seemed like change, but like the natural state of things. And that was exactly as it should be. The greatest achievement was not to create something that revolved around oneself, but to create something that could function perfectly well without oneself, that could adapt and grow and transform as circumstances required without needing permission from a founder. That was the true measure of a revolution that lasted. Not how spectacular the initial transformation, not how dramatic the battles, or how compelling the rhetoric, but whether it could sustain itself across generations without requiring a charismatic leader to maintain it, whether it could continue evolving based on the genuine needs and insights of the people living within it. As Xianxia entered the communal hall for evening meditation with his 10,000 disciples, he understood that the next stage of the story had already begun unfolding. The principles were established and spreading. The practices were becoming integrated into the fabric of daily cultivation. The next generation of leaders was emerging, ready to carry forward the work. The revolution would continue, but no longer as his personal crusade, no longer dependent on his vision and will. It would continue as the natural expression of what humanity could become when given the freedom to become authentic. The greatest transformation is not the dramatic victory in battle, not the conquest of enemies or the expansion of territory, not the overthrow of rulers or the establishment of new hierarchies. It is the quiet, consistent choice of millions of people to live more honestly, more freely, more authentically with each passing day. It is the slow accumulation of individual choices that gradually reshape an entire civilization from within, that transform culture not through force but through the simple, relentless expression of what is genuinely true. And that transformation was no longer a possibility, no longer something that might happen if circumstances aligned correctly. It was becoming reality, spreading through cultivation society like roots through soil, like water seeping through rock, slowly but inevitably reshaping the landscape from within. The story of the Twilight Ascendant and Shun Dao was not ending. It was transforming into something new, something that did not depend on the will of a single person, but on the commitment of thousands to principles of authenticity and freedom. The real victory was not in defeating enemies, but in transforming enemies into allies, in creating conditions where adversaries could become friends, in showing that humanity had the capacity to transcend the cycles of conflict and revenge that had defined so much of history. As dawn broke again over the mountains, and another day began with its own challenges and opportunities, Shun Dao understood that the greatest work was only beginning. The principles had been established. The foundation had been laid. But the true cultivation, the work of translating ideals into lived reality, of maintaining authenticity in the face of power, of continuing to choose freedom even when constraint would be easier, that work would take not years but centuries. That work would require not his single effort, but the combined commitment of generations of disciples and masters who would take up the challenge he had initiated and carry it forward into futures he could not imagine. And that, ultimately, was precisely as it should be. A note on the years that follow. The following chronicles describe the fourth stage of the Twilight Ascendant's development, the period when the principles of the transformation became integrated into the fabric of cultivation society itself, when resistance from conservative sects transformed into adaptation, when the external threat shifted from military opposition to ideological competition, and when the deepest challenges arose not from enemies, but from the internal tensions of success. These are the years when Shun Dao understood, more fully than ever before, that his greatest work was not in defeating enemies, but in building something that could endure beyond his personal presence. The transformation had begun as his personal choice, the decision not to kill his assassins, but it had become something far larger than any individual or sect. It had become a living movement, spreading through civilization through the simple act of people recognizing that another way of being was possible and choosing to embrace it. What follows is the narrative of how that transformation deepened, how it created unexpected challenges and opportunities, how it spread to places that no one had anticipated, and how even the most isolated and most resistant communities eventually had to acknowledge that something fundamental had shifted in what cultivation society understood about power, authenticity, and the nature of human potential. The years described in this section span from approximately the 3rd anniversary of the transformation's public emergence until the 7th anniversary. During this time, the Twilight Ascendant grew from 10,000 disciples to over 40,000. The transformation philosophy spread from the core cultivation sects to provincial organizations, from major power centers to remote mountain communities, from the visible centers of civilization to hidden valleys that few cultivators knew existed. But more significantly, during these years, the transformation shifted from being something that Shun Dao was doing to something that civilization was doing through countless individual choices, countless small moments when people recognized that authenticity was possible and chose to pursue it. Prologue. The opening of a new era. The transformation had already succeeded. This was Shun Dao's realization as he stood on the mountain peak in the gray light of early dawn, observing the 10,000 disciples of the Twilight Ascendant beginning their daily practices. 5 years had passed since he had made the first decision, not to kill his assassins, but to transform them. And in those 5 years, something had moved through cultivation society that could not be reversed, that could not be stopped through force or argument or the application of superior power. The dawn light was still unclear when Shun Dao made his way to the highest point of the Twilight Ascendant's central peak. This had become a regular practice for him. These early hours before disciples began their formal training, a time when he could stand in solitude and reflect on what the transformation had become. The valley below was still dark, but he could see the faint lights in the buildings where some disciples were already awake, meditating, beginning their practice before the formal times of teaching and training. From this height, he could see not just the Twilight Ascendant, but the broader landscape of cultivation society. There were other sects visible in the distance, dozens of them, spread across the valleys and mountain peaks. Many of them were beginning to show signs of the transformation's influence. Some had adopted the 6 principles fully. Others were trying to maintain traditional structures while selectively implementing new approaches. Still others were fiercely resisting the change, maintaining their older ways, hoping that the transformation was a temporary phenomenon that would eventually pass. But Xianxia understood now that it would not pass. The transformation was not a wave that would eventually recede. It was more like a tide, something that had shifted the baseline of cultivation society itself. What had once been revolutionary was now becoming normal. What had once been questioned was now becoming accepted. What had once seemed impossible, that authentic choice and power could coexist, was now being practiced by millions of disciples across hundreds of sects. It was not that all opposition had ceased. It was not that conservative sects had disappeared or that all disciples had suddenly embraced the transformation philosophy. It was something more subtle and far more profound. The question had become legitimate. The possibility of authentic choice was now part of cultivation society's discourse. People could now openly wonder whether authenticity was compatible with power, whether freedom could coexist with discipline, whether the ancient ways were the only ways. Once that questioning began, once that possibility had been introduced into collective consciousness, it could not be erased. What Xianxia understood standing on that mountain, watching the sun rise over cultivation society, was that the work of the transformation was entering a new phase. The phase of external struggle was largely complete. The major military opposition had been defeated not through force, but through the demonstration that force could not defeat ideology. The phase of internal consolidation had already begun. Now would come the phase of integration, the deep work of taking the principles that had been articulated and actually weaving them into the fabric of how civilization understood itself. This phase would be harder than the external struggle in many ways. It would require not dramatic victories, but patient, careful work. It would require not the certainty of knowing that you were fighting enemies, but the humility of acknowledging that you were building something that would only partially work, that would need constant refinement and adjustment, that would never be perfect because it was built by imperfect humans attempting to live authentically within a complicated world. The enemies were gone or converted or marginalized. Now came the harder challenge. Living authentically in community, working through the tensions that arose when multiple people with different authentic desires had to figure out how to live together. Chapter 61. The unstoppable tide. The transformation did not come slowly anymore. It swept through cultivation society like flood water breaking through a weakening dam, not because Xianxia commanded it or his disciples recruited followers with promises and persuasion, but because the very existence of an alternative way to cultivate had become undeniable. Every day, more sects received news that their disciples had left to join the Twilight Ascendant. Every week, more reports arrived of disciples successfully implementing the 6 principles within their original sects without leaving, gradually transforming conservative institutions from within through the steady accumulation of small choices. The mechanism was subtle and nearly impossible to combat. It was not recruitment in the traditional sense, where an organization would send representatives to other sects with proposals and promises. It was more like a contagion. Knowledge of what was possible in the Twilight Ascendant would reach disciples through informal networks, through traveling merchants who had visited the sect, through disciples who had friends in other organizations, through simple human conversation between young cultivators who wondered if there might be better ways to live than the ones they had been given. A disciple from the Crimson Fist would visit a marketplace and speak with a merchant who had seen the Twilight Ascendant's gardens, describing how disciples worked together without hierarchy. And that single conversation would plant a seed in the Crimson Fist disciple's mind that nothing could fully uproot. Once a disciple had been exposed to the concept that authenticity and power could coexist, that freedom and effectiveness were not opposites, that you could both honor discipline and honor your own genuine needs. Once that seed was planted, it was nearly impossible to uproot it. Conservative sects could forbid disciples from visiting the Twilight Ascendant, could restrict communications, could threaten punishment for heretical thoughts. But they could not prevent their disciples from thinking once those thoughts had been introduced into their consciousness. They could not force people to genuinely believe that their original sect's philosophy was best, not when they had glimpsed another possibility. The forbidden knowledge was more attractive precisely because it was forbidden, and that attraction grew stronger with each attempt to suppress it. The ripple effects began to accelerate. In one sect, a disciple would mention something overheard about the transformation, and suddenly 15 other disciples would be quietly asking questions, seeking knowledge of what was possible elsewhere. In another, a senior master would demonstrate a technique refined through authentic understanding, and the obvious superiority of that refinement would spark questions about whether other things the sect taught could also be improved. The hierarchy of command and obedience that had held conservative sects together for centuries began to develop invisible cracks, as disciples increasingly understood themselves as thinking beings capable of making their own choices, rather than as parts of a machine designed to execute the will of their leaders. In the southern provinces, the Crimson Fist sect, a military-oriented organization that had built its power through perfect martial discipline and unquestioned obedience, found itself facing an unexpected crisis. Not an external military threat, but something far more difficult to fight. Its junior disciples had begun asking questions. Where had these questions come from? Not from any external recruitment, but from interaction with fellow disciples who had been exposed to Shun Dao's philosophy through traveling cultivators, through word of mouth, through the simple fact that knowledge of the transformation was spreading faster than any conventional mechanism of information transfer could explain. A junior disciple named Mei, trained since childhood in the Crimson Fist's uncompromising martial discipline, had encountered a traveling merchant who mentioned casually that in the Twilight Ascendant, disciples made their own decisions about their path. That single sentence had shattered something in Mei's understanding of what was possible. She had spent 15 years learning to suppress her own preferences, to view her personal desires as weaknesses to be overcome, to believe that true strength came from the elimination of all ego and personal need. The idea that personal choice could be compatible with genuine strength was so foreign to her conditioning that she could not stop thinking about it. She had obsessed over that single sentence, turning it over in her mind, wondering if it could possibly be true that discipline and personal autonomy were not opposites. Within weeks of that chance conversation, Mei had convinced 3 other senior disciples to help her find ways to leave the sect and travel to the Twilight Ascendant. They left in the middle of the night, abandoning their positions, their status, their security within the sect. It was an enormous risk. If they were caught, they would be punished severely, possibly executed for betrayal. But the possibility of a different way of living was stronger than the fear of punishment. Within months, news of her departure had reached the inner circle of the Crimson Fist leadership, and the implications were impossible to ignore. Mei had been not just any junior disciple. She had been marked as a potential senior master, someone whose power and loyalty had made her valuable to the sect's future. For someone at her level to abandon the sect was shocking. It meant that the transformation's appeal was not limited to weak disciples or those who had failed to succeed by the Crimson Fist standards. It was appealing even to the successful, even to those who had everything to lose by leaving. The council chambers of the Crimson Fist sect had never been a place for dissent. All major decisions flowed from the sect master downward through clearly defined channels of command. Each disciple understood their role, their responsibilities, their exact place in the organizational hierarchy. The system had worked for centuries, creating some of the most disciplined and effective warriors in cultivation society. But it had also created an organization without built-in mechanisms for addressing internal doubt or questioning of core assumptions. The sect master of the Crimson Fist, a powerful old cultivator named Healing, convened an emergency council meeting. She was a woman of tradition, someone who had spent 60 years building an organization founded on clarity of purpose and elimination of confusion. Under her leadership, disciples knew exactly what was expected of them. There were no ambiguities, no room for personal interpretation, no space for disciples to wonder if there might be a better way. Every technique had a precise form. Every rule had clear rationale. Every hierarchy had explicit justification. "The infection has reached us," she declared to her assembled council, and her voice carried the weight of someone who had spent decades expecting her word to be final law. "We have a choice. Quarantine our disciples more strictly, tighten enforcement, make it more difficult for information about the transformation to reach our cultivators. Or we can accept that the world has changed and adjust our approach accordingly." The council members shifted uncomfortably. Tightening restrictions would be possible. It would mean limiting disciples' ability to travel, restricting communications with disciples and other sects, perhaps even enforcing some form of ideological purification test to ensure loyalty to Crimson Fist principles. But such measures would also mean admitting that the internal strength of their organization was fragile, that it depended on preventing external information rather than on genuine commitment from disciples. One of her senior advisors, a martial master named Jiang Wei who had served with He Ling for 40 years, spoke up. He had always been her most trusted lieutenant, the person she relied on for honest counsel even when that counsel was unwelcome. "Master, restricting information more severely will only make them more curious. Teenagers locked away from knowledge of alternatives will only speculate about what they're being forbidden to learn. The more we restrict, the more attractive the restriction makes the outside world seem. You know this from basic human psychology. The forbidden fruit tastes sweeter precisely because it is forbidden. Then what do you suggest?" He Ling's voice was sharp, dangerous. "We cannot simply accept that our disciples will abandon us to chase philosophies developed by someone we've spent decades preparing to defeat. The Crimson Fist sect has existed for over 1,000 years precisely because we maintained strict standards and did not allow external influences to corrupt our practices." Jiang Wei took a deep breath. He had prepared for this conversation, had thought about how to articulate what he had come to understand. "With respect, Master, perhaps the defeat we've been preparing for has already occurred, and we simply haven't accepted it. Shindao did not defeat us through military superiority or clever tactics. He defeated us by offering something we could not: genuine respect for our disciples' own emerging autonomy. He demonstrated that you can have discipline and freedom at the same time. You can have martial skill and authentic choice at the same time. You can have order and flexibility at the same time. We have always taught that these things were opposites, that you had to choose between authentic self-expression and being part of an effective organization. But he proved that was a false choice. The sect master of the Crimson Fist wanted to have Jiang Wei executed for treason. She could feel the impulse rising in her, the authoritarian response to challenge her fundamental assumptions. But she had built an organization founded on merit and capability, and Jiang Wei was one of her most capable military minds. Executing him would appear to confirm that the Twilight Ascendant was right, that challenging authority resulted in punishment, that free thought was genuinely dangerous to the established order. And if she executed Jiang Wei, how many other advisors would stop speaking honestly to her? How many other potential voices of wisdom would she silence through fear? Instead, she did something far more difficult. She listened. She asked Jiang Wei to explain his thinking in detail, to elaborate on what he meant by the false choice between discipline and freedom. And in listening, she found herself beginning to understand what Tu had understood months earlier when he served as emissary to Shindao's sect. The transformation was not a military threat that could be defeated through force. It was an idea, and ideas could not be killed with weapons. The only defense against a compelling idea was a more compelling idea, and the Crimson Fist traditional structure, based on obedience and discipline, was fundamentally less compelling to human beings than a structure based on genuine choice and authentic development. She spent 3 days and nights in meditation, contemplating the implications of what Jiang Wei had said. She examined the Crimson Fist's history, looking for moments where restriction of freedom had been necessary for effectiveness, and times when the restriction had actually hindered growth. The more she examined, the more she began to understand that many of the restrictions the sect had maintained had less to do with actual necessity and more to do with tradition, with the assumption that this is how we have always done things. He Ling made the decision that would reshape the Crimson Fist's future. Instead of restricting information, she would open her sect to it. She would send an official delegation to study the transformation directly, and upon their return, she would implement the 6 principles of authentic cultivation gradually, carefully, without abandoning the military discipline that had always been the sect's strength. "We will adapt," she told her council, "or we will become irrelevant. That is our choice. There is no third option." The young disciples are already asking questions. We can pretend the questions don't exist and punish those who ask them, which will make them ask the questions more quietly, but no less persistently. Or we can acknowledge that the questions are legitimate and help our disciples find answers within our sect, rather than pushing them to find those answers elsewhere. Chapter 62. The Fracturing Alliance. The conservative coalition that had declared unified war against Xianxia 3 years earlier was cracking under internal pressure. What had once been a unified force of 8 major sects, bound together by shared fear of the transformation, was now fragmenting into competing factions with radically different responses to the spreading philosophy. The original coalition had formed around a simple proposition. The Twilight Ascendant represented a threat to the foundations of cultivation society, and it must be destroyed before it spread further. That simple unifying belief had held the coalition together through the failed military campaigns, through the internal doubts that emerged when assassination attempts failed to eliminate Xianxia, through the growing evidence that force could not defeat a purely ideological movement. But as time passed and the transformation continued to spread regardless of the coalition's efforts, the coalition members had begun to diverge in their assessments of the situation and their strategic responses. Some sect masters still believed that military action was the correct approach, that if they just committed sufficient force, they could destroy the Twilight Ascendant and eliminate the problem. Others had come to the conclusion that military action was futile and that the only viable strategy was to adapt themselves to the new reality. Still others occupied a middle position, wanting to preserve their traditions while selectively adopting elements of the transformation. The Alliance Council met for what would be one of its final sessions as a united body. The meeting was held in the neutral territory of the council chambers, a vast hall built specifically for inter-sect negotiations. The tension in the chamber was suffocating, the kind of hostile atmosphere where violence could erupt with minimal provocation. Each sect master had brought their most senior advisors and, informally, their most powerful warriors. If the meeting broke down into conflict, at least they would be prepared to defend themselves. The sect master of the Iron Mountain, one of the original architects of the coalition, an old cultivator named Zhou Kong, who had built his sect on the principle that superior power properly applied could solve any problem, spoke first. "We cannot allow our disciples to abandon their training to join Xianxia's horde. We must take military action. We must destroy the Twilight Ascendant before it consumes the rest of cultivation society. Every month we delay, more of our disciples defect. Every week that passes, more sects adopt the transformation philosophy. If we do not act decisively now, within 5 years the Twilight Ascendant will have become too large to defeat." He paused, letting his words settle. Then he continued, "I propose that we commit our full military force to a coordinated assault on the Twilight Ascendant. 8 sects, attacking simultaneously from 8 different directions, overwhelming their defenses through sheer numerical superiority. We end this now, before the transformation becomes irreversible." But the sect master of the Jade Lotus, a younger woman named Li Mei who represented an organization that had recently sent an official study delegation to observe the transformation firsthand, disagreed passionately. She had returned from that delegation with a perspective that differed radically from what the coalition had expected. To attack the Twilight Ascendant now would be to commit suicide. Military force has already failed 3 times. It will fail again. More importantly, if we attack the Twilight Ascendant while their disciples are peacefully pursuing cultivation and not threatening us, we will appear as the aggressors. We will appear as the ones trying to suppress freedom. That appearance will be worse for our organizations than any military defeat. She looked around the table at the other coalition members. I have seen what they have built there. I have studied their organizational structure, their training methods, their philosophy. I can tell you with absolute certainty that military force will not work against them, not because they have superior martial power, they do not, but because they have something far more powerful, genuine commitment from their disciples. When you send soldiers to fight, you send people who are obligated to fight, who may or may not actually want to be there. When the Twilight Ascendant defends itself, they are defended by people who have genuinely chosen to be there, who believe in what they are defending, who are willing to die not because they have been commanded to die, but because they believe in something worth dying for. That difference in motivation will defeat us every time, regardless of the numerical disparity. The sect master of the Serpent Path, a more pragmatic cultivator named Wu Sheng who led an organization oriented toward adaptation and change, introduced a third perspective. Perhaps we cannot defeat them militarily, and perhaps attacking them will alienate our disciples further. But we can still preserve ourselves by moving faster toward adaptation than our allies are moving. If we implement the 6 principles before the other sects do, our disciples will have no reason to leave. We will become the destination, not a place they are fleeing from. The sect master of Iron Mountain's response was immediate and scathing. You propose that we abandon our traditions, betray the principles that have sustained us for thousands of years, simply because one charismatic cultivator has seduced disciples into ignoring discipline and structure? This is cowardice disguised as strategy. The ancient sects did not survive this long by constantly adjusting their principles based on whatever trends emerged. They survived through unwavering commitment to proven methods. Call it what you like. The Serpent Path Master replied calmly, meeting the Iron Mountain Master's glare without flinching. But I will not watch my organization destroy itself fighting an opponent I cannot defeat through force. I will preserve my sect by changing it, rather than presiding over its slow decline as disciples leave for more appealing alternatives. Better to adapt and remain relevant than to maintain purity and become obsolete. You have already defected spiritually, another sect master said, a cultivator named Guolei from the Heavenly Thunder sect. If you implement their principles, you are no longer part of the coalition. You have become one of them. Then I withdraw from the coalition, Wu Sheng said, and he stood. I release my sect from this alliance. The Serpent Path will pursue its own path forward, which includes elements of the transformation philosophy. May you all find your own answers, whether through continued resistance or eventual acceptance of the inevitable. And in that moment, the unified alliance died, not through dramatic confrontation or explicit dissolution, but through the realization that its member sects no longer shared common cause. Some wanted to double down on military confrontation. Others wanted to preserve their traditions while selectively adopting elements of the transformation. Still others wanted to completely transform themselves, hoping that rapid adoption of the 6 principles would allow them to compete directly with the Twilight Ascendant for disciples. The council meeting ended with no formal declaration of dissolution. Instead, each sect master simply left, departing to their sect's territories to execute whatever strategy they had decided upon. Some took with them plans for intensified military preparation. Some took notes about the 6 principles, intending to study them more carefully and consider how to selectively adopt them. Some carried only the understanding that the old coalition no longer existed, that each sect would henceforth be responsible for its own response to the transformation. The grand chamber that had hosted the council meeting fell silent after they departed. The attendants who had served the council began cleaning up the remnants of the formal meal, removing dishes, and preparing the space for whatever would come next. No one knew what would come next. The coalition had defined the boundaries of Cultivation Society's conflict for 3 years. With its dissolution, the conflict itself had fundamentally changed shape. It was no longer a unified opposition against a common enemy. It had become 1,000 individual responses to the question of how to live in the new reality that the transformation had created. The coalition that had once represented a coordinated force capable of challenging the Twilight Ascendant was now simply a loose collection of separate organizations with competing interests and incompatible strategic visions. Some would go on to become some of the most progressive sects in Cultivation Society, restructuring themselves more aggressively than even the Twilight Ascendant had restructured. Some would double down on resistance, becoming even more rigid and conservative, hoping that by maintaining absolute purity, they could preserve something in the face of pervasive change. Most would find some middle ground, gradually incorporating elements of the transformation while maintaining enough of the traditional structure to preserve their identity and continuity with their past. Chapter 63. The unexpected conversion among the conservative sects. None had fought harder against the transformation than the Eternal Law sect, an ancient organization devoted to preservation of cultivation practices that dated back to the founding age of civilization. Its traditions were not merely old, they were sacred, preserved intact across millennia, practiced by tens of thousands of disciples precisely because they represented an unbroken lineage reaching back to the earliest masters. The Eternal Law sect occupied a unique position in cultivation society. Whereas other sects had gradually evolved and adapted their practices over the centuries, developing new techniques and refining old ones, the Eternal Law sect had maintained a fierce commitment to exact preservation. Every meditation technique was performed exactly as it had been performed 3,000 years ago. Every martial form was executed with the same movements, the same rhythm, the same application of power that the founding masters had taught. The sect was built on the premise that the ancient masters had possessed wisdom that subsequent generations lacked, and therefore the task of each new generation was not to improve, but to faithfully transmit what had been received. The Eternal Law sect master, an aged cultivator named Xianxia who had spent 70 years within the sect and 30 years serving as its leader, had made a solemn vow that he would never allow the transformation philosophy to take root in his organization. He had instructed his disciples on how to recognize and resist the insidious nature of authentic choice, how it appealed to the ego, how it flattered disciples into believing that their personal desires were more important than the collective good, how it would ultimately lead to the destruction of order. In his formal teachings, he had explained that the transformation philosophy was fundamentally incompatible with the preservation of ancient wisdom, that it represented a kind of arrogance, a belief that current generations were wiser than the ancestors. Yet it was from the Eternal Law sect that one of the most unexpected developments emerged. A young disciple named Lin Shui, barely 25 years old and a prodigy even by the standards of the Eternal Law, had recently achieved an unprecedented breakthrough to the immortal ascension realm by integrating the 6 principles into his cultivation of the Eternal Law's traditional techniques. The breakthrough had come suddenly, in a moment of profound insight during meditation, and it had been verified by multiple senior masters who had examined his power and found it undeniable. Lin Shui had been trained in the Eternal Law sect from age 5, had spent 20 years learning the traditional forms with absolute precision, had internalized the movements so completely that his body could execute them automatically without conscious thought. He was, by any traditional standard, a perfect cultivator, a living example of how the Eternal Law's approach produced disciples of tremendous power and absolute fidelity to the ancient ways. But approximately 3 years before his breakthrough, something had shifted in his practice. He had begun, secretly and against explicit sect instructions, to read texts about the transformation philosophy. He had done this carefully, hiding his interest, reading late at night in places where he would not be observed. At first, he had read them with intellectual skepticism, looking for flaws in the arguments, expecting to find the errors that would confirm the sect master's teachings that the transformation was fundamentally wrong. Instead, he had found himself increasingly intrigued. What would happen if he applied some of these principles to his own cultivation? What would happen if he approached the ancient forms not just as forms to be replicated exactly, but as solutions to problems that might be solved in multiple ways, that might be understood more deeply through authentic engagement rather than rote repetition? This achievement was impossible, or should have been. The transformation philosophy, by all of the Eternal Law sect masters' teachings, was fundamentally incompatible with the rigorous technical discipline the sect demanded. Yet somehow, Lin Shui had managed to combine them. He had learned the techniques perfectly, executing them with absolute precision. And at the same time, he had approached the learning process as a genuine exploration of what was possible for him, rather than as rote memorization of predetermined forms. The result was not a weaker version of the technique. It was a stronger version, one that had evolved based on his genuine understanding of the principles underlying the technique, rather than simple mechanical repetition. He had become not merely a skilled practitioner of the Eternal Law's sword forms, but an innovator who had refined them through authentic engagement with the material. His movements were more efficient, more powerful, more adapted to the realities of actual combat, while still preserving the essential elements of the ancient forms. He had discovered that understanding the purpose of a movement allowed him to execute it more effectively than if he simply replicated the form without understanding. Xianxia faced an enormous problem. He could not claim that Lin Shuai had somehow corrupted or compromised the ancient teachings. The results were objectively superior. The breakthrough to immortal ascension was real, undeniable, and it had been achieved precisely by integrating the transformation philosophy into the practice of the traditional forms. To deny this was to deny empirical reality, and Zheng Lai, whatever his ideological commitments, was fundamentally someone who valued truth. The sect master had two choices: publicly denounce Lin Shuai for heresy and attempt to suppress his approach, which would only serve to advertise that the eternal law teachings could produce better results when combined with the transformation, or accept that the transformation was compatible with traditional training and begin systematically reconsidering what he had assumed about the incompatibility. He made the choice that would define his final years. He invited Lin Shuai to teach the broader eternal law sect about how he had achieved his integration, and he listened, really listened, without trying to find hidden errors or contradictions. Lin Shuai explained that he had approached the ancient forms not as fixed artifacts to be preserved exactly, but as solutions to fundamental problems in martial practice. By understanding what problem each form solved, he could execute it with perfect fidelity to the original intention while also adapting its application to his own specific strengths and weaknesses. And in listening, Zheng Lai began to understand that the eternal law sect's practices were not threatened by the transformation philosophy. They were complemented by it. Precision and authentic choice were not opposites. You could practice ancient forms with perfect technical accuracy while simultaneously engaging with them as genuine expressions of your own path. In fact, genuine understanding of why a form worked made you more likely to execute it correctly, not less. The eternal law sect would not become the Twilight Ascendant. It would remain devoted to the preservation and refinement of ancient techniques. But it would do so within a framework that allowed disciples to engage authentically with those techniques, rather than treating them as arbitrary rules to be followed without understanding. It would become a sect that preserved tradition while allowing genuine innovation within that tradition. And that synthesis would make it not weaker but stronger, attractive to both disciples devoted to authentic cultivation and those committed to preserving and honoring the wisdom of the past. Chapter 64. The Renaissance unfolds. 3.5 years after Shen Dao had made his decision to transform assassins rather than kill them, a new phenomenon began spreading through cultivation society, one that even Shen Dao had not anticipated. Cultivation techniques that had been thought static and unchanging for centuries began to evolve, refined by disciples who approached their practice with both perfect technical discipline and genuine personal investment. The effect was synergistic. Discipline without authentic engagement produced mechanical technique, while authentic engagement without discipline produced scattered practice. But when the two were combined, something more powerful emerged. Masters who had trained their entire lives to transmit ancient knowledge exactly as they had received it discovered that their disciples were producing better results by genuinely understanding the principles underlying those techniques, rather than simply repeating forms without comprehension. The transformation was no longer confined to management philosophy or social structure. It was beginning to affect the very core of cultivation practice itself. In the Eastern Mountains, disciples of the Moonrise sect discovered that meditation techniques that had been practiced for 3,000 years could be refined when approached as genuine explorations of consciousness, rather than as rote procedures to be executed without thinking. The standard meditations began to evolve, not in ways that contradicted the original principles, but in ways that made those principles more effective, allowing practitioners to reach deeper states of consciousness more reliably. Disciples found that by understanding what each meditation was trying to accomplish, understanding the intention behind the form, they could adjust their approach based on feedback from their own practice, modifying subtle aspects of the technique to make it work better for their particular mind and temperament. In the Western deserts, the martial techniques of the Sand Serpent sect underwent unexpected evolution when disciples realized that understanding the physics underlying the movements made them far more powerful than merely imitating the superficial forms. Senior masters who had thought they had perfected their art over 50 years found themselves being taught refinements by junior disciples who had bothered to actually understand what they were doing rather than simply executing patterns. A young woman named Xue discovered that the Sand Serpent's signature technique, which had been taught the same way for 800 years, could be made 50% more powerful by adjusting the angle of the body's position by just a few degrees. An adjustment that became obvious once she understood the geometric principles underlying the technique. The sand serpent's signature technique had been preserved intact for centuries, passed from master to student, executed identically across generations. It was a meditation technique designed to channel cultivated power through the body's meridians while simultaneously improving balance and martial awareness. The traditional approach to teaching it was simple. Here is the form, replicate it exactly, do not question why it is this way. But Xue had approached the technique differently. She had asked, what is this doing to my body? How is the power moving? What purpose does each positioning of the limbs serve? The more she questioned, the more she began to understand that the form had originally been developed to solve specific problems. By understanding those problems, she could understand why the form was the way it was. And once she understood the why, she could see that there were small adjustments that could make the form work even more effectively. The other masters of the Sand Serpent sect were initially resistant to Xue's suggested modifications. But when she demonstrated the improvement, performing the traditional form and then performing her adjusted version, the difference in power output was undeniable. What had been a subtle adjustment was generating results that were 50% more effective. That was not a marginal improvement. That was revolutionary. The implications were staggering. If techniques that had been thought perfect were actually improvable, what else had been accepted as unchangeable that might actually be refined through genuine understanding? More importantly, who was responsible for the innovation? Not the ancient masters who had developed the original technique, but the contemporary disciples who had actually engaged with it deeply enough to understand how to improve it. The ancient masters had created good solutions, but those solutions could be improved by people who bothered to understand the underlying principles well enough to modify them responsibly. Xun Dao received reports of all these developments from his traveling disciples, and slowly, gradually, he began to understand the true scope of what he had set in motion. He had not simply started a revolution in how sects were organized. He had started a renaissance in cultivation itself, a period of rapid refinement and innovation that was touching every aspect of how cultivators approach their practice. The period of the transformation was beginning to feel less like a disruption of ancient traditions and more like a continuation of the authentic evolution that those traditions had always undergone, before the evolution had been frozen in place by the demand for exact preservation. One evening, as he sat with Lianyu in the gardens of the Twilight Ascendant, watching the disciplined chaos of 10,000 disciples moving through their evening practices, he spoke of this realization. The gardens had become his favorite place for reflection, rows of rare plants that expressed themselves without constraint, growing in patterns that were neither random nor predetermined, each plant finding its authentic form within the constraints of its nature. I thought the transformation was about freedom, he said slowly, processing the insight as he articulated it. I thought it was about allowing disciples to be authentic, to pursue their own paths rather than being forced into predetermined molds. And that's still true. But what I didn't anticipate was that authenticity applied to knowledge would generate innovation. That genuine engagement with a practice, rather than rote repetition, would produce evolution. Yes, Lianyu replied. She had walked this garden path with him for decades, had watched him work through countless insights, had learned to be present with him in the productive struggle of understanding. When you permit people to think, they improve things. When you force them to not think, you preserve ignorance and call it tradition. But that's not quite right either, Xun Dao continued, and Lianyu smiled, because she knew that his best insights came when he was struggling to articulate incomplete understanding. The ancient masters who developed these traditions were thinking. They were innovating. They were genuinely engaged with their practices. It's only in the later generations, as traditions became fixed and mechanized, that the thinking stopped. What we've done is not introduced thinking into cultivation. We've simply created conditions where thinking can resume. We've allowed the natural process of innovation and refinement to continue, after centuries of deliberate suppression in the name of preservation. This realization changed how Xun Dao understood his role and the scope of the transformation. It was no longer enough to simply demonstrate that freedom and authenticity could coexist with discipline and effectiveness. He needed to help cultivators understand that authenticity applied to knowledge itself, that questioning, refining, improving, innovating within a tradition was not a betrayal of that tradition, but its fullest expression. A living tradition was one that evolved. A dead tradition was one that was merely preserved, maintained like a specimen in a museum. Chapter 65. The warning. By the end of the third year of widespread transformation, reports began arriving from distant sects in remote regions of cultivation society. Sects so far removed from the centers of power that they had largely avoided involvement in the conflict between the conservative coalition and the Twilight Ascendant. These sects brought news of an organization that had been watching, waiting, planning all along, biding their time until the moment was right to make their move. The Eternal Blade sect, a reclusive faction that guarded its secrets more carefully than any other organization in the cultivation world, had been tracking the spread of the transformation with cold deliberation. Unlike the other conservative sects, the Eternal Blade had never attempted military confrontation. They had simply watched, studied, learned, and planned. They had understood something that took most other sects years to grasp, that you could not defeat an idea with weapons, that military force was irrelevant against a purely ideological movement. The Eternal Blade's philosophy was simple and uncompromising. Power was what mattered. Everything else, philosophy, morality, social structures, individual desires, was irrelevant except insofar as it served the accumulation of power. The sect had produced some of the most talented cultivators in the history of civilization, individuals of such tremendous power that they had reshaped cultivation society simply through the force of their will and ability. When you had enough power, you did not need allies or public support. You did not need to convince anyone of anything. You simply exercised your will, and the world adjusted to accommodate it. The current leader of the Eternal Blade sect, a cultivator named Su Chun, had reached a conclusion that the other conservative sects had taken years to arrive at. The transformation was not a threat that could be defeated militarily, because Shun Dao was not trying to fight a military war. He was not trying to conquer territory or establish dominance. He was trying to reshape how people thought about themselves and their potential, and against that kind of ideological challenge, traditional military superiority was useless. No amount of power wielded by Eternal Blade disciples could prevent other disciples from hearing about the six principles and deciding to leave their original sections. However, Su Chun had also arrived at a different conclusion than most other sects. Rather than accept the transformation or attempt to adapt to it, the Eternal Blade would produce someone who was so vastly superior to Shun Dao in raw power that ideological superiority would become irrelevant. The Eternal Blade would cultivate a disciple of such tremendous talent that defeating her would be impossible, and more importantly, serving under her would be so appealing to ambitious disciples that they would flock to her instead of Shun Dao. If you could not defeat an idea, you could at least offer a more powerful individual who embodied an alternative approach. For the past 3 years, the Eternal Blade had been doing exactly this. The sect had taken its greatest natural talent, a young cultivator named Wei Shuo, and devoted all of its resources to her accelerated development. They had provided her with cultivation resources that exceeded anything normally available. They had her trained by the sect's most senior masters, the cultivators who had pushed the boundaries of power further than anyone else in civilization. They had focused their entire organization's energy on creating an individual of such overwhelming capability that she would overshadow Shun Dao, making his philosophical arguments seem irrelevant in the face of her superior power. Wei Shuo was, by any objective standard, a prodigy. She had been identified as exceptional at age 5, when she had demonstrated a natural facility for cultivation that appeared only once in several generations. By age 15, she was already operating at power levels that most cultivators took 30 years to achieve. By age 20, she had begun to exceed the abilities of her senior teachers. Now, at 29, she was approaching a level of power that was nearly unmatched in contemporary civilization. She had been trained to be perfect, to have no weakness, to be capable of defeating any opponent through a combination of superior speed, superior strength, superior technique, and superior understanding of martial application. The Eternal Blade's best knowledge had been imparted to her. The sect's rarest cultivation resources had been devoted to her development. Everything the organization knew about the cultivation of power had been concentrated on making her the most powerful individual ever produced. And now, Wei Shuo was ready. She had reached a level of power that exceeded Xin Dao's by significant margins. She was faster, stronger, more skilled in combat, capable of executing techniques that Xun Dao could only theorize about. The Eternal Blade was preparing to send her to challenge him directly. It was not a military invasion or an assassination attempt or a covert operation. It was something far more dangerous, a public challenge, a demonstration that Xun Dao's philosophy, whatever its merits, was irrelevant in the face of overwhelming raw power. Wei Shuo would come before the Twilight Ascendant. She would offer Xun Dao the choice to relinquish his sect to the Eternal Blade or face her in combat that he could not win. And when Xun Dao refused, because the cultivators who followed him would not abandon him even if it meant certain death, Wei Shuo would defeat him, demonstrating conclusively that power still mattered more than philosophy, that strength was still the ultimate arbiter of authority. The warning came to Xun Dao through a former Eternal Blade disciple who had defected 6 months earlier, a young woman named Chun Yu, who had been part of Wei Shuo's training cohort, but had decided that the Eternal Blade's approach to cultivation was hollow. The young woman had been there when Su Chun had announced Wei Shuo's readiness to the sect's inner council, and she had immediately left the sect to warn the Twilight Ascendant of what was coming. She is truly exceptional, the defector told Xin Dao quietly, in a private meeting in his chambers. I have trained beside her for 4 years, and I can tell you with absolute certainty that there is no one in the Twilight Ascendant who can defeat her. Not Lian Yu, not any of your senior disciples, not anyone. She has been cultivated specifically to be unstoppable, and she will be. That's the point. The Eternal Blade is not trying to argue philosophy with you. They are trying to prove that philosophy is irrelevant, that power is what matters, that in the end, the strongest always wins. Xin Dao listened carefully, and then he did something that the defector had not expected. He laughed, not mockingly, not dismissively, but with genuine warmth and amusement, the laughter of someone who had been waiting for this and was not surprised to see it arrive. Of course they are, he said. Of course that's their strategy. And by the logic of power, by the traditional understanding that stronger people defeat weaker people, that victory is measured in martial superiority, that authority flows from the ability to defeat all challengers. Their strategy makes perfect sense. But that is precisely what I am trying to transform. The long preparation. Inside the Eternal Blade, while the transformation philosophy was spreading across cultivation society, and Xun Dao was learning to manage the complexities of a movement that no longer depended solely on him. Wei Shuo had spent the past 3 years in isolation at the Eternal Blade sect's deepest training chambers. The sect had constructed a facility specifically for her development, a place where every environmental factor could be controlled to optimize cultivation. The air itself was enriched with cultivated essence, creating an environment where every breath she took accelerated her development. The ground beneath her feet was inscribed with subtle formations that enhanced the transfer of power from the earth into her body. She trained 12 hours a day, every day, without break or reduction in intensity. The senior masters of the Eternal Blade sect took turns personally instructing her, each one bringing their own understanding of power to bear on her development. She learned the signature techniques of each master, integrating their approaches into her own practice. She learned forms that had been guarded for centuries, techniques so powerful that they were taught only to the most trusted disciples of the sect. But she also learned something that went deeper than technique. She learned to understand power itself, to perceive the subtle ways that cultivated energy moved through the body, to sense where inefficiencies existed in even the most refined movements. The masters taught her that power was not random, not mysterious, but followed understandable principles. If you understood those principles, you could optimize and refine indefinitely. By the 3rd year of her training, Wei Shuo had surpassed every single one of her instructors in raw power. This was not a matter of opinion or subjective assessment. It was objectively measurable. When she struck a test stone, her impact left deeper impressions than any of the masters could create. When she moved through a set of combat forms, she executed them with speed and precision that exceeded what the masters could achieve. She had become what the Eternal Blade sect had set out to create, an individual whose power exceeded not just normal cultivators, but the very masters who had trained her. Suqian understood what this meant. He understood that Wei Shuo was ready. She was ready to be sent into the world, ready to face Shen Dao, ready to prove that in a direct confrontation between supreme power and philosophical ideology, power would always dominate. Chapter 66. Preparation without fear. News of Wei Shuo's challenge began spreading through cultivation society within days, traveling through networks of disciples and intersect communications faster than any traditional messenger could have delivered it. The response was exactly what the Eternal Blade had calculated it would be: panic, fear, uncertainty. Shen Dao was not invulnerable. He was actually in danger. The transformation was not inevitable. It could be defeated, and it could be defeated by overwhelming force. The effect on cultivation society was profound. Many disciples who had been considering defecting to the Twilight Ascendant suddenly reconsidered their plans. If Shen Dao could be defeated, was the transformation really permanent? Would it survive his death? Should they commit themselves to a movement that might be eliminated within months? Conservative sects that had been preparing for adaptation suddenly reconsidered their strategies. Perhaps if they held on a bit longer, if they reinforced their resistance, the problem would solve itself when Wei Shuo defeated Shen Dao. But the response was also something the Eternal Blade had not fully calculated: determination. The disciples of the Twilight Ascendant, upon hearing that their founder might face defeat, did not abandon him or the sect. Instead, they became more committed. They trained harder. They studied the martial techniques more carefully. They prepared to stand beside him in whatever was coming. The news that Shen Dao might die in combat made the importance of what he had taught them seem more urgent, more precious, more worth preserving. Shen Dao called together his senior disciples and explained the situation to them clearly, without minimization or false reassurance. He did not pretend that Wei Shuo was not dangerous. He did not claim that the Twilight Ascendant would definitely survive her challenge. He simply told the truth about what was coming and what it would mean. Wei Shuo will probably defeat me in direct combat, he told them. She has been trained specifically to be superior in martial power, and she has succeeded. If she arrives here and challenges me, and if I accept that challenge, I will likely die. That is the honest assessment of the situation. I do not say this to be melodramatic or to encourage despair. I say it because it is true, and you deserve to understand what you are facing. Then do not accept the challenge. One of his senior disciples, a young woman named Fei who had been with the sect since its earliest days, said immediately, "Turn her away. Refuse to fight her. Let her stand outside our gates with her challenge unanswered. Make her decide whether she wants to kill an unwilling opponent or whether she has other purpose she wants to accomplish. And confirm that our philosophy cannot survive confrontation with superior power." Shen Dao replied, "If I refuse to face her, the message will be, come at us with overwhelming force, and we will hide. We will retreat into our sect and close the gates and hope that you lose interest. The transformation survives only if it can survive that test. If authentic philosophy, authenticity, and genuine commitment to serving others cannot stand against superior martial power, then perhaps the transformation is not as valuable as I believe it to be. Then we will all die with honor." Another senior disciple said, a martial master named Feng who had trained thousands of disciples, and several others nodded in agreement. "We will fight beside you and stand for what we believe in, even if it costs us our lives." "No," Shen Dao said firmly. "You will not fight her. I will not ask any of you to face her. Her challenge is to me personally, not to the sect as a whole. And when she arrives, I will ask all of you to simply watch, to observe what happens, and to learn from it, whatever the outcome is. The transformation does not depend on me surviving this encounter. It depends on the principles enduring, regardless of whether I live or die. If I die and you have learned those principles deeply, the transformation will continue through you. But if you die with me, trying to protect me through force, then we will have failed the transformation, because we will have said that power matters more than principle." Over the following weeks, Shen Dao did something that surprised most of his disciples. He intensified his own cultivation practice. Not to try to defeat Wei Shuo, he did not believe that was possible, but to refine his understanding of his own power, to bring himself closer to the edge of what was theoretically possible for him. He had learned, over 300 years of life, that you could sometimes understand things about yourself that you could only discover through intensive personal practice, through pushing yourself against your own limits. He meditated on the principles underlying his cultivation. He practiced the techniques that allowed him to transform hostile intent into cooperative potential, refining them to the point of absolute precision. He explored the deepest aspects of how his power actually worked, not to try to defeat a superior opponent, but to understand fully what he was, to integrate every aspect of his own capabilities into a unified whole. In a strange way, Xianxia realized he was approaching his potential death the same way he approached everything else, as an opportunity for genuine growth and authentic engagement. He was not preparing to defeat Wei Shuo. He was preparing to encounter her as fully and authentically as possible, whatever the consequences. He was preparing to stand before her not as someone trying to win, but as someone fully present to the reality of what was about to unfold. Lian Yu watched his preparation with a complex mixture of emotions, support for his philosophy, fear for his life, and a strange sense of peace that came from understanding that her partner had truly, genuinely embraced the logic of his own teachings. He was not claiming to be fearless. He was simply choosing to face his fear directly, to engage with the reality of his situation authentically, rather than trying to deny or suppress the danger. "You are genuinely not afraid?" she asked him one evening, as they practiced meditation together in the gardens where they had spent countless nights over the decades. "I am afraid," he replied. "Fear is the natural response to mortality. I am not trying to suppress it or transcend it. I am simply refusing to let it dictate my choices. Wei Shuo will arrive, or she will not. I will face her, or I will not. But whatever happens, I will face it as myself, not as someone trying to pretend to be something I am not. That is what I have been teaching all these years. Not that fear disappears when you are authentic, but that authenticity allows you to act despite fear, to move forward while acknowledging what you are afraid of, to choose your principles even when those principles put you in danger." Chapter 67. The arrival. Wei Shuo arrived at the gates of the Twilight Ascendant on a cold morning in the first month of winter, when the mountains were beginning to frost and the world was settling into the contemplative season. She was accompanied by a small retinue of attendants from the Eternal Blade sect, perhaps a dozen disciples who had come to witness and verify the outcome of the challenge. She walked through the outer gates of the Twilight Ascendant with absolute confidence, the kind of movement that comes from having never encountered an opponent you could not defeat. Her path had been cleared by her power. Literally, disciples at the gates had felt the overwhelming presence of her cultivated strength and stepped back rather than challenge her passage. The security guards of the Twilight Ascendant, upon seeing her arrival and understanding who she was, moved to intercept her. But Xianxia had prepared them for this, giving them explicit instructions 3 months earlier when news of Wei Shuo's approach had become certain. They were instructed to allow her to pass without resistance, to grant her access to the sect, to treat her not as an enemy, but as a guest who had come for a specific purpose. The guards hesitated for only a moment before stepping aside, allowing this killer, this perfectly crafted weapon designed by the Eternal Blade, to walk into the heart of their sect. Wei Shuo moved through the outer grounds of the Twilight Ascendant with keen observation, studying the structure of the sect, noting how disciples worked together, observing the relationships between masters and students. She cataloged everything for later report to her sect: the lack of visible fortifications, the absence of watchers at strategic locations, the casual way that disciples moved through shared spaces without clearly defined protocols of hierarchy or authority. Everything she saw reinforced what she had been taught, that the Twilight Ascendant was strong because it had eliminated the weaknesses that came from conflict and competition, but that this strength was fundamentally vulnerable to superior force. Remove the illusion of democratic governance, establish clear hierarchy through overwhelming power, and the sect would restructure itself around that new reality, as all organizations do. That was her task, not to destroy the sect, but to demonstrate that superior power could reshape it into a hierarchy with the Eternal Blade at the apex. When they met in the Great Hall of the Twilight Ascendant, with thousands of disciples watching from above in the galleries and along the elevated viewing platforms, Wei Shuo made her formal statement. Her voice was clear, precise, and completely free of hostility. She was not angry at Xianxia. She was simply executing a task she had been cultivated to execute, delivering a message that had been entrusted to her by the Eternal Blade Sect. "I am Wei Shuo, of the Eternal Blade Sect," she said. "I have come to challenge you to combat, publicly, here and now. If you defeat me, the Eternal Blade will acknowledge your superiority and cease opposition to your sect. If I defeat you, your sect will acknowledge the Eternal Blade's superiority and accept integration into our organization. This is the formal challenge." The challenge hung in the air for a moment. This was the kind of formal combat challenge that was traditional in cultivation society. Clear rules, clear outcome, clear implications. It was a framework that everyone understood. It was exactly what the conservative sects believed in, that questions of authority and legitimacy could be settled through martial combat, that power could be the arbiter of truth. Shen Dao listened carefully, and then he did something that was not part of the traditional framework of such challenges. He asked a question that questioned the fundamental premise of the challenge itself. "Why?" he asked. "Why does your sect believe that martial superiority should determine philosophical superiority? Why do you believe that power should dictate truth?" Wei Shuo paused. This was not the response she had been trained to expect. In her preparation, Shen Dao was supposed to either accept the challenge or refuse it. He was not supposed to question the fundamental premise of the challenge itself. She had been given extensive training in how to respond to either of those reactions, but not to this one. "Because power is the only objective measure," she replied, falling back on the principle she had been taught. "Everything else is subjective opinion. Power can be tested, measured, verified. It is the only truth that does not depend on belief. A stronger person will always defeat a weaker person. This is not opinion, it is observable fact. Therefore, the person who is strongest is the person who is right, because reality itself will confirm their position." "But the question we are addressing is not about power," Shen Dao continued. And suddenly, he was addressing not just Wei Shuo, but the thousands of disciples watching from the galleries, the attendants from the Eternal Blade Sect, everyone present. "The question is, what kind of world do we want to create? What kind of relationship do we want to have with our own growth and with each other? Those are not questions that can be answered by martial combat. They are questions that can only be answered by millions of individual choices about who we want to be and what we want to create together. You can use power to force people to live in a particular kind of world, but you cannot use power to make that world actually the one they genuinely want to live in, if they have known the alternative." He paused, looking directly at Wei Shuo. "The Eternal Blade's philosophy is based on the assumption that power determines everything. But I have been trying to demonstrate, for years now, that this assumption is false, that there are some things power cannot determine, some questions that power cannot answer, some aspects of human existence where overwhelming force is irrelevant." "Then you are accepting defeat," Wei Shuo said, and there was something like disappointment in her voice, not because she wanted him to refuse, but because her entire framework for understanding this interaction was being rejected. "You are conceding that the Eternal Blade is superior." "No," Shen Dao said calmly. "I am accepting that the Eternal Blade will try to prove something, and they will succeed in proving it. They will prove that they have successfully cultivated an individual of tremendous power. But that is not the question we should be asking. The question is not who is stronger. The question is what kind of world do we want to live in? And to that question, superior martial power is irrelevant. Even if you defeat me, even if you kill me, the question of what kind of cultivation society we want will still exist, and it will still be answered by millions of disciples making their own choices, not by my personal survival." And with that, Shen Dao stood and walked toward the combat arena. Chapter 68. The impossible outcome. The fight lasted longer than anyone expected. Wei Shuo was faster than Shen Dao, stronger, more skilled in martial technique. She executed movements that seemed physically impossible, attacks that arrived from angles that should not have been accessible, defenses that anticipated Shen Dao's countermoves before he made them. Her training had been flawless. Her power was undeniable. She was everything the Eternal Blade had promised, a perfect warrior, an unstoppable force. The audience watched in a state of mounting anxiety. Shen Dao was being overwhelmed. His defensive movements were becoming slower, more desperate. It appeared to everyone watching that he was losing. That Wei Shuo was exactly what the Eternal Blade had claimed, a superior cultivator who would eventually wear him down and deliver the finishing blow. But Xianxia did not try to defeat her. Instead, he did something far more interesting. He adapted to her, learned from her, adjusted to her attacks without meeting force with force. When she threw a devastating punch aimed at his chest, he did not block it. Instead, he moved his body in a way that allowed her power to pass by him rather than meet it directly. His shoulder rotated slightly, drawing the punch through empty space rather than into impact. When she launched into her signature technique, a complex combination of movements designed to overwhelm through sheer speed and power, he did not attempt to counter it. Instead, he incorporated the elements of her attack into a larger pattern, moving in ways that complemented her strikes rather than opposing them. If she moved left, he moved right, creating space where there was collision, guidance where there was force. The combat became less like a fight and more like a dance between two skilled performers, where one dancer had been trained to overcome all opponents through force, and the other dancer had been trained to flow with whatever came, to adapt, to find balance rather than to dominate. The audience began to recognize the strange grace of what was happening, not the beauty of a victor triumphing over a defeated opponent, but the beauty of two people moving together in perfect complementarity, each response flowing from the other, creating a pattern that was almost meditative in its grace. After 2 hours of continuous combat, 2 hours during which Wei Shuo had thrown hundreds of attacks, each one perfect in execution, each one powered by her overwhelming cultivated strength, the moment of critical importance arrived. Wei Shuo struck what should have been the decisive blow, a technique that the Eternal Blade had trained her in exclusively for this purpose. The technique integrated her entire body's power into a single point of impact aimed directly at Xianxia's heart. It was technically perfect, executed with the precision that came from 1,000 repetitions. It was powered by strength that would have shattered mountains, would have torn through stone fortifications, would have destroyed virtually any physical object. It was, by any objective standard, an unstoppable attack. Xianxia did not block it. He did not evade it. Instead, at the moment of impact, he did something that seemed like suicide. He opened himself to it. He dropped his defenses completely. He stopped resisting. He let her power enter him fully, surrendering to the force that was coming toward him at lethal speed. And in that moment of complete openness, something unexpected happened. Her power did not damage him, because he was not opposing it. Instead, it passed through him, channeled by his cultivated understanding of how to flow with rather than resist overwhelming force. His awareness expanded to encompass the incoming attack, receiving it completely, directing it through channels of his body that had been cultivated to conduct force rather than to resist it. The power that had been so devastating when directed against resistance became harmless when it encountered no opposition, like water flowing downhill, powerful but not destructive, simply moving according to its nature. Wei Shuo, having put all of her remaining power into the attack and expected to meet the resistance that she had been trained to overcome, suddenly found herself completely off balance. All her strength had been expended into an attack that had met no opposition, like trying to punch water that simply parts and flows around the blow. Her entire body was committed to the forward momentum of her killing technique, and there was nothing to push against, nothing to anchor her power. For the first time in her life, she stumbled. Her feet slid on the stone floor. Her forward momentum carried her past Xianxia, and she lost her perfect balance. For the first time, she found herself vulnerable, completely exposed, without the defensive positioning that had always kept her safe. And Xianxia, rather than taking advantage of this moment to defeat her, rather than executing the killing blow that would have ended the challenge definitively, did something that astonished everyone watching. He extended his hand to help her regain her balance. "You are more powerful than I am," he said, as she stared at his offered hand in incomprehension, her mind struggling to understand what had just happened. "You are faster, stronger, more skilled in martial technique. But power is not the same as understanding. You have been trained to defeat opponents by overwhelming them with force, to apply superior strength to solve any problem. But what happens when force is not the answer to the question being asked? What happens when the problem is not how to defeat your opponent, but how to help them discover something they had never known was possible?" Wei Shuo took his hand. and he pulled her upright with strength and gentleness both, his grip firm but not dominating, offering support without imposing authority. "I do not understand," she said, and for the first time, there was genuine uncertainty in her voice, a crack in the absolute confidence that had defined her entire life. "I know," Xianxia replied. "That is the point. The Eternal Blade has trained you to believe that understanding is not necessary, that raw power is sufficient to solve any problem. But it is not. There are problems that power cannot solve. There are questions that power cannot answer. And you have been given tremendous power and almost no preparation for the situations where that power is irrelevant." He turned to address the watching disciples, and his voice carried the weight of genuine emotion, not of anger or fear, but of compassion for the young woman who had been cultivated as a weapon and given no preparation for what came after the weapon was used. "This is what I want to transform," Xianxia said. "Not the power itself. Power is valuable. Strength is valuable. But we have built a system where the most talented individuals are given nothing but power, no genuine understanding of how to use that power in service of authentic human flourishing. Wei Shuo is a marvel of cultivation, faster, stronger, more skilled than I could ever be. But she has been trained to believe that these qualities are sufficient. They are not. And that is the tragedy, not of her failure, but of her cultivation." Chapter 69. The transformation deepens. Wei Shuo's arrival at the Twilight Ascendant was supposed to have been the Eternal Blade's final solution, the demonstration that power could still dominate philosophy, that strength was still the ultimate determinant of authority and righteousness. Instead, it became the catalyst for something the Eternal Blade had not calculated: the public acknowledgement that the Eternal Blade's entire approach to cultivation was incomplete. Wei Shuo did not return to the Eternal Blade sect. Instead, she chose to remain at the Twilight Ascendant, ostensibly to study the philosophy that had allowed Xianxia to transform her attack into an opportunity, to maintain balance in a situation where she had expected opposition. In reality, she was beginning the process of discovering what it meant to be cultivated as an individual rather than as a weapon, a tool, an instrument designed to serve a specific purpose. The first few weeks were difficult in ways that she had never anticipated. Wei Shuo had been trained her entire life to evaluate herself based on martial superiority, to understand her worth through her power relative to others. Every day in the Eternal Blade had included measurement, comparisons with senior disciples to see if she was advancing fast enough, testing against previous records to see if she was improving, constant evaluation and ranking. Living in a community where martial superiority was not the primary measure of worth was profoundly disorienting. She discovered that disciples who were less powerful than her in absolute terms were sometimes more influential in community decision-making, not through force but through the respect and trust they had earned through their genuine commitment to the community's shared purposes. She found herself respecting and learning from people who could not defeat her in combat, people whose insights about human nature or cultivation philosophy or social harmony seemed more valuable than their ability to hit things hard. This realization challenged everything she had been taught about value and worth. She discovered that being powerful did not automatically make you good at teaching others. In fact, her tremendous power sometimes intimidated junior disciples rather than inspiring them. When she demonstrated a technique at full power, the junior disciples were too intimidated to ask questions or offer their own insights. She had to learn to scale her demonstrations of technique to what junior disciples could actually understand and learn from, rather than simply showing what was theoretically possible. She had to learn that teaching was a skill distinct from practicing, that helping others learn required a different kind of power than the ability to defeat opponents. She discovered that her power, which had always seemed like an unlimited good, had actually limited her in ways she had never recognized. Because she could always force her way through any obstacle, she had never developed the patience to find elegant solutions. Because she could always overcome opponents through pure force, she had never learned to actually understand what opponents were trying to do, to find ways to work with them rather than simply overwhelming them. Her power had been both a gift and a prison, giving her capability but denying her the necessity to develop subtlety or nuance or genuine understanding. The transformation of Wei Shuo was gradual and sometimes painful, because it involved acknowledging that much of what the Eternal Blade had taught her, while technically correct about power, was fundamentally incomplete as a framework for living a meaningful life. It involved recognizing that she had been shaped to be a weapon when she might have been shaped to be a person, that her training had given her tremendous capability but had denied her many aspects of authentic experience. Her presence at the Twilight Ascendant had immediate ripple effects throughout cultivation society. The Eternal Blade had sent their greatest talent to defeat Xin Dao, and she had not returned. This was not because she had been defeated in combat. By any martial measure, Wei Shuo was still more powerful than Xin Dao. It was because she had encountered something that power could not defeat, a genuine alternative way of understanding what it meant to be a powerful cultivator. For the first time, the Eternal Blade sect faced the possibility that their entire philosophy might be fundamentally flawed. If their most perfect product, the individual they had cultivated with every advantage, every resource, every opportunity, had chosen to abandon their framework, then perhaps that framework was not as complete as they had believed. Perhaps the single-minded pursuit of power had costs that the sect had never acknowledged. Perhaps creating a perfect weapon did not create a perfect person. At the same time, Wei Shuo's presence at the Twilight Ascendant was having another effect. She was the most powerful disciple the sect had ever had. She exceeded Xin Dao in martial ability. She exceeded Lian Yu in speed and technique. She exceeded even the most senior disciples in raw power. And yet, she was engaging with the community as an equal, contributing her strength to the service of others rather than using it to accumulate personal authority. She was learning to use her power in new ways, ways that strengthened the community rather than dominating it. Her example was transformative. Young disciples who had always believed that the goal of cultivation was to become powerful enough to dominate others saw, in Wei Shuo, someone who was more powerful than anyone in the sect and yet chose to be subordinate to no one. Not because she refused authority, but because she understood that authentic authority came from genuine commitment to shared purpose, not from the ability to force others to obey. She demonstrated that the most powerful person in a community could also be the most humble, the most collaborative, the most dedicated to helping others succeed. Thousands of disciples from other sects, disciples who had always assumed that the Twilight Ascendant's philosophy was a philosophy of weakness, that only those too weak to truly dominate others would choose its principles, began to reconsider their assumptions. If Wei Shuo, the most powerful cultivator of her generation, chose to embrace the transformation philosophy, then perhaps the philosophy was not about weakness at all. Perhaps it was about a deeper understanding of what power actually meant, what it could be used for, how it could serve purposes other than domination. Chapter 70. The restructuring of civilization. By the beginning of the 5th year after Xin Dao's first decision to spare the lives of his assassins, cultivation society had undergone a transformation so complete that elder cultivators could barely recognize the world they had known for centuries. The power structures had shifted. The authority relationships had been reorganized. The very definition of what it meant to be a powerful cultivator had changed. The old conservative sects still existed, but they had become smaller, more specialized organizations devoted to preservation and study of ancient practices rather than centers of cultivation authority. The Eternal Law sect was a perfect example, still devoted to the careful study and preservation of ancient techniques, but now within a framework that allowed for genuine understanding and authentic innovation. The sect had not diminished in power. In fact, with the addition of innovative refinement to the preserved techniques, it had become stronger. But it had diminished in influence over broader cultivation society, as disciples who wanted both preservation and innovation could now find what they sought. The new dominant sects were those that had embraced the transformation philosophy while maintaining discipline and tradition. These sects had demonstrated that you could have both strict training and authentic choice, powerful technique and personal expression, preservation of tradition and continuous innovation. They had become attractive destinations not just for disciples seeking freedom, but for serious cultivators who wanted to develop genuine power. The Twilight Ascendant itself had grown to such size that it had become necessary to establish semi-autonomous daughter sects in different regions, allowing disciples to pursue the transformation philosophy without necessarily relocating to the heart of the organization. These daughter sects maintained communication and shared principles with the mother sect, but operated independently in terms of day-to-day governance and decision-making. The result was a kind of interconnected network of organizations, united by philosophical commitment but diverse in practical expression. Cultivation education had undergone fundamental restructuring. Where disciples had once been trained through rote memorization and unquestioned obedience, now they were trained through dialogue, through questioning, through collaborative exploration of techniques and principles. The result was faster advancement, deeper understanding, and more durable learning. Disciples were not learning techniques that they might forget when the external pressure to remember was removed, but rather internalizing principles that would guide their practice for the rest of their lives. In the old system, a teacher would demonstrate a technique, the students would attempt to replicate it, and the teacher would correct any errors until the students could execute the movement exactly as shown. The learning was purely mechanical. The goal was fidelity to the form, and understanding was viewed as unnecessary. A disciple did not need to understand why a movement worked, they only needed to perform it correctly. In the new system, teachers approached training differently. They would demonstrate a technique and then ask students what they thought the technique was designed to accomplish. What problem did the movement solve? What was its purpose in actual combat? Once students understood the purpose, they could practice the technique with that understanding informing their practice. The result was that they not only learned the specific form, but also learned the underlying principles that governed that form. They learned how to adapt the technique if circumstances changed, how to understand when the traditional approach might need modification, how to innovate within the tradition while respecting its foundational elements. The Council of Sect Masters had evolved into something more like a genuine collaboration among equals rather than a formal hierarchy. Major decisions were made through consensus when possible, with dissenting voices heard and respected rather than suppressed. It took longer to make decisions this way, but the decisions that emerged were stronger, more informed by diverse perspectives, more likely to be effectively implemented because they had buy-in from multiple organizations. Xun Dao had become something he had never expected to become, not a sage dispensing wisdom from on high, not a revolutionary leader organizing an uprising, but something far more complicated and far less comfortable. A figurehead who represented something larger than himself, a symbol of transformation that had outgrown its origins. His personal opinions mattered less than the principles he represented. His personal decisions were less important than the systems of decision-making that had developed in the sects that followed his philosophy. He received a formal message from the Council of Sect Masters, a governing body that had been formed to coordinate among the reformed sects and maintain common standards, inviting him to serve as the head of a new inter-sect organization devoted to fostering the spread of the 6 principles across all of cultivation society. The position would have given him significant authority, would have allowed him to shape the future development of the transformation more directly, would have positioned him as the ultimate arbiter of disputes about how the principles should be interpreted and applied. He declined, not because he opposed the work, but because he understood something crucial. The moment he accepted that role, the work would begin to depend on his continued presence. The moment his authority became essential to the functioning of the system would be vulnerable to his absence. If the transformation had truly taken root in civilization, if the principles were actually more powerful than any individual, then his personal leadership should no longer be necessary. Instead, he recommended that a council of sect masters, rotating leadership, with no single individual holding ultimate authority, take charge of coordinating the transformation across civilization. The work is no longer mine to do, he told the council members who came to convince him to accept the role. The work belongs to everyone now. My presence is no longer essential. In fact, my continued presence might prevent the next generation from fully stepping into their own authority. Allow me to step back and let others lead. The transformation will be stronger for that transition. Chapter 71. The deepest questions 5 years into the transformation, at a point where Wei Shuo had fully integrated into the Twilight Ascendant community and had begun mentoring junior disciples in techniques that combined her overwhelming power with the principles of authentic engagement. Xin Dao found himself facing a new kind of challenge that he had not fully anticipated. The external challenges that had unified the movement in its early stages were now largely resolved. With the active opposition to the transformation largely eliminated, With the conspiracy within the Twilight Ascendant addressed and resolved, with even the Eternal Blade sect beginning to restructure itself around the six principles, internal tensions began to emerge more visibly, tensions that could no longer be addressed by pointing to an external enemy as the problem. The transformation had been successful by external measures. The philosophy had spread through cultivation society faster than anyone had predicted. The civilization had restructured itself around the six principles, with most major sects now incorporating elements of authentic choice and transparent communication into their governance. The old conservative coalition had broken apart, its member sects pursuing diverse strategies ranging from complete transformation to selective adaptation. By any metric of external success, the transformation had triumphed. But success created new problems that Xianxia had not fully anticipated in the early years of his work. With less external pressure from hostile sects, with disciples no longer unified by the common goal of defending against the conservative coalition, with the existence of the transformation philosophy no longer in question, internal tensions began to emerge more visibly. These were not the tensions between the transformation and its external enemies. These were tensions within the transformation itself, between disciples with different understandings of what authentic choice meant. Some disciples had come to the Twilight Ascendant seeking freedom from constraint, and they interpreted the principle of authentic choice as permission to do whatever they wanted, regardless of impact on others. They had chafed under the restrictions of their original sects, the rules about dress, about how to address senior masters, about proper behavior and discipline, and they understood the Twilight Ascendant as a place where all restrictions could be abandoned. Their authentic choice was to live without restraint, to pursue their desires without acknowledging any obligation to the community that was supporting them. Some other disciples had sought genuine transformation and were becoming frustrated with the slow pace of actual change. They wanted to move faster, to more dramatically restructure all remaining conservative institutions, to more aggressively implement the six principles across civilization. They wanted to see faster progress, more complete victory, more obvious triumph of the transformation philosophy over the old ways. The patience required to allow change to unfold gradually, to respect the autonomy of sects that wanted to change slowly or selectively, felt to them like compromise, like betrayal of the revolutionary vision. Still, other disciples had come to the Twilight Ascendant because it was becoming fashionable to follow the new philosophy, because being part of the transformation was becoming seen as a marker of sophistication and modern thinking. These disciples had no real commitment to the underlying principles. They participated in the community because participation was rewarded, because being part of the Twilight Ascendant brought status and respect, because it was the right thing to do in the circles they wanted to move in. But they had no genuine connection to the values underlying the transformation, and their commitment was fragile, dependent on the continuation of social rewards rather than on authentic conviction. Xianxia spent increasingly large amounts of time addressing these conflicts. Not through authoritarian decree. He refused to simply order people to behave according to his preferences, because that would contradict the fundamental principles of authentic engagement that he was trying to establish, but through genuine dialogue. He would meet with disciples, listen to their concerns, help each person and group understand how their choices affected others, help them integrate their personal desires with their commitment to the community. It was exhausting work, far more exhausting in some ways than the external conflicts had been during the earlier years of the transformation, because it required him to stay present with people's pain and confusion rather than simply defeating an external enemy. External enemies could be resisted and overcome. Internal conflicts within a community that was committed to authentic engagement required a different kind of response: understanding, patience, a willingness to work through disagreements without the shortcut of imposing authority. One evening, exhausted from a full day of mediating disputes between disciples with conflicting ideas about authentic choice, one group arguing that authentic choice meant freedom to behave as they wanted, another group arguing that authentic choice only made sense within the context of community responsibility, Xianxia sat with Lianyu in their private chambers and asked the question that had been troubling him for months. Have I simply replaced the problem of external oppression with the problem of internal chaos? He asked. Before, Disciples suffered because their authentic selves were suppressed in service of institutional order. The suppression was real, the suffering was real, the constraint was undeniable. Now, some of them suffer because there is no order to suppress their demands, and the authentic selves of multiple people are in constant conflict with each other. Have I simply exchanged one form of suffering for another? Yes, Lianyu said simply. She had learned, over their decades together, when Xun Dao needed challenge more than comfort, when he needed his assumptions questioned rather than confirmed. You have not solved the fundamental problem of human civilization. You have not eliminated conflict or suffering or the genuine tension between individual desire and collective need. You have only changed its form. You have traded one problem for a different kind of problem. Then what have we accomplished? Xun Dao asked, and there was genuine weariness in his voice, the exhaustion that came from years of passionate work that had not produced the perfect results he had once hoped for. Have we simply exchanged one unsustainable system for another unsustainable system? Was the transformation a mistake, a detour that has ultimately led us back to the same fundamental problems? We have made the problem visible, Lianyu replied. She set down her tea carefully and looked at him directly, her gaze steady and unflinching. We have created conditions where the real conflicts between human needs and authentic desires cannot be hidden behind claims that this is just how things are, or authority has spoken. In the old system, conflicts existed but were suppressed, driven underground, allowed to fester. Now we have to actually solve the conflicts, rather than pretending they do not exist or using authority to force them into the background. That is harder work. But it is work with the possibility of genuine resolution, rather than work that ends in suppression and creates the conditions for future violence. Xun Dao understood what she meant. The old system had created a false peace, a kind of peace that was actually order maintained through suppression, with the underlying conflicts never acknowledged or addressed, allowed to fester beneath the surface until they exploded in violence. The new system created a more authentic chaos. Conflicts brought into the open, where they could be addressed directly through dialogue and negotiation, but without any guarantee that all of them could be resolved to everyone's satisfaction. The new system was messier, more visible, more uncomfortable to watch. But it was also more honest, more genuine, more humane. It was less comfortable than the old system. It was also more honest, more humane, and ultimately more resilient, because it did not depend on suppressing the real tensions that existed in human communities. Instead, it created space for those tensions to be addressed directly, worked through, negotiated, resolved through dialogue rather than through force or suppression. Over time, as communities gained more experience with this process, they would develop better practices, more sophisticated approaches, more elegant solutions. But even the best system would never eliminate conflict entirely. Because conflict arose from genuine tensions, tension between individual and collective, between personal desire and community need, between different visions of what a good life looked like. This realization changed how Xun Dao understood the success of the transformation. It was not a success in the sense that he had created utopia, a perfect society where all conflicts disappeared and all people were satisfied. It was a success in the sense that he had created conditions where conflicts could be addressed authentically, where people did not have to pretend that problems did not exist, where solutions could be found that actually addressed what people genuinely needed rather than simply imposing external order and calling it peace. Chapter 72. The gift of crisis. The deepest test of the transformation came not from external opposition, but from internal collapse. A large faction within the Twilight Ascendant, disciples who had come seeking freedom from constraint and interpreted that freedom as permission to exploit others, began organizing in secret, consolidating power, positioning themselves to eventually take control of the sect's resources. They took advantage of the openness of the community, the transparency about financial and resource decisions, to identify where power could be leveraged, where systems were weak to exploitation, where personal advantage could be taken. The conspiracy was led by a disciple named Huang Wei, someone who had joined the Twilight Ascendant after leaving the Iron Mountain sect. He had been attracted to the freedom and authenticity, but he had understood those concepts differently than Xun Dao had intended. For Huang Wei, freedom meant freedom from all obligations. Authenticity meant expressing his genuine desire to accumulate wealth and power regardless of impact on others. He had spent 2 years identifying allies, other disciples who shared his interpretation of authentic choice, disciples who believed that the transformation philosophy was nice in theory, but in practice meant that you had an opportunity to take what you wanted without the old restrictions preventing you. The conspiracy came to light when younger disciples, concerned about what was happening, came to Xianxia with evidence of embezzlement, of resource allocation being diverted to benefit the conspiracy members, of decisions being made through back channels rather than through the transparent community processes that the sect was supposed to follow. The evidence was overwhelming and undeniable. Huang Wei and his faction had been systematically stealing from the community's shared resources, using their knowledge of the accounting systems to hide the theft in ways that would have been difficult for casual observation to detect. When Xianxia discovered the conspiracy, his first instinct was to use his authority to dissolve the group and expel the conspirators. It would have been the easy solution, the traditional solution, the solution that a normal sect master would employ. He had the power to simply order the conspirators' punishment and be done with it. Many of his senior disciples advised exactly this: immediate action, clear consequences, restoration of order. The behavior had been wrong, they argued, and wrong behavior had to be punished if the sect was to maintain any organizational integrity. But he knew that doing so would confirm everything the old conservative sects said about the transformation, that it was unstable, that it required constant intervention from authority, that it could not actually survive the problem of human selfishness and greed. It would prove that the transformation philosophy worked only as long as Xianxia was there to enforce it, and that it collapsed the moment he was no longer actively intervening in every major decision. If he used his authority to simply expel the conspirators, he would be saying that the transformation did not actually trust disciples to make their own decisions, that it required a strong leader imposing order from above, that it was fundamentally the same as every other hierarchical system of cultivation society. Instead, he did something that shocked his disciples. He publicly acknowledged that the conspiracy existed, he shared his evidence with the community at large, and he asked them to decide, collectively, how to respond to the threat. He presented the facts without interpretation, shared the evidence without judgment, and then stepped back to let the community engage with the problem directly. The disciples debated for weeks. The debates were sometimes heated, sometimes confused, sometimes productive, and sometimes going in circles. Some wanted immediate expulsion of the conspirators, arguing that they had violated the fundamental trust that the sect was built on and therefore forfeited the right to be part of the community. Others wanted to attempt rehabilitation, to offer the conspirators a chance to acknowledge what they had done, to make restitution, and to be reintegrated into the community if they genuinely committed to changing their behavior. Still others wanted to dismantle the entire structure of resource sharing that had made the conspiracy possible in the first place, arguing that transparency, without enforcement mechanisms, was insufficient to prevent exploitation. The debates revealed deep disagreements within the community about what the transformation philosophy actually meant. Did authentic choice mean that you could choose to exploit others as long as you were being authentic about your desires? Did the principle of acceptance and non-judgment mean that you had to accept wrong behavior? Did the commitment to community mean that you had to trust people even when they had broken that trust? These questions had no easy answers, and the community discovered that it had to work through them directly, without waiting for Xianxia to provide guidance. They had to develop their own understanding of where authentic choice ended and community responsibility began. In the end, the community made a decision that was complicated, imperfect, and deeply human. The conspirators were given a choice to either commit genuinely to the principles of the Twilight Ascendant or leave the sect. Those who chose to leave were granted resources for a peaceful transition. They were not punished with poverty or exile, just released from their commitment to the sect. Those who chose to stay were required to make restitution for what they had taken, and they were integrated into a new system of community oversight where resources were still shared, but with transparent accounting and periodic review by rotating committees of disciples who verified that the accounting was accurate and that resources were being allocated according to community decisions. The system was not perfect. The oversight committees sometimes became corrupt themselves, developing their own interests that diverged from the broader community's interests. The transparent accounting created new opportunities for people to obsess over fairness in ways that were counterproductive, turning financial discussions into prolonged arguments about whether every individual was receiving precisely what their contributions merited. But the system was also far more durable than either absolute trust or absolute surveillance would have been, because it maintained the principle of authentic engagement while acknowledging the reality that human beings sometimes act from greed and selfishness. Xianxia realized that this was the deepest value of the transformation. Not that it created utopia, not that it eliminated human selfishness or greed, not that it produced perfect systems or perfectly aligned communities. The transformation created conditions where problems could be addressed directly, where failures could be acknowledged and learned from, where the community could continuously adjust its practices based on actual experience rather than remaining static and rigid. The transformation was not a destination that could be reached. It was a direction of travel, a commitment to constantly questioning and adjusting based on reality. Chapter 73. The message from afar. 6 years after Wei Shua's arrival, a message came to Xun Dao from the Eternal Blade sect. Su Chun, the sect master who had cultivated Wei Shua as a weapon designed to defeat Xin Dao, had decided to step down from leadership. In his formal message of resignation, he addressed Xin Dao directly, in terms that were humble and honest in a way that few leaders in cultivation society had ever been willing to be. "You were right," he wrote. "I spent my entire life believing that power was the ultimate measure of all things. I cultivated Wei Shua to be the most powerful individual I could create, believing that overwhelming power would make her superior to everything and everyone she encountered. Instead, she chose to leave us. And in leaving, she demonstrated that I had been cultivating her incomplete. I had given her the power of a god, but the understanding of a child. I had made her capable of destroying anything, but incapable of creating anything meaningful with her power. This is the failure I am acknowledging in my resignation. I believe that if you had enough power, you did not need anything else. But that is false. Power without understanding is like a sword without a hand to wield it. It is dangerous, but not meaningful." Xin Dao read the message with complicated emotions. He felt compassion for the old master, who was finally recognizing the limitations of his philosophy at an age when such recognition might be too late to reshape his own life. He felt satisfaction that the principles of the transformation had finally reached even the most resistant of the conservative sections. And he felt something approaching grief, because understanding the error did not undo the damage that had been done through decades of incomplete cultivation. What Su Chun had recognized was something that took most cultivators years to accept. That power by itself was not sufficient for a meaningful life. A person with power, but without understanding of how to use that power in service of genuine human connection and authentic growth, was ultimately more limited, not less limited, than a person with less power but deeper understanding. Su Chin's successor at the Eternal Blade sect, a younger cultivator named Jin who had the advantage of having witnessed the consequences of the sect's exclusive focus on power, began immediately restructuring the sect to incorporate elements of the transformation philosophy. The process was slower than in other sects, because the Eternal Blade's entire identity was built around the pursuit of power. But the change was real, and within a year, the first Eternal Blade disciples were beginning to engage with their cultivation as a process of authentic development rather than merely the accumulation of force. The message from Su Chun was the final marker of a transition that had begun years earlier. The transformation had moved from being opposed by the most powerful institutions in civilization to being embraced by them. Even the organizations that had fought hardest against the change were now accepting that the change was inevitable, permanent, and genuinely better in ways that power alone could not measure. Chapter 74. The unforeseen depth. With the active opposition to the transformation largely eliminated, with the conspiracy within the Twilight Ascendant addressed and resolved, with even the Eternal Blade sect beginning to restructure itself around the 6 principles, Xun Dao discovered that the real work of the transformation was only beginning. The transformation was no longer about defeating opponents or overcoming external obstacles. It was about understanding more deeply what authentic cultivation actually meant. When there was external opposition, The community had been unified by shared purpose. When there was visible conspiracy, the community had been focused by shared threat. But now, with the external challenges diminished and the immediate internal crises resolved, Xianxia had to confront a more fundamental question. What did authentic cultivation actually mean? Once you remove the framework of opposition and struggle, he called together the most senior disciples, not to make a decision, but to explore a question that he could not answer alone. These were people who had been with the Twilight Ascendant since its earliest days, who had been there when it was just a small group of disciples gathering around a single person's vision, who had watched it grow into a movement that had transformed civilization. We have transformed how we organize ourselves, he said, addressing them in a private session in the innermost chambers of the sect. We have changed how we relate to authority and discipline. We have created conditions where disciples can be more authentic and more free. But we have not deeply examined what authenticity actually means in the context of cultivating power. We know what authentic resistance looks like. We have all practiced it. But what does authentic power look like? What does it mean to cultivate one's abilities not as tools of domination or even as tools of service, but as expressions of genuine self? The conversation that followed lasted for months. It involved hundreds of senior disciples, each contributing their understanding from their specific contexts and experiences. Senior martial masters talked about what it felt like to cultivate technique from a place of genuine interest rather than from obligation. Teachers discussed what it meant to guide disciples not toward predetermined goals, but toward the goals that the disciples themselves genuinely cared about. Administrators explored how to structure an organization that honored both individual authentic expression and collective need. Out of this conversation emerged something that was not new. It was implicit in everything Xianxia had taught from the beginning, but was now made explicit and central. The transformation was ultimately about cultivators learning to understand their own power as an expression of their authentic selves, not as something external that they controlled or that controlled them. A disciple's authentic power was not necessarily the most powerful power available. It was the power that flowed naturally from their genuine nature, when that nature was no longer distorted by fear or constraint or the demands of external authority. Some disciples discovered that their authentic power was tremendous. Wei Shua's authentic power was as vast as her trained power, because she had been trained to be powerful, and once she was freed from the constraint of using that power for domination, it became an expression of her genuine nature. But other disciples discovered that their authentic power was modest. They had been trained to be warriors, but their actual nature was to be teachers, and when freed to pursue their authentic path, their influence became far greater than their martial power. The deepest transformation of all was not visible from outside. It was the subtle shift in how disciples related to their own cultivation. No longer were they pursuing power as an external goal, something to be obtained and possessed. They were discovering what power naturally flowed from them when they stopped trying to be something other than what they actually were. Chapter 75. The integration of opposites. 7 years after Xianxia had made his original decision to spare his assassins, a new kind of integration began taking place in cultivation society. The distinction between the conservative sects and the transformed sects began to blur, not because the conservative sects abandoned their traditions, but because the transformation principles were proving compatible with preservation of tradition. The old conflict between tradition and innovation, which had seemed fundamental and irresolvable, began to dissolve as people understood that authentic engagement with tradition naturally led to innovation. Tradition was not a fixed artifact to be preserved exactly as it was. Tradition was a living practice, and living practices necessarily evolved as new practitioners engaged with them authentically. An elder master from the Eternal Law sect, the organization that had produced Lin Shuai, the young cultivator who had achieved unprecedented breakthroughs by integrating the 6 principles with ancient techniques, gave a formal presentation to the Council of Sect Masters about what had emerged from their synthesis. We have discovered, the elder master explained to the assembled leaders of cultivation society, that ancient traditions are often preserved not because they are perfect, but because they encode wisdom that we have forgotten how to articulate. When we permit disciples to genuinely understand the principles underlying those traditions, to engage authentically with the material rather than simply executing forms mechanically, we do not destroy the traditions. We deepen them. we discover layers of meaning and application that had been lost in centuries of rote repetition. This integration meant that the conflict between tradition and innovation, which had seemed fundamental and irresolvable, was revealed to be false. Authentic engagement with tradition generated innovation. Innovation that was grounded in genuine understanding of foundational principles was compatible with respect for tradition. You could be both conserving and advancing at the same time, if you were doing so from a place of authentic engagement rather than defensive rigidity or destructive radicalism. The philosophical schools of cultivation society began to evolve in new directions. Schools that had been purely concerned with power began exploring the ethics and aesthetics of power. Schools devoted to preserving ancient knowledge began experimenting with new applications of ancient principles. The synthesis created a period of extraordinary intellectual and practical advancement. New techniques emerged. Old practices were refined. The entire body of cultivation knowledge became more robust and more versatile. It became clear that the transformation had not replaced the old way with a new way. It had integrated the best of the old approach, discipline, precise technique, respect for foundational principles, with genuine freedom and authentic engagement. The result was something that was stronger than either approach alone could have been. Chapter 76. The ripple in the distant water reports began arriving from the most remote corners of cultivation civilization, regions so isolated that they had had minimal contact with the centers of transformation, yet where the spread of the six principles continued regardless. A sect in the far northern mountains, the Snow Peak sect, had somehow, independently, begun developing practices that aligned perfectly with the transformation philosophy, even though the sect master claimed to have never encountered Xianxia's teachings. Similar reports came from the western deserts, from island communities in the eastern seas, from hidden valleys in the central plains. When messengers were sent to investigate, they discovered something remarkable. Each of these communities had arrived at similar conclusions through different means. The Snow Peak sect master, an elderly woman named Wei Ling, had spent 40 years developing a system of cultivation based on careful observation of how human beings actually changed and grew, rather than based on ancient texts or tradition or abstract philosophy. In examining what actually worked for her disciples, what produced genuine transformation rather than merely technical advancement, she had independently arrived at principles nearly identical to the six principles. I did not know there was a name for what I was practicing, Wei Ling said, when shown the six principles. I simply noticed that the disciples who pursued their cultivation with genuine personal investment in understanding and growth achieved better results than those who practiced mechanically. I noticed that freedom to question and revise techniques produced innovation and adaptation. I noticed that transparency and accountability created stronger communities than secrecy and hierarchy. I arrived at these conclusions not through philosophical insight, but through practical observation of what actually worked. This discovery, that the six principles were not merely an innovative philosophy, but a description of how human beings actually functioned at their best, suggested that the transformation was not arbitrary. It was not Xianxia's personal innovation that happened to work, but rather his articulation of principles that were universal to human functioning. The implication was staggering. If the six principles represented something fundamental about how human beings cultivated power and authenticity, then the spread of the transformation was not dependent on Xianxia or the Twilight Ascendant. It was inevitable. Any community that genuinely engaged with the question of how to cultivate power and growth would eventually arrive at similar principles, because those principles aligned with how human beings actually functioned. This realization transformed how Xianxia understood the significance of what he had set in motion. He was not a unique genius who had discovered something that would disappear with his death. He had articulated something fundamental about human nature, and that articulation would endure regardless of what happened to him personally. The sealed circle and the path to isolation somewhere in the mountains so high and remote that few cultivators had ever heard of them. The sealed circle had built a civilization entirely unto itself. The sect had been founded, according to legend, by a cultivator who had achieved such profound understanding that he had decided to withdraw from civilization entirely, taking with him the most complete and perfect version of cultivation knowledge that he could preserve. The original founder had believed that civilization itself was a corrupting influence, that the more you engaged with other people and other sects, the more your practice became distorted by external concerns and political considerations. The sealed circle had taken that principle to its absolute extreme. The sect had built itself in complete isolation from all outside contact. New disciples were brought in only through a selection process that was hidden from the outside world, and they were raised from childhood within the sect without any exposure to the outside civilization they would eventually help defend their knowledge from. The sect maintained a complete prohibition on contact with other organizations. Knowledge was preserved exactly as it had been transmitted, with no modifications, no adaptations, no evolution. For hundreds of years, this approach had worked perfectly. The sealed circle had maintained the purity of its traditions, had prevented the corruption that seemed to inevitably affect sects that engaged with the broader world, had created a community where cultivation knowledge was preserved in pristine form, exactly as the founders had developed it. The sect's power was absolute. Cultivators trained in complete isolation, without the distraction of social relationships or community politics, reached levels of power that rivaled or exceeded cultivators from more engaged sects. But the sealed circle's complete isolation also meant that they were almost completely unaware of the transformation spreading through civilization. They knew, in abstract terms, that change was happening in the outside world. But they did not understand it, did not recognize it as a genuine threat, did not initially grasp that something was moving through civilization that could not be defeated through isolation, because isolation itself was based on a principle that the transformation was undermining. Chapter 77. The last holdout stirs. While the transformation principles were spreading to the most remote corners of civilization, one faction had remained completely and totally opposed. The sealed circle, a sect so secretive that many cultivators were not even certain they actually existed. The sealed circle had turned away from civilization entirely, building an organization based on complete isolation from outside influence, devoted to the preservation of cultivation knowledge through absolute purity of tradition. They had rejected the transformation not because they had engaged with it and found it wanting, but because they had rejected all external influence entirely. For them, the existence of the transformation philosophy was irrelevant. They had chosen not to know about it, not to engage with it, to pretend that it did not exist by simply refusing to acknowledge that anything existed outside their own sealed boundaries. The sect master of the sealed circle, a cultivator named Xianxia who had not been seen in public for 30 years, had recently made a decision that shocked even those who knew of the sect's existence. He would send one final challenge to Xianxia, not in the form of a powerful disciple seeking combat victory, but in the form of an assassination attempt by the sect's single greatest talent. An individual who had been cultivated from birth in complete isolation, trained in a technique so powerful that it had no known counter, and released into the world with a single purpose. The assassin's name was Lin Rong, and she was young, barely 25, with the kind of lethal perfection that came from being cultivated entirely for one purpose. She had spent her entire life in isolation, trained in combat forms that had been preserved intact for over 1,000 years, trained to regard her purpose not as a burden, but as the fulfillment of her nature. She did not carry weapons because she did not need them. Her body was a weapon, trained to operate with absolute precision, capable of delivering attacks that no one in civilization could defend against, her mind conditioned to see the elimination of her target not as a moral failing, but as the highest expression of duty and honor. And she came to kill Xianxia. Chapter 78. The final threat. News of Lin Rong's presence in the outer provinces began reaching the Twilight Ascendant in fragmented reports. A village had been found empty, not destroyed, but completely depopulated, as if the residents had been erased from existence. The houses were still there, the fields were still there, but the people were gone. No bodies, no signs of struggle, no evidence of what had happened. Just an absolute absence of life. A minor sect had been discovered completely emptied of life. The disciples were dead, arranged in perfect rows as if they had been lined up and executed. Their most talented cultivators had been killed first. This was clear from the arrangement of the bodies. The sect's resources were intact but unguarded because there was no one left alive to guard them. Every single person who lived in that sect was dead, and the deaths had been carried out with such precision that they almost appeared to be a ritual, a ceremony of elimination performed with absolute care. The pattern was unmistakable. One person, moving methodically through cultivation society, eliminating any sect that might provide shelter or assistance to Xianxia, leaving no witnesses, creating a path of absolute destruction. This was not random violence. This was systematic execution carried out with the precision of someone who had been trained to do exactly this, who understood killing not as a desperate act, but as a craft, an art form, the expression of accumulated technical skill. The methodology was clear. Lin Rong was not being subtle or hidden. She was moving directly, openly, creating a trail of devastation that was impossible to miss. She left her dead behind her, clear evidence of where she had passed. It was not assassination in the traditional sense, where the attacker would hide their approach and strike from the shadows. It was more like a declaration, a statement that she was coming and that she intended to be known. It was as if she wanted Xianxia to have time to understand what was approaching, to feel the weight of knowing that a perfect killer was walking toward him with absolute certainty of purpose. When the first explicit report reached Xianxia that an assassin was coming to kill him, sent by the sealed circle as a final gesture of opposition to everything the transformation represented, his disciples urged him to flee, to go into hiding, to preserve himself against an opponent they did not know how to defend against. "Master," Lianyu said, and there was genuine fear in her voice, something rarely heard even when they had faced military assaults from hostile sects. "You have faced many challenges, and you have overcome them through understanding and compassion. But this assassin was raised in isolation, without ever encountering the transformation philosophy. She has been trained from birth to regard killing you as the highest purpose, the fulfillment of her existence. Compassion and philosophy may not work against someone who has never been exposed to any alternative understanding." Xianxia listened to their concerns carefully, genuinely considering what they were saying. And then he refused, not out of pride or recklessness or a desire to prove something, but out of the same logic that had guided him from the beginning. "If I flee," he told them, "I confirm that the principles we have built this organization on are not actually sustainable when truly tested. I confirm that our community is as fragile as the conservative sects always claimed. I confirm that freedom and authenticity are luxuries that can only be maintained when there is no real external pressure. But that is not what I believe. I believe that authentic community, built on genuine principles, can survive genuine challenge. I believe that the transformation can survive being tested by someone like Lin Rong." He did something that his disciples found puzzling. He sent a formal invitation to Lin Rong, through channels of the sealed circle that were rarely used, inviting her to come to the Twilight Ascendant not to fight, but to be received as a guest, and offered the same choice every other defector had been offered. It was a gesture that seemed almost naive, given what was known about Lin Rong's training and her absolute commitment to her assigned purpose. How could you offer philosophical choice to someone who had been conditioned from birth to regard choice as a weakness? "She will not accept," Lianyu warned him. "She has been cultivated for this specific purpose. She will not be swayed by hospitality or philosophical argument. Compassion and friendship mean nothing to someone who has never experienced them. She is more likely to use any gesture of friendship as an opportunity to get close enough to kill you. You are setting yourself up for betrayal." "Probably not," Xianxia agreed. "But I will have made the offer, made it clear that there is an alternative to killing, made visible that I do not hate her or fear her or want to destroy her. Whatever she chooses after that, at least the choice will be made in the presence of that knowledge. I cannot control her decision, but I can ensure that she is not deciding in ignorance. I can ensure that when she stands before me, she knows that there was another possibility, even if she ultimately chooses to reject it." Chapter 79. The arrival of the assassin Lin Rong arrived at the gates of the Twilight Ascendant 5 months after leaving the sealed circle, moving with methodical purpose, carrying herself with the absolute confidence of someone who had never failed at any task she undertook. She wore simple white robes, and her hands were empty, because she needed no weapons. She was herself the instrument of death. Every cell of her body had been optimized for the single purpose of efficient killing. Every technique she had been taught was designed to eliminate threats with minimal effort and maximum certainty. She walked through the outer gates of the Twilight Ascendant with the deliberate pace of someone who was not rushing because she had no need to rush. She was confident in her power and her purpose, and that confidence gave her movements an almost meditative quality. She was not excited or angry or afraid. She was simply fulfilling her function. Xianxia walked out to meet her, alone, with no guards, with no weapons, with no defensive preparations. He simply walked to the gates and opened them, and he invited her to enter as a guest. He bowed to her with the respect that would normally be shown to an honored teacher, not to an assassin sent to kill him. For the first time in her life, Lin Rong encountered something that did not correspond to any of her training. An opponent who did not resist her approach, who did not defend, who did not attempt to overcome her or protect himself. It created a kind of cognitive dissonance that momentarily disrupted her perfect conditioning. Her entire training had been designed for combat against someone who was fighting back. Every technique she had been taught was optimized for encountering resistance. Without that resistance, her training became partially irrelevant. "I have come to kill you," she said, simply, stating her purpose as she had been trained to state her purpose. It was not a threat. It was not even a warning. It was simply a statement of fact, a clarification of her intention. "I know," Xianxia replied. "You have succeeded in killing many others. Your reputation is absolute. Your skill is unquestionable. Whatever you choose to do, I accept that choice. But before you choose, I want you to see something, to see what we have built here, to see whether what we have created here is something you genuinely wish to destroy." And he led her through the gates of the Twilight Ascendant, into the heart of 10,000 disciples, all engaged in their various practices, all working in genuine collaboration, all expressing their authentic selves in service of genuine community. For the first time in her life, Lin Rong saw something that did not correspond to any of her training. Human beings who were powerful and free at the same time, who had surrendered nothing by choosing authenticity, who had strengthened rather than weakened themselves by cultivating in community rather than in isolation. She saw disciples training together, each one pushing the other to improve, each one celebrating the successes of the others. She saw teachers working with students in genuine dialogue rather than simply transmitting technique. She saw conflict being addressed directly, through conversation and mutual understanding, rather than through force or suppression. She saw something that the sealed circle had denied her entire life: community. Chapter 80. The Question Without Answer continued. For 3 days, Lin Rong moved through the Twilight Ascendant as a guest, observing, learning, encountering something that every single fact of her training had taught her was impossible or worthless. She watched Wei Shuo teach a class of junior disciples, and she saw what no one in the sealed circle had ever shown her: that power could be generous, that strength could be used to lift others up rather than to dominate them. She sat in the gardens where Xianxia often meditated, and she felt the presence of someone whose power was absolute, but who wielded it with complete restraint. She noticed that the most respected disciples were not always the ones with the most raw power. Some of the most influential people in the sect had modest martial abilities, but tremendous clarity of purpose and genuine commitment to helping others become authentic. She experienced something that the sealed circle had never permitted: community. She was invited to share meals with other disciples, and she discovered what it meant to be part of a group not because you were ordered to be there, but because you genuinely wanted to be. She participated in a meditative practice where no one was forcing her to participate, and she discovered that she was more focused, more present, more genuinely engaged with the practice because she had chosen to be there. More profoundly, she began to notice the absence of things that her entire life had been centered around. There was no constant evaluation of her power against the power of others, no pressure to prove her superiority, no implication that her worth was dependent on her capacity to defeat all potential threats. For the first time in her 25 years of life, she was not in competition. On the 4th day, Lin Rong stood at the center of the Twilight Ascendant, surrounded by 10,000 disciples, facing Xianxia directly, and for the first time, she asked a question instead of executing a task. "Why?" she asked. Her voice was uncertain, a voice that had asked very few questions in her carefully controlled life. "Why are you not defending yourself? Why are you not afraid of what I might do? Why are you inviting your killer into your home?" Xianxia looked at her with compassion, and he answered honestly, speaking truth rather than offering false reassurance. "Because I am not afraid of you," he said. "And more importantly, I am not afraid of what you might teach us. If you kill me, That will be a tragedy, and it will be difficult for those who care about me. But it will not destroy what we have built here. The principles do not depend on my survival. The transformation does not depend on my continued presence. You cannot kill an idea. You cannot murder a movement. You can only kill a person. And I have made peace with my mortality. He paused, and then he continued, speaking directly to her in a way that acknowledged the full reality of her training and her power. But more than that, I believe that beneath the conditioning, beneath the training that has made you into a weapon, there is a person who might ask the same question I asked so long ago. What if there is another way? What if there is a path beyond killing and being killed? What if authentic power is not the power to destroy, but the power to create and connect and become yourself? He gestured to the disciples around them, the community that had been built on principles of authentic engagement, the place where power and freedom coexisted, where strength was used in service of growth rather than domination. You were raised in isolation. You were trained to see yourself as a weapon, to understand your worth through your capacity for killing. Your entire existence was shaped around a single purpose, and that purpose was to eliminate whoever was designated as your target. But what if there are other ways to understand your worth? What if you could be powerful not through what you could destroy, but through what you could create? What if you could be valuable not because you could kill your enemies, but because you could help your friends become who they genuinely wanted to be? He allowed silence to fill the space, and in that silence, the 1,000 watching disciples held their breath. This was the ultimate test of the transformation philosophy. Would it work against someone who had no previous exposure to any alternative way of being? Would it work against someone whose entire identity was built around being a weapon? I do not know how to be anything other than what I was trained to be, Lin Rong said quietly. It was not an objection or a refusal. It was a statement of fact, of her own confusion about what was being offered. I know, Xindao replied. And that is exactly why this moment matters. You do not have to know how to be something other than a weapon. You only have to be willing to discover it. You only have to be willing to ask the question of who you might become if you were not being trained for a single purpose. That is all. Everything else will unfold from that willingness. And in the galleries above, 10,000 disciples watched as a young woman, a killer trained from birth to be perfect, stood absolutely still for a long moment. In that stillness was the entire conflict of her life, the training of 30 years pulling toward obedience, toward fulfilling her purpose, toward being what she had been made to be. Against that was something new, something that had only begun to emerge in the past 3 days, the first glimmering of a sense that there might be other possibilities, other ways of being, other futures that could unfold if she simply allowed them to. The weapon lowered its hands, not because it had been defeated in combat, not because it had been overwhelmed by superior force, but because it had encountered something it had never been trained to understand, the possibility of choosing to be something other than a weapon. She did not answer Xindao's question directly. Instead, she asked a question of her own, one that contained within it the acknowledgement of her own willingness to begin the process of transformation. "Can I stay?" she asked quietly. Her voice was small, uncertain, a voice that was learning to ask for things rather than to execute commands. "Can I stay and learn what you are teaching? Can I discover who I might have been if I had been raised here instead of in isolation? Can I become something other than what the sealed circle made me into?" There was a tremor in her words, and in that tremor was the first authentic expression of her own fear and uncertainty and hope. For the first time in her life, she was speaking from her own desire rather than from her training. Xindao smiled, and he extended his hand. The gesture was simple, but it was filled with profound meaning, an invitation, an acknowledgement of her equality, a willingness to meet her not as a killer who must be contained, but as a person who was worthy of respect and care. "Yes," he said, "you can stay, you can learn, you can become whoever you choose to become. That choice, made freely, is the deepest magic of all. Not the power to destroy, not the power to dominate, but the power to choose who you want to be, and the freedom to discover what that becoming looks like." And as she took his hand, the story of the transformation entered a new chapter, not a conclusion, but a beginning. A beginning where even the most perfectly crafted weapons could choose to lay down their killing intent, where even the most isolated individuals could learn to connect, where even the most severe conditioning could be unlearned when confronted with genuine invitation to authentic choice. In the audience chamber, Lian stood and began to clap. The gesture was soon taken up by all 10,000 disciples, a wave of acknowledgement and celebration. Not celebration of victory in the traditional sense, but celebration of what had happened. Another human being had encountered the possibility of freedom, and she had chosen to take it. Another person had been given the chance to become authentic, and she had said yes. Su Chun, the former master of the Eternal Blade sect who had been observing the encounter from a position of honor in the galleries, washed with tears streaming down his face. He had been wrong about so much. He had spent his entire life believing that power was sufficient, that strength was what mattered. But here was evidence that contradicted everything he had believed. The most powerful assassin he had ever known, trained to be unstoppable, had laid down her purpose because she had been offered something better. She had chosen growth over power, connection over isolation, authenticity over conditioning. The transformation was not complete. It would never be complete. But it was real, sustainable, and spreading through civilization like roots through soil, slowly but inevitably reshaping everything it touched, turning enemies into allies, transforming assassins into disciples, and creating a world where authenticity, freedom, and genuine power could coexist and reinforce each other. For 3 days, Lin Rong moved through the Twilight Ascendant as a guest, observing, learning, encountering something that every single fact of her training had taught her was impossible or worthless. She watched Wei Shuo teach a class of junior disciples, and she saw what no one in the sealed circle had ever shown her. That power could be generous, that strength could be used to lift others up rather than to dominate them. She sat in the gardens where Shun Dao often meditated, and she felt the presence of someone whose power was absolute, but who wielded it with complete restraint. She noticed that the most respected disciples were not always the ones with the most raw power. Some of the most influential people in the sect had modest martial abilities, but tremendous clarity of purpose and genuine commitment to helping others become authentic. She experienced something that the sealed circle had never permitted: community. She was invited to share meals with other disciples, and she discovered what it meant to be part of a group not because you were ordered to be there, but because you genuinely wanted to be. She participated in a meditative practice where no one was forcing her to participate, and she discovered that she was more focused, more present, more genuinely engaged with the practice because she had chosen to be there. More profoundly, she began to notice the absence of things that her entire life had been centered around. There was no constant evaluation of her power against the power of others, no pressure to prove her superiority, no implication that her worth was dependent on her capacity to defeat all potential threats. For the first time in her 25 years of life, she was not in competition. On the 4th day, Lin Rong stood at the center of the Twilight Ascendant, surrounded by 10,000 disciples, facing Shun Dao directly, and for the first time, she asked a question instead of executing a task. Why? She asked. Her voice was uncertain, a voice that had asked very few questions in her carefully controlled life. Why are you not defending yourself? Why are you not afraid of what I might do? Why are you inviting your killer into your home? Shen Dao looked at her with compassion, and he answered honestly, speaking truth rather than offering false reassurance. Because I am not afraid of you, he said. And more importantly, I am not afraid of what you might teach us. If you kill me, that will be a tragedy, and it will be difficult for those who care about me. But it will not destroy what we have built here. The principles do not depend on my survival. The transformation does not depend on my continued presence. You cannot kill an idea. You cannot murder a movement. You can only kill a person. And I have made peace with my mortality. He paused, and then he continued, speaking directly to her in a way that acknowledged the full reality of her training and her power. But more than that, I believe that beneath the conditioning, beneath the training that has made you into a weapon, there is a person who might ask the same question I asked so long ago. What if there is another way? What if there is a path beyond killing and being killed? What if authentic power is not the power to destroy, but the power to create and connect and become yourself? He gestured to the disciples around them, the community that had been built on principles of authentic engagement, the place where power and freedom coexisted, where strength was used in service of growth rather than domination. You were raised in isolation. You were trained to see yourself as a weapon, to understand your worth through your capacity for killing. Your entire existence was shaped around a single purpose, and that purpose was to eliminate whoever was designated as your target. But what if there are other ways to understand your worth? What if you could be powerful not through what you could destroy, but through what you could create? What if you could be valuable not because you could kill your enemies, but because you could help your friends become who they genuinely wanted to be? He allowed silence to fill the space, and in that silence, the 1,000 watching disciples held their breath. This was the ultimate test of the transformation philosophy. Would it work against someone who had no previous exposure to any alternative way of being? Would it work against someone whose entire identity was built around being a weapon? I do not know how to be anything other than what I was trained to be, Lin Rong said quietly. It was not an objection or a refusal. It was a statement of fact, of her own confusion about what was being offered. I know, Xianxia replied. And that is exactly why this moment matters. You do not have to know how to be something other than a weapon. You only have to be willing to discover it. You only have to be willing to ask the question of who you might become if you were not being trained for a single purpose. That is all. Everything else will unfold from that willingness. And in the galleries above, 10,000 disciples watched as a young woman, a killer trained from birth to be perfect, stood absolutely still for a long moment. In that stillness was the entire conflict of her life, the training of 30 years pulling toward obedience, toward fulfilling her purpose, toward being what she had been made to be. Against that was something new, something that had only begun to emerge in the past 3 days, the first glimmering of a sense that there might be other possibilities, other ways of being, other futures that could unfold if she simply allowed them to. The weapon lowered its hands, not because it had been defeated in combat, not because it had been overwhelmed by superior force, but because it had encountered something it had never been trained to understand. The possibility of choosing to be something other than a weapon. She did not answer Xianxia's question directly. Instead, she asked a question of her own, one that contained within it the acknowledgement of her own willingness to begin the process of transformation. Can I stay? She asked quietly. Her voice was small, uncertain, a voice that was learning to ask for things rather than to execute commands. Can I stay and learn what you are teaching? Can I discover who I might have been if I had been raised here instead of in isolation? Can I become something other than what the sealed circle made me into? There was a tremor in her words, and in that tremor was the first authentic expression of her own fear and uncertainty and hope. For the first time in her life, she was speaking from her own desire rather than from her training. Xianxia smiled, and he extended his hand. The gesture was simple, but it was filled with profound meaning, an invitation, an acknowledgement of her equality, a willingness to meet her not as a killer who must be contained, but as a person who was worthy of respect and care. Yes, he said, you can stay, you can learn, you can become whoever you choose to become. That choice, made freely, is the deepest magic of all. Not the power to destroy, not the power to dominate, but the power to choose who you want to be, and the freedom to discover what that becoming looks like. And as she took his hand, the story of the transformation entered a new chapter, not a conclusion, but a beginning. A beginning where even the most perfectly crafted weapons could choose to lay down their killing intent, where even the most isolated individuals could learn to connect, where even the most severe conditioning could be unlearned when confronted with genuine invitation to authentic choice. In the audience chamber, Lian Yu stood and began to clap. The gesture was soon taken up by all 10,000 disciples, a wave of acknowledgement and celebration. Not celebration of victory in the traditional sense, but celebration of what had happened. Another human being had encountered the possibility of freedom, and she had chosen to take it. Another person had been given the chance to become authentic, and she had said yes. Su Chun, the former master of the Eternal Blade sect who had been observing the encounter from a position of honor in the galleries, washed with tears streaming down his face. He had been wrong about so much. He had spent his entire life believing that power was sufficient, that strength was what mattered. But here was evidence that contradicted everything he had believed. The most powerful assassin he had ever known, trained to be unstoppable, had laid down her purpose because she had been offered something better. She had chosen growth over power, connection over isolation, authenticity over conditioning. The transformation was not complete. It would never be complete. But it was real, sustainable, and spreading through civilization like roots through soil, slowly but inevitably reshaping everything it touched, turning enemies into allies, transforming assassins into disciples, and creating a world where authenticity, freedom, and genuine power could coexist and reinforce each other. Epilogue. The continuing way years later, when historians would write about this period, they would struggle to articulate exactly when the transformation had truly succeeded. There was no moment when everyone suddenly agreed that authentic choice was compatible with discipline. There was no day when all conservative sects dissolved or transformed. There was no victory celebration that marked the end of opposition and the beginning of universal acceptance. Instead, the transformation succeeded slowly, quietly, through countless individual moments when people recognized that another way was possible and chose to embrace it. It succeeded through the day that Mei left the Crimson Fist sect. It succeeded through the moment that Wei Shuo laid down her hands rather than striking the killing blow. It succeeded through the night that Lin Shuai discovered that understanding made techniques stronger rather than weaker. It succeeded through the instant that Lin Rong asked, "Can I stay?" The success of the transformation was not measured in dramatic victories or grand narratives. It was measured in the subtle shift in how cultivation society understood itself, how it valued its people, how it organized its communities. It was measured in the gradual acceptance that authenticity and power were not opposites, that freedom and discipline could coexist, that human beings thrived not when they were suppressed, but when they were given the genuine freedom to become who they authentically were. This, then, was the deepest magic, not the power to defeat enemies or overcome obstacles, not the ability to command vast armies or reshape the physical world through force. The deepest magic was the power to help another person recognize their own potential, to create conditions where authenticity could flourish, to build community not through obligation but through genuine commitment. And that transformation, once begun, could never be undone. And that, finally, was exactly as it should be. Chapter 81. The weight of legacy. The morning mist clung to the valley as Shun Dao watched the assembly from his pavilion. It was early autumn now, and the weather had turned crisp and clear, with the kind of light that made distant mountains look close enough to touch. The leaves on the great trees surrounding the compound were beginning their transformation, turning from green to gold to red in that beautiful temporary perfection before winter. He had lived 72 years by his count, and these late autumn mornings affected him in ways they had not when he was younger. Each one felt precious in a way that spring mornings never had, each one a gift that might not be repeated. He stood slowly, his joints protesting the movement. His hands bore the marks of time, age spots and tremors that betrayed the weakening of his body. But his mind remained sharp, perhaps sharper than ever, honed by decades of careful observation and reflection. What had once been the Serene Heart sect's hidden sanctuary had transformed into something beyond naming. A place where disciples from 47 different sects studied side by side, their robes a tapestry of colors that would have been unthinkable 5 years ago. The cultivation renaissance had bloomed beyond his wildest imaginings, spreading like water, finding every crevice of the fractured martial realm. Where once there had been hierarchy and competition, there was now collaboration. Where once there had been secrets jealously guarded, there was now open exchange of knowledge and technique. Below him, disciples were engaged in various forms of practice. Some practiced meditation, sitting in perfect stillness. Others practiced martial forms, their movements precise and powerful. Still others gathered in discussion circles, engaged in what appeared to be intense debate. There were healers tending to the ill and injured. There were scholars copying and discussing texts. There was a vitality here that the old system had never possessed, a sense of genuine life unfolding in real time, responding to actual circumstances rather than following predetermined scripts. Watching this, Shen Dao felt both profound satisfaction and deep unease. The transformation he had hoped for had genuinely occurred. People were learning, growing, discovering capacities they never would have developed under the rigid system. Women who would have been confined to servile roles in the old sects were now teaching, leading, innovating. People of humble birth who would have been excluded entirely from cultivation were now among the most respected teachers. Knowledge was spreading into communities that had never before had access to it. And yet, beneath this satisfaction lay a persistent worry. He could see, with the clarity that comes only at the end of a long life, that the very success of the Renaissance was creating the conditions for its own corruption. The very knowledge that was being freed was beginning to calcify into new orthodoxies. The very liberation that was being offered was beginning to be coercive for those who wanted something different. The very questioning that had been the heart of the revolution was beginning to be dogmatized. People were now questioning in prescribed ways, questioning the right things, maintaining a form of doubt that was itself becoming rigid. Trade routes carried not just goods but texts and teachings. Scholars from different traditions met in public forums to debate philosophy. Young disciples moved freely between schools, learning from multiple masters rather than binding themselves to a single sect for life. The boundaries that had once seemed impenetrable were now permeable. It was, by any measure, an extraordinary transformation. The transformation was breathtaking in its scope. He had seen former enemies sit together in meditation, their former enmity transformed into curiosity about how their rivals had approached similar problems. He had watched knowledge that had been hoarded for centuries flow freely between communities. He had observed young people ask questions that no rigid system would have tolerated, and seen elders pause to consider those questions seriously rather than dismissing them. But as he observed the younger generation training in the lower terraces, a concern had begun to crystallize in his mind, something more troubling than any external opposition. The very philosophy he'd cultivated to break chains was beginning to harden into its own kind of orthodoxy. It was a subtle transformation, almost imperceptible to those living through it, but Xun Dao had learned to recognize the signs from decades of experience within rigid systems. He could see it happening in real time. The way young disciples spoke with absolute confidence about principles that should remain open questions. The way teachers began to codify methods that were supposed to remain fluid. The way individual variation, which had been the revolution's central claim, was beginning to calcify into standardized variations. What had been a living practice was transforming into a doctrine. Master Chen approached, her footsteps deliberately heavy so as not to startle him. She had aged noticeably in the past year, her hair more silver than black now, though her eyes remained sharp as ever. The years of intensive work rebuilding the philosophical and practical foundations of cultivation had taken their toll on her body, though her mind remained as agile as ever. She moved with the careful deliberation of someone managing chronic pain, a cost she accepted without complaint. "They've made 17 different sects commit to the meditation protocols," she reported, her voice carrying a note of unease beneath the words. "The provincial governors are establishing official paths of understanding curricula in schools and academies. 3 major families have rewritten their entire training systems based on our frameworks. In some provinces, disciples are now quoting the doctrine of mutual transformation back to me as if it were written law, as if you had carved it in stone rather than offered it as one possibility among many." She settled beside him on the worn stone bench that overlooked the entire compound. "I attended a teaching session yesterday in the Western District. A master was explaining the proper meditation posture, and when I asked if variations might be beneficial for different body types, the entire assembly looked at me as if I were questioning a fundamental truth. The master cited your own writings about individual paths, but used them to justify standardizing practice. It was like watching someone quote your defense of freedom as justification for creating new constraints." Xun Dao nodded slowly, his weathered face reflecting the concerns she had raised. He had anticipated success, but this rapid calcification troubled him deeply. Success had a way of breeding its own problems. The more people accepted a philosophy, the more likely they were to stop questioning it, to treat answers as final rather than provisional. The very success that should have liberated people was now creating new constraints. He had seen this pattern countless times in the old system, but he had hoped, naively, it now seemed, that explicit teaching about the dangers of rigidity would somehow inoculate the movement against those dangers. In his mind, he reviewed the stages of institutional ossification. First came genuine discovery and innovation, when practitioners questioned everything because they had to, because the old answers no longer sufficed. Second came early success, when the new methods proved effective and people began to spread them. This was still a relatively healthy phase, because people remained aware that they were developing something new, something experimental. But then came the third phase, when success bred confidence, when the first generation of practitioners became authorities in their own right, and when the task shifted from discovery to transmission. And transmission, he had learned, was where the disease of certitude began to take hold. Tell me more about these disciples who dismissed the newcomer, Xin Dao said to Chen. What was their exact reasoning? Chen reflected for a moment, her expression troubled. They cited your principle, the one about how each person must find their own path. But they interpreted it to mean that the path we have already discovered and codified is the right path for everyone, the optimal expression of individual transformation. When the newcomer suggested a different approach to meditation, they treated it as a regression, a failure to understand that we have already solved the problem and should move on. Did they say this to her directly? Xin Dao asked. Yes, Chen said. And worse, when she persisted in trying her own approach despite their criticism, they suggested that she was being stubborn and refusing to accept enlightenment. They actually used your teachings to shame her into submission. Xin Dao closed his eyes. This was exactly what he had feared. The philosophy that was supposed to liberate people had been weaponized to enforce conformity. Not conformity to the old system standards, but conformity to their interpretation of the new system standards. I want to meet with them, Xin Dao said. These two disciples. Not to punish them, but to understand how this happened. How did they so completely invert the principles they claimed to follow? When he spoke with the disciples, two young women named Li and Shui, both in their mid-20s, he found that they were not being deliberately dishonest. They genuinely believed they were following his teachings. In their minds, they had refined the principles to their highest expression. They had discovered the optimal way, and now everyone else should follow it. But do you see, Xin Dao asked gently, that in claiming to have discovered the optimal way, you have contradicted the very principle you say you are following? The principle that each person must find their own path. No, Shui replied defensively. Because the path we have discovered is the individual's path. It is the path that honors individual uniqueness within the structure of a unified method. But that is not what I taught, Xin Dao said. I taught that the person themselves must discover their path, not that I would discover it and present it to them. With respect, Master Shan, Li said carefully, we have discovered principles you did not explicitly teach. We have refined and extended your work. Is this not what you would want from your students, that they build upon what you have created? Xin Dao paused. She was not wrong. He had hoped his students would build upon what he had created, but he had not hoped they would build it into something rigid and unquestionable. You are right that I would hope you build upon my work, he said slowly. But I would hope you do so with humility, with the understanding that your refinement might itself require refinement. I would hope you would remain open to the possibility that the path you have discovered is not the optimal path for everyone, even if it is beautiful and effective. And among our youngest students, he asked, those who came to us already knowing nothing else, those who never experienced the rigid system we fought to escape, can they understand why questioning is necessary, or do they see it as destructive? That is where the problem lies, Chen admitted, sighing heavily. Yesterday, I observed a discourse between disciples. Two younger ones were debating optimal meditation techniques with such confidence, such certainty about the correct methods. They spoke with the same absolute assurance that the old patriarchs had used. When a newer arrival suggested trying something unconventional, they dismissed her immediately, citing our teachings about finding one's own path. But they cited them as absolute law. They had weaponized the philosophy against her. They had made our philosophy into another rigid doctrine, enforced with the same intellectual rigidity that the old system had used to maintain control. She paused, looking troubled. What disturbed me most was that they seemed entirely unconscious of what they were doing. They truly believed they were defending your teaching. They had internalized the philosophy so completely that they no longer saw it as something that required living examination. It had become reflexive. The irony was so perfect it was almost painful. Xin Dao had built his entire approach on the principle that no two cultivators were identical, that the rigid structures of the old sects had been prisons of certainty. Yet certainty, it seemed, was something the human mind craved profoundly. People wanted to replace the old chains with new ones, if only so they could stop asking difficult questions, could rest in the assurance that they were doing things correctly, could belong to something larger than themselves without the anxiety of constant choice. Bring me the archival records, Shen Dao said quietly. All of them. I need to understand how thoroughly this has spread. I need to see how far the calcification has progressed. Over the next 3 days, he reviewed every document with meticulous care. The meditation protocols being taught in 53 locations across the realm, rendered with such precision that they were becoming standardized practices rather than guidelines. The writings by prominent disciples that had been compiled into something dangerously close to scripture, cited with reverence and treated as authoritative rather than exploratory. The standardized curricula that had emerged in 12 provinces, all of them claiming to implement his teachings. The letters from sects requesting the proper way to implement his methods, as if there were a single correct implementation rather than infinite variations. The language had shifted so gradually that most would not have noticed the transformation. He read through hundreds of pages, making notes, his hands trembling slightly as the pattern became clearer. What had once been vibrant inquiry had calcified into dogma. One letter came from a scholar who had written a comprehensive analysis of the meditation protocols. The scholar had taken Shen Dao's descriptions of different approaches and systematized them into a coherent system of 7 principles. The principles were well articulated and not entirely wrong. They captured something true about how consciousness worked. But in the act of systematization, something essential had been lost. The questions had become answers. The invitation to explore had become a prescription to follow. Another letter came from a teacher who had established meditation training programs in 5 provinces. We have found great success, the teacher wrote, by implementing the exact protocols you outlined. Our students achieve results more quickly and consistently than any school in the old system. We have standardized the training so that any qualified teacher can replicate your methods perfectly. Perfect replication. The phrase made Shen Dao's heart sink. He had never intended to create a system that could be perfected, that could be replicated exactly. The whole point had been that each person, each community, each time period would have to rediscover the principles for themselves, would have to adapt them to their own circumstances. Phrases that had once been questions. What if the barrier could be understood differently? What if each cultivator's path to understanding was unique? Had become assertions. The barrier should be understood through the lens of mutual transformation. The proper path is the individual's path, as defined by these 7 principles. The principles themselves had become law. This is what happens, he said aloud to himself, sitting in his study late at night, surrounded by scrolls. This is the betrayal of all good intentions. We create something to liberate people, and in the very act of creating it, in the very act of describing it, we begin the process of calcification. We cannot help it. We cannot avoid it. The moment we write something down, it becomes a text. The moment it becomes a text, it becomes an authority. The moment it becomes an authority, people stop questioning it. One letter particularly troubled him. It came from a regional academy that had adopted his teachings. The headmaster wrote, "We have found the true method in the doctrine of mutual transformation. Our students now follow this path without deviation, achieving results superior to all other schools. We have created the perfect system at last." Perfect system. The very phrase made Shen Dao's chest tighten. The philosophy that had been about liberation was becoming dogma. And Shen Dao realized that this was not a temporary problem to be solved, but an inherent tendency in human institutions, something that would require constant, vigilant resistance across generations. He was beginning to understand that perhaps the greatest mistake was ever thinking there could be a final answer, a system so perfect it would not require constant maintenance and revision. Shen Dao called for Lin Rong that evening. The transformed assassin had become something unexpected, a bridge between worlds, someone who understood both the ruthlessness of the old system and the possibilities of the new one. She had spent these years establishing schools dedicated to practical integration, showing how the best of both could coexist. She arrived within the hour, her movements still carrying the economical grace of someone trained to kill, though those edges had been softened by years of genuine study and authentic transformation. Her dark eyes held a wisdom that came from having lived in both systems, understanding them from within. "You've noticed it too," Lin Rong said, without preamble. It was not a question. "How could you tell?" Shen Dao asked, genuinely curious about her perception. "Because 3 days ago, I was disciplining a student for careless footwork during practice." She quoted your principle about allowing individual variation and implied that my standards were creating new oppression, that I was becoming like the old masters. Lin Rong settled across from him, her presence calm and centered. She was not entirely wrong, though she was also entirely missing the point. Standards can be tools for growth or chains of control. The difference is not in the standard itself, but in whether growth is still possible, whether people can question and revise the standard rather than simply obeying it. Precisely, Shindao said. But how do we prevent those standards from becoming chains? How do we keep the philosophy alive rather than allowing it to ossify? Lin Rong was quiet for a long moment, her dark eyes distant. Perhaps, she said carefully, we cannot prevent it. Perhaps the only thing we can do is ensure that the next person will have to question in their own time, for their own reasons. We cannot solve this problem once and for all. The tyranny of one generation becomes the perspective that must be examined by the next. Each generation must do the work of questioning anew. The word sat heavily between them. It was not the answer Shindao had wanted, but it might be the truest one available. It suggested an endless cycle of reform and ossification rather than the possibility of a permanent solution. It suggested that perfection was not achievable, only eternal vigilance and continuous revision. Then we have failed, Shindao said, his voice hollow. We have not failed, Lin Rong replied, her tone firm. We have simply discovered what it means to truly succeed. Success does not mean creating something that will never require change. It means creating something that can change itself, that has the capacity to recognize its own ossification and challenge it. That is harder than creating perfection. Perfection is static. Life requires constant adaptation. That night, he began writing something new, not a philosophy, but a warning. A deliberate provocation meant to keep the next generation from settling too comfortably into the frameworks that had been built. A document that would preserve uncertainty as a central value even when people desperately wanted certainty. He wrote slowly, his hands unsteady, his mind exhausted. But the words came from a place of profound clarity. He had spent 72 years learning this message, and now he distilled it into language that might reach across time, might speak to people he would never meet, in circumstances he could not imagine. To those who will read this, he wrote, I have one central teaching. Do not believe me. Do not take my words as final truth. Do not build monuments to my vision or sanctify my teachings. Instead, learn from the method by which I came to these understandings. Question your teachers, especially me, especially those who come after me claiming to represent my true vision. Be willing to be wrong. Be willing to revise. Be willing to create something entirely new that transcends what I have built. The price of transformation is uncertainty. The price of growth is discomfort. The price of freedom is the constant anxiety of choice. These are the real costs of what I am proposing, and I do not apologize for them. But I do ask that you pay them consciously, aware of what you are sacrificing and what you are gaining. Do not settle. Do not accept easy answers. Do not allow your teachers, including me, to become authorities who can never be questioned. And when you have transcended my work, when you have moved beyond my understanding, remember to pass on not my answers, but my questions, not my conclusions, but my method. That is the inheritance worth preserving. As he wrote, he felt the weight of history, his own history, the history of the movement, the history of human attempts to create justice and freedom. All of it imperfect, all of it containing seeds of its own ossification, but all of it necessary, all of it part of the long, slow work of transformation. He thought about the disciples he had encountered who were sent to kill him decades ago, and how their arrival had changed everything. He thought about Lin Rong, who had transformed from an assassin into perhaps his most important teacher. He thought about all the teachers and students and communities that had taken the simple principle of questioning and transformed it into a living practice that shaped entire regions. The story was not ending with his life. It would continue long after he was gone, would evolve in ways he could not predict, would eventually be challenged and transcended by generations he would never know. That was not a failure. That was success in the deepest sense. He did not know if anyone would listen. He did not know if these words would matter beyond his death. But he wrote them anyway, because the act of writing was itself a form of faith, faith that understanding could be transmitted, that questions could be preserved, that somewhere in the future, Someone would need exactly these words at exactly the right moment to break free from chains they did not even know they were wearing. And even if no one ever read these words, the act of writing them clarified something essential for him. That the work was not about creating a permanent legacy, but about participating in something much larger than himself, something that would continue with or without him, something that would eventually outgrow him and move beyond him into territories he could not imagine. Chapter 82. The Doctrine of Doubt. The announcement came at the Festival of Understanding, which had become the central gathering of the cultivation renaissance. The festival occurred once every 3 years, and this iteration drew the largest crowd yet. Thousands had assembled in the Great Valley, disciples and masters from across the realm, all united in the belief that transformation was possible, that the rigid systems of the past had been mistakes that could be corrected. There was genuine hope in the gathering, a sense that something broken had been repaired, that humanity had learned from its mistakes. The atmosphere was celebratory, almost festive, with the energy of a people who believed they had finally gotten something right. The preparations had taken months. Cities throughout the provinces had sent representatives. The great central hall, newly constructed, could hold 5,000 people. Platforms had been built for performances, demonstrations, scholarly discussions. There were exhibitions of healing techniques that had been developed since the Renaissance, displays of artwork that could never have been created under the rigid system, demonstrations of meditation practices from different schools. Xianxia stood before them, and the crowd fell silent with an anticipation that troubled him. They looked at him the way the old disciples had looked at the ancient sect patriarchs, with reverence, with hope that he might offer answers, with the kind of attention that suggested they were ready to accept whatever wisdom he might bestow. The very structure of their attention troubled him. They wanted him to confirm their success, to validate that they had done things correctly, to offer them the comfort of certainty that they had left behind when the old system collapsed. Instead, he offered a question that would disturb that certainty. "What if I have been wrong?" he said, his voice carrying across the valley, reaching even to the furthest corners of the assembled crowd. What if the philosophy of individual paths and transformation has become another kind of trap? What if I have inadvertently created the seeds of a new orthodoxy? The silence that followed was different, confused, uncertain, verging on distress. Whispers rippled through the crowd like wind across water. This was not what they had come to hear. They had come for confirmation and affirmation, not challenges to the very foundations they had built their lives upon. Some looked shocked. Others looked angry. Some merely looked confused, as if he were speaking in a language they no longer understood. For years, Xianxia continued, his voice steady and clear. I have taught that each person must find their own way, that transformation comes from within, that the old doctrines were oppressive because they were inflexible and demanded conformity. But I have watched as these teachings began to harden. I have seen disciples quote my words back to me like scripture, as if the philosophy of questioning had itself become something not to be questioned. I have watched as my suggestions became requirements, my possibilities became mandates, my questions became answers. He descended from the platform and walked among the gathered crowd, making eye contact with as many as he could, ensuring that his message felt personal rather than abstract. Some in the crowd leaned toward him, drawn by his presence. Others leaned back, protective of the certainties they had constructed. The most dangerous moment for any philosophy is not when it is new and struggling for acceptance. It is when it becomes successful, when it becomes the orthodoxy, when the next generation inherits it as truth rather than discovering it as questions. When young disciples can quote you perfectly while remaining utterly incurious about how those quotes came to be, about what context gave them birth, about whether they still apply to changing circumstances. He paused beside a group of young students, perhaps 18 or 19 years old. Their faces showed a mixture of confusion and defensiveness. You have learned from your teachers that individual variation is sacred, that each person must find their own way. This is true. But here is what many of you have not learned. The people teaching you this were discovered it through painful struggle against a system that forbade variation. They questioned everything because they had to. They were breaking chains. But you have been given freedom as a gift. And the danger is that you will treat that gift as a final truth rather than as an invitation to continued exploration. He moved on, his words hanging in the air like incense. I have heard reports that disciples who question the methodologies we have developed are treated with dismissal, as if they lack understanding. But true understanding means continuing to ask whether what worked before still works now. It means being willing to discover that your teachers, however wise, were solving the problems of their time, not necessarily of yours. Master Chen stood near the front, and he saw understanding dawning on her face. This was not a crisis to be managed. This was intentional. This was Shun Dao trying to inoculate the movement against its own tendency toward rigidity, even knowing that inoculation was temporary and would itself eventually require challenge. I am proposing something new, Shun Dao said. The doctrine of doubt. For every principle we have established, for every method that has proven effective, for every teaching that has helped disciples progress, I ask that you, all of you, commit to questioning it. Not dismissively, not performatively, but genuinely, deeply, as though you were approaching it for the first time, without any assumption that it must be correct simply because it has worked. A prominent master from the East Peak sect stood, his expression troubled. His name was Wei Zhang, and he had spent 30 years in the old rigid system before embracing the Renaissance. Master Shun, surely there are some truths that do not require questioning? Some principles that have been proven beyond doubt? Surely endless questioning will paralyze us. How can we teach if we are always uncertain about what we teach? Proven to whom? Shun Dao replied. And for how long? And at what cost? The old sect patriarchs believed they had proven their truths. They had centuries of success to point to. They had produced countless skilled cultivators, had maintained stability and order, had weathered external crises. And yet their systems enslaved countless people. Perhaps the problem is not that they were proven, but that the proving was done by those in power, for those in power. Another voice called out from the crowd. Are you saying nothing is true? That we should accept nihilism? That all ideas are equally valid? No, Shun Dao said firmly, his tone leaving no room for misinterpretation. I am saying that nothing is true merely because we wish it to be, or because it has been useful, or because it was taught to us by someone we respect, or because it appears in a text we have revered. Truth requires continual examination, and that examination must be done by each person individually, not delegated to authorities, even to me. He paused, letting the weight of that sink in, allowing the crowd to feel the challenge. The great irony of creating a movement is that movements tend to create orthodoxies within themselves. They develop a logic of their own that privileges consistency over truth-seeking. You are all beginning to become the thing I tried to teach you to escape, and only you can stop it, by refusing to let any philosophy, including mine, become unquestionable. A long moment passed. Then another voice, one of the younger disciples, perhaps 20 years old. She stood slowly, her voice shaking slightly with emotion. But Master Shun, if everything can be questioned, if nothing is certain, how do we live? How do we make decisions? My community has been paralyzed for months because we cannot agree on anything. Everyone is questioning everything. Nothing gets done. People are suffering because we cannot coordinate on basic matters of care and support. That, Shun Dao said, turning to address the young woman directly, is the real work. Not the questioning itself, but the difficult task of acting and deciding even while remaining open to being wrong. That is wisdom, I think, not the possession of truth, but the courage to act without possessing it. He paused, gathering his thoughts. You are right that there is a cost to endless questioning. But let me ask you, what was the cost of the old system's refusal to question anything? How many people suffered because practices that were no longer working were maintained anyway, justified by the claim that we had already solved the problem? But surely, another voice called out, there is a middle way. Some questions that are worth asking continuously, and other matters that we can agree on and stop questioning. There is, Shun Dao said. That is what wisdom consists of, knowing which questions to continue asking and which matters to settle on, at least provisionally. But the key word is provisionally. We must remain willing to reopen questions if circumstances change, if we discover we were wrong, if new problems emerge from the solutions we have implemented. He returned to the platform slowly, his movements deliberate. As he settled into the chair that had been placed there for him, he saw that the crowd was fractured now, some nodding in recognition of the truth in his words, others looking troubled and uncertain. Some even appeared angered by the challenge to the narratives they had been constructing. This was necessary, he knew. This discomfort was the cost of genuine freedom. Without it, they would simply be exchanging one comfortable prison for another. A scholar stood, one of the most prominent philosophers of the Renaissance. Master Shun, she said respectfully, I have spent 30 years developing the doctrine of mutual transformation, showing how your principles can be applied systematically across different domains. Are you saying that all of this work is now invalid? That I should abandon 30 years of study? No, Xin Dao replied gently. Your work is valuable. But I am asking you, have you questioned it recently? Have you looked for the ways it fails? Have you invited people to challenge your formulations? Because if you have developed something powerful, it is precisely that power that makes it dangerous. Powerful ideas have the strongest tendency to ossify into dogma. Chapter 83. Fractures in the Foundation. The doctrine of doubt did exactly what Xun Dao had intended. It cracked the growing orthodoxy before it could fully solidify into something impervious to change. But the consequences of that cracking were more chaotic and painful than he had anticipated. The unified movement that had been his greatest achievement began to splinter almost immediately. Within weeks, genuine and sometimes heated debate erupted across the Renaissance communities. Some disciples argued that his warning was itself a teaching that could be made dogmatic, creating an infinite regression of doubt that would eventually paralyze action. If everything must be questioned, including the principle of questioning, they reasoned, then no consensus could ever be reached and no work could ever be accomplished. How were they supposed to coordinate healing efforts if everyone doubted the efficacy of every technique? How could they organize communities if no shared principles could be trusted? A prominent healer named Tao Ming expressed this concern directly at one of the dialogue councils. Master Xin has shown us that certainty becomes oppressive. But have you considered what happens when no one is certain of anything? I am training young healers. Should I teach them healing techniques with confidence? Or should I constantly emphasize that I might be wrong about these techniques that have been tested hundreds of times and proven to work? If I teach with confidence, am I becoming like the oppressive patriarchs of the old system? If I teach with constant doubt, am I failing in my responsibility to my students? Others suggested that perhaps the very unity of the Renaissance was premature, that different regions and sects should have developed their own variations rather than trying to implement a unified system that suppressed local knowledge and unique adaptations. If individual variation was truly valued, they argued, then different provinces should be allowed to develop fundamentally different approaches. The insistence on interconnection and communication was itself a form of control. A scholar from the southern provinces stood at another council meeting. In our region, we have developed methods of cultivation perfectly suited to our climate, our plant life, the specific spiritual landscape of our area. But increasingly, we are being asked to conform to the unified practices developed in the northern provinces. Is this not the same kind of imperialism as the old system, just dressed in different language? We speak of individual variation, but we enforce unity. We speak of freedom, but we suppress local autonomy. The fragmentation that resulted was not the violent kind that had marked the end of the old system, but it was real and sometimes troubling. Some regions developed practices so different from each other that disciples trained in one area had difficulty understanding the teachings of another area. Communication became more difficult. The sense of being part of a unified movement began to fade, replaced by a sense of separate communities pursuing separate paths. This fragmentation was painful for many who had believed the Renaissance would create lasting unity. But it was also, in its way, evidence that the Renaissance was alive. Dead systems do not fragment. They simply persist in their rigidity. Living systems fragment and adapt. Xin Dao observed all of this with a mixture of disappointment and hope. The unity of the movement was fracturing, yes, but something more important was happening. Different communities were becoming innovators rather than imitators. The southern provinces were developing healing practices adapted to tropical diseases. The northern regions were creating meditation techniques suited to long, dark winters. Mountain communities were creating social structures that reflected their isolation and tight-knit populations. Desert communities were adapting practices to their extreme environment. What was being lost was the unified vision, but what was being gained was authenticity. Each community was no longer trying to implement someone else's blueprint, even Xin Dao's blueprint. They were learning from the general principles, but applying them to their actual circumstances. This is the cost, Xin Dao told Xin one evening, as they reviewed reports from different regions. The cost of genuine freedom is that you cannot maintain unity. You have to choose between enforced coherence and authentic diversity. And we have chosen diversity. But is that sustainable? Xin asked. If every region is different, if our approaches diverge more and more, at some point will we not become incomprehensible to each other? Perhaps, Xin Dao said. But that may be a price worth paying. What is the value of unity if it is maintained through the suppression of authentic difference? The old system was unified. Everything served a single hierarchy, a single vision. But that unity was purchased through the imprisonment of individual vision. He paused, thinking. I believe we are discovering that different communities can remain in dialogue even when they diverge significantly. Not through enforced unity, but through commitment to communication, to respect, to continued engagement even in disagreement. That is a harder kind of unity, more fragile, more work, but perhaps more real. The most challenging criticism came from the younger generation. At 19 years old, Shi had grown up entirely within the cultivation renaissance, knowing nothing of the rigid system that had preceded it. She had never experienced the oppression that had driven Xin Dao to rebellion. For her, freedom and individual choice were not precious hard-won achievements, but ordinary conditions of existence. She approached Xin Dao with a petition signed by over 300 young disciples, all of them expressing similar concerns about the direction the movement was taking. We are not questioning your teachings, she said carefully, her youthful face serious with the weight of responsibility she carried. But we find ourselves questioning the doctrine of doubt itself. If we must doubt everything, including the principle of individual transformation, including our own capacity for growth, are we not caught in the same cage? Only more so? We are paralyzed by endless questioning. We cannot move forward. We cannot build anything if we are constantly undermining the foundations while we construct. We cannot teach students with confidence if we are always suggesting that what we are teaching might be wrong. The old system at least allowed people to believe in something. You are taking even that away. Xin Dao smiled despite the challenge. This was what he had been hoping for. The emergence of a generation that would not accept his solutions as final, that would have the courage to stand against even his most recent teachings if those teachings did not serve them. This was the proof that something real had been created, something alive enough to challenge its own creator. You are right, he said. And your generation may need different tools than mine did. I was teaching liberation to people in chains. You are teaching cultivation to people who have never worn chains. The methods cannot be the same. To apply the same tools to fundamentally different problems would itself be a kind of rigidity. Then what do you suggest? Shi asked, and there was genuine curiosity in her voice rather than defensiveness. How should we approach our work if not through endless questioning? How do we move forward? I suggest, Xin Dao said slowly, choosing his words with great care, that you and your peers develop a philosophy adequate to your own era, not inherited from me, but created by you. Yes, learn from what has come before. Yes, understand the mistakes that led to your freedom. But do not be bound by our solutions to problems that are no longer yours to solve. You must determine what needs questioning in your time and what needs to be accepted in order to move forward. He leaned forward slightly. And this is important. Your generation may decide that some things do not require questioning, that some practices can be trusted, that some knowledge is reliable enough to build upon. You are not obligated to perpetually doubt, but you are obligated to make that choice consciously, to understand why you are accepting something rather than simply doing so by default. For the first time since the Renaissance had begun, Xin Dao stepped back from the center of it, not because he had lost authority, but because he recognized that his presence was itself constraining. The movement needed to grow beyond him, to develop its own logic rather than always measuring itself against his vision. His continued prominence was preventing the very emergence he had been advocating for. Over the following months, the younger generation did exactly what he had suggested. They formed their own councils, created their own methodologies, and began publishing works that engaged with Xin Dao's philosophy not as doctrine, but as foundation for further development. Some of their ideas delighted him, others troubled him, but he did not intervene. because intervention would have been the final mistake. The assertion that guidance had to come from above rather than emerging organically from those actually living within the system. Chapter 84. The Echo Chamber Problem. 6 months after the doctrine of doubt, a different kind of crisis emerged. In several regions, disciples had taken the principle of questioning too far, fragmenting into endless sects of themselves, each claiming unique insight into the nature of cultivation. In the southern provinces, the cultivation renaissance had splintered into 43 different philosophical schools, some of them directly contradicting each other on fundamental principles. Some advocated for rigorous practice and clear progression. Others argued for complete freedom without any structure whatsoever. Some believed that cultivation should be a solitary pursuit. Others insisted that community was essential. Each school published manifestos declaring their approach to be superior to the others, citing Xianxia's own teachings about individual variation as justification. The problem was not that these schools disagreed. Disagreement could be generative and necessary. The problem was that they were disagreeing in isolation, creating echo chambers where each small group reinforced their own interpretations without genuine dialogue with those who held different views. Knowledge was being fragmented rather than synthesized. Teachers in one tradition refused to read works from another, dismissing them out of hand. Disciples were encouraged to remain within their own school rather than seeking understanding from opposing perspectives. What had once been a dialogue was becoming a collection of monologues. Master Chen brought Xianxia a report with visible frustration. She had aged significantly in the months since the doctrine of doubt, the stress of watching fragmentation weigh on her shoulders. They've taken your warning and made it into another kind of chaos. Yes, they are questioning. But they are questioning in isolation, creating echo chambers where each small group reinforces their own interpretations without genuine dialogue. The East School of Silence refuses to engage with the West Academy of Discourse. The followers of pure simplicity mock the complex path practitioners. They quote your teachings about individual paths as justification for refusing to learn from anyone else. They have made your philosophy into a justification for solipsism. She placed the report on his desk, pages of correspondence between different schools, all of them claiming to represent the true Renaissance. The worst part is that each one is genuinely trying to honor your teachings. But they have fragmented so completely that we are losing something essential: the capacity to learn from disagreement, to be changed by encounter with different perspectives. Is that not what we feared the old system would prevent? Xianxia asked, though he already knew the answer. We were afraid of rigidity. Instead, we are getting fragmentation. The former creates oppression. The latter creates confusion and inability to coordinate on basic matters of safety and growth. Yes, Chen confirmed, her frustration evident in every word. We have avoided one trap only to fall into another. It was a difficult truth to confront. The philosophy of individual transformation worked beautifully when individuals also possessed the wisdom to seek genuine dialogue rather than mere confirmation of their own ideas. But wisdom was not something that could be mandated, only cultivated. And cultivation required time, exposure to different perspectives, and the willingness to be genuinely changed by encounter with those who saw things differently. We need some kind of framework for integration, Xianxia mused aloud, thinking through the problem even as he spoke. Not a unified doctrine, but a way for different approaches to inform each other. Not forcing conformity, but creating accountability for ideas. Not suppressing disagreement, but channeling it toward productive dialogue. This became the next phase of the Renaissance. Not the doctrine of doubt alone, but the practice of dialogue. Disciples from different schools were encouraged, but not required, to study with teachers from opposing methodologies. Works that contradicted existing orthodoxies were preserved and studied, not dismissed as error. And most importantly, the burden of proof shifted. Those who claimed their approach was superior had to demonstrate it through results and through engagement with opposing views, not through eloquent rhetoric or appeals to authority. Xianxia established a series of formal dialogue councils in major cities, regular gatherings where representatives from different schools could debate their approaches openly, where controversial ideas could be presented without fear of suppression, where contrary evidence was not just tolerated but actively sought. These gatherings were held quarterly in the major metropolitan centers and semi-annually in smaller towns. These councils became the beating heart of the practice of dialogue. Rather than papers being read and then shelved, they were debated hotly. Teachers who had spent decades perfecting their approaches found themselves having to defend those approaches against skeptical questioners. New ideas that had never been tested were given serious consideration alongside time-honored practices. The councils created space for intellectual disagreement in a way that did not require political power or institutional authority. You could be right simply by making a better argument, not by occupying a higher position in the hierarchy. These gatherings were often contentious. Teachers from the East School of Silence initially refused to speak at them, arguing that dialogue itself contradicted the wisdom of silence. But gradually, even they began to participate, not to convert others to their approach, but because they found that being challenged by opposing views actually deepened their own understanding. One silence teacher remarked, "I thought dialogue was the enemy of silence, but I have discovered that being questioned has given me deeper insights into why silence is valuable. I understand it better now because I have had to defend it." The practice of dialogue created new problems. Coordination became extremely difficult when there were 6 different opinions about how to proceed. Some communities became paralyzed by endless debate about every decision. But something vital was preserved: the capacity for genuine change, for real transformation based on new understanding rather than on the imposition of authority. It was messier than the unified movement had been. It was less efficient. Coordination between different schools was difficult and sometimes impossible. Public gatherings sometimes devolved into chaos when passionate advocates from different traditions argued past each other. But underneath the mess was a kind of resilience that the unified system had lacked. The contradictions within it contained the seeds of its own renewal, and no single person or idea could harden into unquestionable dominance. Chapter 85. The Poison of Purity. As the Renaissance matured into its second decade, Xianxia noticed something subtler and more dangerous emerging: the rise of purity movements. These were disciples who had become convinced that the entire old system was corrupt beyond redemption, that only by completely severing from the methods and teachings of the past could genuine transformation occur. They rejected meditation techniques developed before the Renaissance. They refused to study with masters trained in the old ways, however enlightened those masters might have become. They created isolated communities designed to be entirely pure of pre-Renaissance influence. Some of them began to argue that any knowledge from the old system was itself contaminated and should be destroyed rather than preserved. Xianxia recognized this impulse. It was not wrong in its origins. The old system had been oppressive, and some rejection of it was healthy and necessary. But purity was a dangerous goal, one that inevitably led to exclusion and its own kind of orthodoxy. The pursuit of purity was the pursuit of perfection, and perfection left no room for the messy reality of actual human growth. He made an unexpected choice. He invited the most prominent purity movement leader, a brilliant young cultivator named Xianxia, to live in his personal pavilion for 3 months. Not to argue with her, not to convince her of the error of her ways, but to study alongside her, to understand her from within. It was a controversial decision. Some of his closest advisors urged him not to legitimize what they saw as a destructive movement. But he persisted, believing that understanding required proximity. "Why are you doing this?" Xianxia asked on her first day, suspicious of his motives, wondering if this was some kind of trap. "Do you intend to change my mind? To seduce me into compromise? I have studied your teachings, Master Shun. I know the techniques of subtle persuasion. I will not be swayed." "No," Xianxia replied honestly. "I need to understand what I have created." I warned against rigidity. Yet my warning seems to have generated its own form of rigidity. I want to know how that happened and what it means. Xianxia was not impressed by his humility. "What it means is that you failed. Your philosophy was always going to harden into dogma. You simply delayed the inevitable. At least the old system was honest about its rigidity." "Perhaps," Xianxia said. "Or perhaps the problem is not the philosophy itself, but the expectation that any philosophy could be permanent. I am old now. I will not live forever. The Renaissance itself will change, and change again, and change again after that. The question is whether each change is genuine renewal that learns from the past, or merely the replacement of one orthodoxy with another. How can we possibly know the difference?" Jian Lian demanded, her frustration evident. How do we distinguish between authentic evolution and shallow reformation that leaves the underlying problems untouched? We cannot, Shen Dao admitted, and there was genuine sadness in his acknowledgement. We can only remain vigilant, refuse to accept answers as final, and refuse to demand purity as a precondition for progress. Over the 3 months, he observed Jian Lian's brilliant mind wrestling with these paradoxes. He did not try to change her conclusions, but he did present her with problems her purism could not solve. One day, Shen Dao asked her to help one of the younger disciples who was struggling with a specific kind of energetic blockage. You will need to draw on techniques that were developed in the old system, he said. No one in our Renaissance has yet discovered solutions for this particular problem. Jian Lian refused initially, insisting that the disciple should discover their own solution through individual exploration. But after 2 weeks of watching the young woman suffer increasingly severe physical pain, Jian Lian relented. Reluctantly, she taught the technique, and it worked immediately. The blockage released, and the disciple's pain subsided. Afterward, Shen Dao asked her, "What is your thinking now?" "I still believe the old system was fundamentally corrupt," Jian Lian said carefully. "But I see now that it was not entirely without value. Knowledge is not morally stained by its origins. A technique that works still works, regardless of whether it was developed in a corrupt system." "Precisely," Shen Dao replied. "And so your purity movement faces a choice. Do you choose purity and let people suffer needlessly? Or do you choose pragmatism and accept that knowledge, like human beings, can be flawed and still valuable?" Jian Lian sat in silence for a long time, wrestling with the implications. "If we accept that," she finally said, "then there is no clear line between purity and corruption. There is no moment at which we can say we have finally extracted ourselves from the system we oppose. We will always be contaminated by it, always carrying it within us." "Yes," Shen Dao said, "and that is the real wisdom. Not purity, but conscious engagement with what we inherit. Not rejection, but critical appreciation. Not denial that the old system had insights alongside its oppressions." "Then how do we stay awake to the dangers?" Jian Lian asked. "If we cannot simply reject everything from the past, if we must engage with it, how do we prevent ourselves from simply recreating the old system in new forms?" "We remain honest about what we are doing," Shen Dao said. "We acknowledge that every time we take a technique or an idea from the old system, we are making a choice. We are saying, I am taking this because it serves genuine transformation, not because I am reverting to the old system. And we remain open to being corrected when we have made that choice wrongly. How would a purely new system handle the vast knowledge accumulated in the old one? Surely all knowledge was not corrupted merely because it emerged from a corrupt system? If she rejected all past teachers, what would she do when younger disciples asked how she had learned to cultivate? What happened when practitioners of the pure new way encountered challenges that the old system had developed solutions for? By the end of the 3 months, Jian Lian had not abandoned her purity movement, but her thinking had become more nuanced. She had come to see that Shen Dao was not trying to defend the old system or his own innovations, but genuinely grappling with the problems they all faced together. And more importantly, she had experienced the difference between being challenged and being converted. Shen Dao had not tried to change her mind, but had asked better questions. In their final conversation, as Jian Lian prepared to return to her community, Shen Dao asked her directly, "What will you tell your followers about what you have learned here?" "I will tell them that you are more subtle than we thought," Jian Lian said. "That the problem is not knowledge itself, but how we treat knowledge. That the distinction between pure knowledge and corrupted knowledge is not always clear. And that perhaps purity is not as important as honesty about our actual situation." "And will they accept this?" Shen Dao asked. "Some will," Jian Lian said. "Some will see it as a betrayal. But I hope that over time, as we discover the limitations of pure rejection, as we face situations that require using the old knowledge, people will come to understand that the question is not purity, but conscious choice about how to use what we inherit." She stood to leave. "You are dangerous," she told him as she prepared to depart, and it was almost a compliment. "You have a way of revealing the limitations in any position without offering a clear alternative." "All teachers are dangerous," Shen Dao replied. "The only difference is whether they acknowledge it." Those who deny their power to harm are the most dangerous of all. Go forward and help your community learn to hold what is valuable from the past while creating something genuinely new. That is the real work. Chapter 86. Generational Transmission. 15 years after the cultivation renaissance began, Xianxia was 73 years old. He knew he did not have many years left, and this knowledge shaped his final work, designing a system that could transmit not his answers, but the capacity to generate good questions. The work of preserving inquiry itself rather than preserving conclusions. The younger generation, those now in their 30s and 40s, had matured into genuine teachers. The most capable of them gathered periodically to discuss what should be preserved and what should be allowed to pass away. These meetings became increasingly important as Xianxia's health began to decline and his ability to guide the movement in person diminished. Your greatest teaching, one of them observed, a woman named Su Ming who had become a leading voice in the Renaissance, is that you did not try to be eternal. You did not build a system designed to outlast you unchanged. You recognized that your solutions were adequate for your era, but would not be adequate for the next. I learned that lesson the hard way, Xianxia said, by nearly creating exactly the kind of rigidity I had fought to escape. By almost building something that would have imprisoned the next generation just as surely as the old system had imprisoned us. Su Ming nodded. Which brings us to the difficult question. What do we preserve of your work? And what do we deliberately let go of? How do we honor what you have created without becoming prisoners of it? I would suggest, Xianxia said carefully, choosing his words with the precision of someone who knew he was shaping the future, that you preserve not the answers I have given, but the method by which I arrived at them. Preserve the habit of questioning, even when questions seem unnecessary. Preserve the practice of seeking out perspectives that contradict your own, especially when you are confident you are right. Preserve the willingness to revise your understanding when evidence requires it. These are not doctrines. They are practices, and practices can remain vital across generations in a way that doctrines cannot. But practices can also harden into ritual. Another voice pointed out. This was Tao Chun, Master Qin's grandson, trained in both the old system and the new. He was in his early 40s now, and he carried the burden of understanding both worlds, never quite belonging fully to either. How do we prevent the doctrine of doubt from becoming another kind of orthodoxy? How do we keep the practice of questioning from becoming just one more thing that people do because they have been told to? Xianxia smiled faintly at the question. It was exactly right. It was the question that proved the Renaissance was still alive, that people were still thinking critically. You do not prevent it, Xianxia said bluntly, his honesty leaving no room for comforting illusions. You accept that it will happen, and you build into the system the capacity for someone, decades from now, to recognize that it has happened and to challenge it again. The work of each generation is not to create a perfect system, but to preserve the tools by which the next generation can improve upon it. He paused, then continued more gently. I will tell you something about the nature of institutions. Every institution, no matter how well-intentioned, tends toward entropy. It tends to become simpler, more rigid, more focused on preserving itself than on fulfilling its original purpose. This is not a moral failing. It is simply the nature of how human systems work. The only counter to this entropy is constant energy input from people who care enough to keep questioning. Su Ming leaned forward. So what you are saying is that this work will never be finished. There will never be a moment where we can say the Renaissance has solved the problems and we can move on to other things. Yes, Xianxia said. The work of cultural renewal is like the work of tending a garden. You cannot plant seeds, let the garden grow, and then abandon it. The moment you abandon it, weeds begin to grow, diseases emerge, the careful structures collapse. A garden requires perpetual tending. So does a philosophy. So does a culture based on continuous questioning. Tao Chen nodded slowly. Then we must be prepared to hand off this work to those who come after us, not as a burden they must bear, but as an opportunity they must embrace. Precisely, Xianxia said. And the only way to do that is to keep the original questions alive, to never let them become rote, never let them become comfortable, never let them become answers. He paused, then continued more slowly. I have one final request, and it is perhaps the most important instruction I will give. I ask that you preserve the records of our failures as carefully as you preserve the records of our successes. I ask that you document the ways in which my teachings have been misused. I ask that you acknowledge the people who have been harmed by the Renaissance, not because the Renaissance is a failure, but because every genuine transformation creates both liberation and suffering. Those who suffer deserve to be remembered and honored, not erased from the triumphant narrative of progress. Su Ming asked quietly, will that not undermine the movement? If future generations know about all the ways it has failed, will they not lose faith in it? Perhaps, Shindao said. But a movement that loses faith because it confronts its own failures is a movement that was not built on genuine understanding anyway. A movement built on solid ground can afford to be honest about its problems. In fact, honesty is what will allow it to actually improve. It was a sobering thought. The recognition that immortality was not something Shun Dao's work could achieve, nor should it. His legacy would be effective only insofar as his followers eventually superseded him, learned beyond him, questioned even his most fundamental assumptions. A philosophy of transformation could not claim to transcend the transformations of time itself. Chapter 87. The final examination at 74, Shun Dao was invited to evaluate the state of the cultivation renaissance across 43 provinces. It was meant to be a ceremonial acknowledgement of his role in the system, a kind of victory lap before his death. But he treated it as his final examination, perhaps the most important test he would undertake. He knew this would be one of his last chances to directly observe the effects of his teachings. He traveled personally, despite the toll on his aging body, visiting small cultivation centers and major academies, speaking with disciples who had never met him and with masters who had studied under him for years. He looked for signs of genuine transformation and signs of recalcification. He asked difficult questions and listened to the responses not just for what they said, but for how they were defended, for what assumptions lay beneath them. In the western province of Jin, he found a community that had developed a synthesis he had not anticipated. They had taken the best practices from the old rigid system, the structured progression, the clear benchmarks, the hierarchical transmission of knowledge, and integrated them with the new emphasis on individual variation and questioning. The community had 37 active students ranging from age 8 to 63, and watching them move through their practice was like watching a choreography of individual autonomy within collective structure. We realized, their master explained, a woman named Hao Mei who had spent 20 years in the old system before embracing the Renaissance. That structure itself is not oppressive. Oppression comes from the refusal to allow growth within the structure. So we created structures flexible enough that disciples can advance through them in truly varied ways. A student can move quickly through one phase of training and slowly through another. They can focus on areas of personal interest. They can question the progression itself. But they still have a path, still have guidance. She walked Shen Dao through the training halls, pointing out examples. One young disciple was working on advanced breathing techniques, while another was returning to basic foundational exercises they had skipped years before. A group of older practitioners were debating whether the standard meditation postures truly served all body types. We found that some people needed to be told what to do, at least initially. Hao Mei continued. The anxiety of total freedom is paralyzing for some, but others chafed under any structure. So we created a system where structure is present but negotiable. A student can request different progressions. We have had students essentially invent new pathways through our system that turn out to be brilliant. This, Shen Dao realized, was the maturation he had been waiting for. Not the rejection of all structure, and not the embrace of rigid structures, but the conscious design of frameworks that could contain both stability and adaptation. Not the choice between freedom and order, but the discovery that both could coexist in creative tension. In the Eastern Kingdom, however, he found something darker. A new sect had arisen claiming that his teachings had validated their own unique superiority. They were using the principle of individual transformation as justification for extreme practices that isolated disciples from family and society, claiming that such isolation was necessary for genuine cultivation. The sect, known as the Society of Awakening, had established isolated compounds in 3 mountain regions. They had approximately 400 disciples living in conditions of extreme austerity and separation from normal society. Disciples had been asked to sever ties with family members. Children born to members had been raised communally rather than by their biological parents. The leadership had implemented strict information control, limiting what disciples could read or know about the outside world. When Xianxia challenged them, he found they had woven his own words through their doctrine to make it seem justified, using his defensive questioning to avoid any external questioning of their methods. You taught that enlightenment requires breaking free from the chains of social conditioning. Their leader, a charismatic man named Xiaoquan, explained, "We have simply taken your teaching to its logical conclusion. Real transformation can only happen when one is free from the suffocating bonds of family and society. But I never taught that people should be removed from society," Xianxia replied carefully. "I taught that they should question which aspects of society serve them and which oppress them. I did not suggest that all social bonds are oppressive. That is because you were still bound by conventional morality," Xiaoquan responded. "Your teachings are profound, but incomplete. We have brought them to their full flowering." Xianxia sat with that claim for a long moment. He had encountered it before in different forms. Disciples who felt they understood him better than he understood himself, who felt they had transcended the limitations of his thinking. In some cases, they were right to question his work. But in this case, he could see how the logic of transcendence had led to a kind of imprisonment. "Let me ask you something," Xianxia said. "If someone came to you tomorrow and said they wanted to leave, to return to their family, to rejoin society, what would you say?" "We would say it is possible," Xiaoquan replied, "but that they would be giving up enlightenment." "Exactly," Xianxia said. "You have created the same mechanism of control as the old system. The old system used institutional power to keep people in line. You use spiritual pressure, the suggestion that leaving means spiritual failure. But the effect is the same. People are imprisoned by fear, by shame, by the sense that they will lose something essential if they leave." He looked around the gathering. "This is a trap that is very easy to fall into. You take a true principle, that genuine transformation requires some separation from corrupting influences, and you push it too far. You make the separation permanent. You make the separation total. And in doing so, you recreate oppression under a new name." He spent a month with that sect, not as a teacher attempting to correct them, but as a student attempting to understand them. He lived in the compound, ate with the disciples, attended their practices, and listened to their teachings. He wanted to understand, from the inside, how intelligent people could justify practices that appeared to him to be deeply oppressive. What he discovered was that the disciples genuinely felt they were free. They experienced their time in the compound as liberation from the suffocating expectations of normal society. Many had come from families where they felt pressured to follow predetermined paths. In the society of awakening, they had been told their uniqueness was valued, their individual path honored. For some, this had indeed been a kind of liberation. But he also noticed subtle forms of control. Disciples who questioned the authority of the teachers were labeled as not having progressed far enough. Those who wanted to leave were told they would never find happiness in the material world. The information control was gentle but pervasive, not so much that disciples noticed they were being controlled, but sufficient to shape what they thought was possible. Only after he fully comprehended the internal logic of their system did he offer his perspective. "You have taken a teaching about liberation," he told the assembled disciples, "and used it to justify imprisonment. This has happened many times before, in many different contexts. The mechanism is subtle. You identify some external force, society, family, convention, as the source of oppression. Then you create a pure space free from that force, claiming it is necessary for freedom. But in doing so, you have merely created a new form of control. But many of us feel more free here than we ever did in normal society," one of the younger disciples objected. "I believe you," Xianxia said gently. "Feeling free and being free are not the same thing. I felt free in the old system for many years because I did not know there were other possibilities. You feel free here because you do not know what other possibilities exist. But freedom is not just the feeling of freedom. It is the actual capacity to make choices, including the choice to leave." "But you yourself advocated for questioning the old system," their leader objected. "How is this different? How is our commitment to individual awakening different from your commitment to individual transformation?" "The difference," Xianxia said carefully, "is that I never claimed the alternative was purity. I claimed it was conscious choice. Your disciples cannot choose to leave your community. They cannot choose to maintain relationships with family if those relationships are seen as obstacles to practice. That is not freedom. That is control dressed in the language of liberation. The conversation did not end in agreement, but seeds of doubt were planted. And perhaps that was all that could ever be done, not to prevent people from making mistakes, but to ensure that the capacity to recognize mistakes remained alive in the culture. Chapter 88. The Paradox of Permanence. By 75, Xianxia had begun to formulate what he called the central paradox of his work. The more successfully his philosophy was propagated, the more likely it was to become corrupted. Yet failing to propagate it would mean the world remained trapped in the old oppressive systems he had fought to escape. There was no escape from this paradox, only the acceptance of it and the conscious choice to work within it anyway. He articulated this in a series of letters to Su Ming, who was taking on more of the organizational work of the Renaissance. These letters became a kind of philosophical testament, documenting his final understanding. Consider, he wrote, the history of other liberation movements. They begin with genuine insight and authentic questioning. But as soon as they become successful, they face a choice. Either allow themselves to be absorbed into existing power structures and thus compromised, or create new structures of power to defend themselves and thus recreate the very systems they opposed. It is a choice between two forms of corruption. Su Ming's response was pragmatic. Then what would you have us do? Remain deliberately unsuccessful to preserve our purity? Withdraw from the world to avoid compromising our principles? No, Xianxia replied. But I would have you remain conscious that success itself is a kind of corruption. The larger and more influential you become, the more likely it is that your movement will attract people who seek power and control rather than genuine transformation. You must build mechanisms to detect and counteract this tendency. You must actively invite criticism rather than defending against it. You must refuse to punish questioning. And you must always remember that you are the establishment now, not the rebels. That realization should humble you. He walked to the window and looked out at the growing compound. More buildings had been added in recent years. More disciples filled the halls. The Renaissance was becoming institutionalized, necessary, but dangerous. I want you to create something I am calling the Office of Contradiction, he told Su Ming. Its sole purpose will be to find what is wrong with what we are doing. I want you to staff it with brilliant people who have permission to be heretical, to challenge our foundational assumptions. I want them to publish their findings openly, not to defend against them, but to engage seriously with them. And I want every institution in the Renaissance to have a similar office, dedicated to finding its own failures, its own ossifications, its own tendencies toward oppression. That is radical, Su Ming said. No organization does such a thing. Precisely, Xianxia replied. That is why no organization has yet managed to remain vital across centuries. But we could be different. We could be the first movement that consciously institutionalizes its own critique. This letter was circulated among the leadership of the Renaissance, causing significant disruption. Some saw it as wisdom. Others saw it as undermining the legitimacy they had worked to build. But that division itself became generative. It forced a conversation that had been implicit to become explicit, and explicit conversation was the only antidote to calcification. Chapter 89. The return of Lin Rong in his 76th year. Xianxia received word that Lin Rong was dying. The transformed assassin had spent the past 2 decades establishing schools of integration, places where disciples trained in both the old rigid methods and the new flexible approaches, creating a hybrid understanding that Xianxia considered perhaps the most important work of the entire Renaissance. She had taken his philosophy and grounded it in practical realities, showing how the best of the old and new could be synthesized. He made the journey to see her, though his body was failing him. The distance was considerable, and the travel was arduous, but he felt he owed her this final meeting. It took him 3 weeks to make the journey that might once have taken 1 week. His legs no longer reliable, his breath coming short. But he refused to travel by palanquin, choosing instead to walk, to feel the earth beneath his feet, to move through the world under his own power for as long as he could. When he finally arrived, he found her in a simple room overlooking a garden, her dark eyes still sharp despite the wasting of illness. She was thin now, almost translucent, as if the years of intense work had gradually consumed her physical form. But her mind was as sharp as ever, and when she saw him, she smiled with genuine joy rather than the sympathy many would have offered. "You are dying," she said without preamble. "Yes," Shen Dao replied, settling into a chair that had been placed beside her bed. "Not immediately, but soon enough. My body is finally giving out." "How does it feel?" Lin Rong asked. "Terrifying," he admitted, "and also somehow necessary. I have lived a long time. I have done what I came to do, and I am exhausted by it." "I have been thinking," Lin Rong said without preamble, as if their conversation had never been interrupted, "about what I told you years ago, that we cannot prevent the next generation from making their own mistakes. I have come to believe that was not entirely correct. We cannot prevent mistakes, but we can create better conditions for recognizing them." "Tell me," Shen Dao said, sitting beside her, taking her hand. He was surprised by how fragile she felt, how little remained of the powerful fighter she had once been. "Your mistake was assuming that once a philosophy was understood, it would propagate accurately. But humans do not transmit ideas purely. We transmit them through the filter of our own needs, our own desires for control and certainty. I have spent these years trying to create schools where that filtering is made visible, where disciples can see the gap between what was taught and what they are practicing." "Is that possible?" Shen Dao asked, genuinely uncertain. "Partially," Lin Rong said, a faint smile crossing her face. "But it requires constant attention. It requires institutional humility. It requires deliberately creating space for heresy. These are not natural things for organizations to do. They require people to continually choose the harder path." Shen Dao leaned back in his chair, exhausted. "I sometimes wonder if I should have remained obscure, if I should never have tried to change anything. My relative solitude would have spared so many people from the chaos and suffering that has resulted from the Renaissance." "But would they have been happier?" Lin Rong asked. "The people you left in the old system, would they have been better off remaining in chains?" "I do not know," Shen Dao admitted. "That is what troubles me. I can construct narratives where my intervention made things better and narratives where it made things worse. Both are true. Both contain real evidence. How do I know that the weight of good outcomes exceeds the weight of harm?" "You do not know," Lin Rong said. "No one can know that. All you can know is that you acted on your understanding at the time. And now you must live with the consequences, both the good ones and the terrible ones. That is the human condition. And when they stop choosing that..." Shen Dao asked about future generations. "Then the next generation will have to choose it again," Lin Rong said. "That is the inheritance we leave them. Not a perfect system, but the knowledge that imperfection requires active work. The willingness to be wrong is as important as the ability to be right." She squeezed his hand. "You have done what you came to do. Now let go." They sat together in silence as the sun set, watching the light fade from the garden. Lin Rong told him about the schools she had established, about how teachers in those schools were beginning to do their own work of questioning and transformation. She told him about a young student who had challenged one of her most senior masters about whether the integration they were teaching had itself become dogmatic. She laughed, a weak laugh that turned into a cough, at the irony of that challenge. "This is how it should be," she said, when the coughing subsided. "Each generation questions the previous one. Each generation discovers that the solutions they inherited are only partial, only adequate for their specific moment. You have given them the tools to do this. That is enough." She spoke about her early days as an assassin, about the moment when she had realized that the certainty she had lived in, the certainty that her targets deserved to die, that her sex understanding was correct, was itself a kind of violence. "Your teachings gave me permission to question that certainty," she said. "But I had to do the questioning myself. And that is what I have tried to teach others, not the answers I have found, but the practice of finding their own answers." Lin Rong died 3 days later, and Shen Dao wept not just for her loss, but for the recognition that even the most enlightened of his companions had struggled with the same paradoxes he had. There were no easy answers. There were only the ongoing practices of questioning, listening, and revision. At her funeral, thousands gathered to honor her life. Teachers from different schools stood and spoke about how she had challenged them, how her integration schools had forced them to reconsider their assumptions, how she had lived the principle of continuous transformation that Shen Dao had taught. Young disciples whom she had trained spoke about how she had held them to high standards while respecting their individuality, how she had shown them that discipline and freedom were not opposites but could dance together. Her students from the integration school spoke about how she had refused to let them become comfortable with any single answer, how she had pushed them to continually seek deeper understanding. Someone asked Xianxia to speak, but he simply shook his head. Instead, he sat in silence, remembering, honoring the woman who had perhaps understood his life's work better than anyone. After the formal funeral proceedings, when most of the mourners had dispersed, he stood before her grave for a long time. He placed a single flower there, not a grand gesture, but a simple acknowledgement of loss and gratitude. In that moment, he understood that his life's work would ultimately be measured not by the ideas he had promoted, but by the people he had touched, by how thoroughly those people had learned to think for themselves, by how well they would carry forward the commitment to continuous questioning after he was gone. Chapter 90. The 50-year reflection. 50 years after the cultivation renaissance began, 30 years after Xianxia had first encountered the enemy defectors who started it all, he was invited to give a reflection on what had been learned. The occasion was monumental. The entire movement gathered to mark the half-century milestone, to celebrate what had been built and to examine what had been lost or corrupted in the process. At 83 years old, Xianxia was among the oldest cultivators in the realm. The original enemy sect masters had long since passed, replaced by younger generations who knew nothing of the original rivalry. The rigid systems had been fully dismantled in most places, though in some remote regions older methods persisted. The very idea of what cultivation meant had transformed multiple times over, becoming something that neither the old system nor the early Renaissance would have fully recognized. He stood before an assembly of 10,000 disciples, descendants of the various sects that had once been enemies, now gathered as part of an integrated but internally diverse movement. His voice was thin now, but still steady. "I want to tell you what I expected," he began, "and what I did not expect. I expected opposition. I expected resistance from those with vested interests in the old system. I expected slow progress, measured in decades rather than years. What I did not expect was how quickly success would create new problems." He paused, looking out across the sea of faces, many of them young, all of them shaped by a world that the old system had tried to prevent. "I believed that once people understood they had choices, they would make good choices. I did not fully appreciate how much anxiety choice creates, how much people crave certainty, even false certainty, how readily they will trade freedom for the comfort of knowing they are following the right path, even when they were the ones who had to define the path themselves. The cultivation renaissance succeeded," he continued, "not because it provided better answers than the old system, but because it provided better questions. But better questions are harder to live with than good answers. They require constant attention, constant thought, constant willingness to revise. Most people do not want that. Most people, eventually, will choose comfort over authenticity. This is not a failure," he said firmly, raising his voice slightly to ensure he was heard. "It is simply the reality of how change works. Every liberation movement must eventually accept that the people it has liberated will make different choices than the liberators expected. Some will use their freedom to create meaning and beauty. Some will use it to create new forms of oppression. Most will do some of both, because humans are complicated. What you must do, as the custodians of this renaissance, is refuse to be surprised by this. Refuse to see it as failure. Instead, accept that your work is never finished. The task is not to create the perfect system and then rest. The task is to maintain the capacity for self-examination, to continue questioning, to remain willing to be wrong. That is the only permanent victory possible, not a perfect system, but the ongoing commitment to perfection through continuous revision." He paused, letting that sink in. "I will tell you what I have learned in 5 decades of work. There is no final answer. There is no moment at which we can say we have solved it. Now we can rest. Because the moment we rest is the moment the seeds of new problems begin to germinate. The old system rested. It had solved the problems it saw fit to solve, and then it maintained that solution through control and punishment. We rejected that. But the danger now is that we will create a new system and then rest, thinking we have finally gotten things right. The only way to avoid this fate is to keep the work alive. The work is not the completion of something. The work is the practice of continuous examination. And this practice must be embedded not just in individuals, but in institutions. It must be part of our structure, our training, our very identity as a movement. He looked out across the assembly one more time, his gaze traveling across the sea of 10,000 faces. 50 years ago, I met a group of disciples sent to kill me. Instead of fighting them, I asked them why they had come, what grievances had driven them to assassination. And in that conversation, something shifted. They began to ask questions they had never been permitted to ask. That conversation led to the cultivation renaissance. But I want you to understand, that conversation was not the end. It was the beginning of a conversation that must continue, generation after generation, forever. If this conversation ever stops, if we ever reach a point where we believe we have gotten things right and no longer need to question, at that moment, we will have betrayed everything we have built. He paused, gathering his remaining strength. His body was failing him, and he knew he would not live another decade. But that only intensified the urgency of what he was trying to communicate. I will not be here for the next 50 years. I will not be here to see how the Renaissance evolves, what new challenges emerge, how future generations adapt and transform what we have built. And I am grateful for that. Because if I were still here, my very presence would be a constraint. People would look to me for answers instead of finding their own. They would defer to my authority instead of developing their own wisdom. My absence is a gift. It is what will finally free you to be fully yourselves. But my absence is also a warning. It means that this work falls entirely on you now. It means that you must become the guardians of questioning. You must become the ones who keep the difficult conversations alive. You must be willing to challenge each other when you see ossification beginning to occur. You must be willing to be challenged yourselves. That is the only way this Renaissance survives. If every generation takes on the work of renewal voluntarily, not because I demand it, but because you have internalized the understanding that ossification is always waiting, that certainty always tends toward becoming oppression. The speech caused significant debate within the Renaissance. In the great halls after the assembly, people gathered in intense discussions. Some felt it was too pessimistic, undermining the real progress that had been made. One prominent teacher argued passionately that Xun Dao was creating a culture of perpetual doubt that would paralyze people from building anything substantial. Another countered that comfort with uncertainty was precisely what they needed to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past. Others suggested that perhaps there was a middle way, a balance between the stability needed for daily life and the vigilance needed to prevent calcification. But the debate itself was evidence of health. The movement could still contain contradictory perspectives without fragmenting. No one was silenced. No one was punished for disagreement. The conversation continued, and in that continuation was the fulfillment of everything Xun Dao had taught. Chapter 91. The Rise of the Scholars in the Decades Following the Renaissance. A new phenomenon emerged. The rise of scholars who treated the various phases of the Renaissance itself as something to be studied and systematized. They created elaborate historical records, philosophical treatises, and comparative analyses of different schools within the movement. Universities began to offer courses on the history and theory of the cultivation Renaissance. Libraries accumulated thousands of scrolls documenting every phase of its development. Philosophers competed to create the most comprehensive synthesis of the movement's teachings. At first, Xun Dao welcomed this scholarship. Knowledge should be preserved and shared. But as he observed the scholars at work, he began to notice something troubling. In their effort to make sense of a complex, contradictory movement, they were inevitably smoothing out its contradictions, creating an artificial coherence that had never really existed. "Look at this," he said to Su Ming one day, showing her a comprehensive history of the Renaissance. "They have presented the doctrine of doubt as if it were a unified thing, a coherent philosophy. But you remember how fractured and contested it was. They have made it seem orderly. They have written the messiness out of history. Is that not the job of historians?" Su Ming asked, genuinely curious about his concern. To create narrative out of chaos? To make sense of complicated events? Yes, Xun Dao said. And that is precisely the problem. By creating narrative, we inevitably distort. And once the distortion is written down in authoritative texts, it becomes harder for each generation to encounter the Renaissance as it actually was. messy, contradictory, full of genuine uncertainty. Instead, they encounter it as a coherent system to be either accepted or rejected. This realization led him to initiate the Archive of Contradiction, a deliberate preservation of all the documents, letters, and writings that had been marginalized or rejected by the more systematic histories. Writings that directly contradicted each other. Records of failures and mistakes alongside records of successes. The goal was not to create a more accurate history, but to preserve the raw material from which future generations could construct their own understandings. This archive will be controversial, he told the scholars tasked with its creation, 5 dedicated historians and archivists who had committed themselves to preserving raw materials rather than creating polished narratives. It will be full of things that are frustrating, confusing, contradictory. Good. That is exactly why it is necessary. The moment any version of history becomes too clean, too coherent, too satisfying, that is when it has become propaganda, even if it is well-intentioned propaganda. One of the archivists, a meticulous scholar named Feng Wei, expressed concern. But Master Shun, if we preserve all these contradictions and failures, won't we undermine the very movement we are trying to document? People come to history seeking understanding and narrative. If we give them nothing but raw contradictory documents, they will find it useless. Perhaps, Shindao replied. Or perhaps they will be forced to do the work of understanding themselves rather than simply accepting a narrative someone has constructed for them. That work is harder, yes, but it is also more honest. And it preserves the possibility that the next generation will see things in these documents that we do not see, will find resources for their own struggles that we cannot imagine. He walked to the archive storage room, where thousands of documents were being carefully cataloged and preserved. I am thinking of future historians, he said, running his fingers along the scrolls. Historians who will look back on our Renaissance with different eyes, from different circumstances. They will need the raw material. They will not need our interpretation, because our interpretation is inevitably shaped by our position within the movement. They will need the contradictions, the failures, the rough edges, the parts we would instinctively want to smooth over. Those rough edges are where future wisdom will find purchase. Feng Wei considered this. So you are trusting that future generations will be wise enough to learn from contradictions without simply being confused by them. I am, Shindao said. And if they are not wise, then no amount of narrative polishing will help them anyway. The best we can do is preserve the truth as it actually was. Messy, contradictory, full of genuine uncertainty. And then trust that at least some of those who come after will have the wisdom to learn from it. Chapter 92. The challenge from below. As the Renaissance matured and institutionalized, a new kind of challenge emerged. From the youngest generation, those born decades after the Renaissance began. They did not feel the weight of the old oppressive systems the way their grandparents had. They took equality and choice as givens rather than hard-won achievements. For them, the struggles that had shaped Shun Dao and his peers felt like ancient history. Some of them began to question whether the principles of the Renaissance were even necessary anymore. If the old system was fully dismantled, if people now had freedom to choose, if the movement had been so successful in reshaping society, why did they need to continually question and revise? Why not simply accept the best practices that had evolved and move forward? Shindao was 85 when a young scholar named Wei Xian posed this question directly. Master Shan, Wei Xian said respectfully. With respect, do you not think that at some point a philosophy must be allowed to simply work? Must we forever be in revolutionary ferment? Cannot we settle into maturity? It was a question that deserved a genuine answer, not a defensive one. It was also a question that struck at the heart of Shun Dao's life work. He took 3 days to consider before responding. You are right, he told Wei Xian finally, accepting the validity of the concern. At some point, philosophy must be allowed to settle into practice. People cannot live in constant revolutionary consciousness. They need stability, predictability, the ability to build and create without perpetual disruption. Then what is your answer? Wei Xian asked eagerly, hoping for clarity on this point that troubled many. My answer, Shin Dao said, speaking slowly and deliberately, is that the revolution should settle into practice at the lowest levels, in daily cultivation, in personal relationships, in immediate communities. People should be able to practice their craft, teach their students, raise their families without constant disruption. But at the highest levels, at the level of institutions, of policy, of cultural direction, the questioning must continue. This is perhaps the hard wisdom I have finally learned. We need both. The comfortable practices that allow daily life to function, and the perpetual vigilance that prevents those practices from ossifying into new oppression. He walked to the window and looked out over the valley where thousands of disciples were engaged in various forms of practice. Let me give you an example. A carpenter should not have to question whether their basic techniques are sound. They should have practices that have been tested and proven. They should be able to teach their apprentices those practices with confidence. If the carpenter spent every moment questioning whether the hammer was the right tool, questioning whether nails should be used or some other fastening method, they would never build anything. He turned back to face Wei Xian. But a society must continually question how carpenters are trained, who has access to training, who benefits from the work carpenters do, and whether the buildings being built are serving everyone or just those in power. The practitioners can have certainty in their craft. The society must maintain uncertainty about whether its craft serves justice. Wei Xian nodded slowly, beginning to grasp the nuance. So you are not saying to never accept anything. You are saying to be consciously aware of what level you are accepting at and why. Yes, Shindao said. And most importantly, to create mechanisms that allow what has been accepted to be re-examined if circumstances change. A technique that works beautifully in one context might become destructive in another. A practice that empowers one group might oppress another. We cannot know in advance. We can only create systems flexible enough to recognize when this has happened and adjust accordingly. Wei Xian considered this for a long time. That sounds like it requires a lot of maturity from people. A lot of willingness to admit when something is not working. It does, Shindao said. And that is why so few societies achieve it. Most people, and I include myself in this, prefer certainty to maturity. We prefer to believe we have figured things out rather than remaining in the difficult space of ongoing examination. It is hard work to maintain that willingness. It has taken me a lifetime of practice. He stood slowly, moving to the window to look out at the landscape. It was late afternoon, and the light was becoming soft and golden, casting everything in a kind of beauty that seemed almost unearned. I will tell you something I have learned at the very end of my life, he said. The goal is not to reach a state of enlightenment where you have solved all the problems. The goal is to develop the capacity to live well while remaining unsolved. To take right action while admitting you do not fully understand the consequences. To teach with conviction while remaining open to being wrong. And to do all of this without despair, without bitterness, but with a kind of playful engagement with the mystery of existence. Is that not a contradiction? Wei Xian asked. Yes, Shindao said. That is precisely what it is. It is living in contradiction. And that contradiction is not a failure to achieve enlightenment. It is enlightenment itself. The recognition that reality is fundamentally contradictory, that opposites must be held together rather than resolved. Chapter 93, The Cascade of Consequences. By 86, Shindao had begun to see the truly long-term consequences of the Renaissance, and they were more complex than he had anticipated. The liberation of human potential that had been the original goal had indeed occurred, but it had unleashed consequences both positive and devastating, often intertwined in ways that were difficult to separate. Positive consequences. Medical knowledge had advanced rapidly as rigid hierarchies in the healing disciplines were abandoned, allowing innovations from unexpected quarters. Cures for previously fatal illnesses emerged from communities of practitioners working together rather than hoarding knowledge. Military innovation had been constrained because the new system refused to create the kind of strict obedience that warfare seemed to require, resulting in less military conquest, but also less capacity for collective defense against external threats. Art and literature had flourished as forms of expression were no longer constrained by institutional orthodoxy, creating a renaissance of culture alongside the cultivation renaissance. Technological understanding had spread beyond the elite classes, democratizing knowledge in unprecedented ways. Entire villages had begun to master techniques that once only elite sects possessed. Devastating consequences. Entire institutions had collapsed without anything stable enough to replace them. Some regions had fallen into chaos when the rigid systems broke down faster than new ones could form, leaving people without the structures they needed. Vulnerable populations who had been supported, however inadequately, by the old sect systems sometimes found themselves without protection, cast into a world where they had to fend for themselves. And worst of all, in some places, the freedom from the old oppressive systems had simply meant that the strong dominated the weak through different mechanisms, no longer through institutional constraint, but through raw power and economic control. I did not intend any of this, Xindao said one evening to Master Qin's great-granddaughter, Ying Chun, who now served as one of the primary historians of the Renaissance. His tone was heavy with the weight of unintended consequences. No teacher intends the full consequences of their teaching. Ying Chun replied gently, understanding the depth of his pain. You created a philosophy of liberation. Liberation has consequences. Some are beautiful and some are terrible. Both are real. Do you think, Xindao asked carefully, that the Renaissance was a mistake? That the world would have been better if I had never encountered those enemy defectors? If I had simply remained a quiet teacher in an obscure sect? Ying Chun was quiet for a long time. I do not know, she finally said. I know that the world was different before the Renaissance. Whether it was better or worse is not something I can measure. But I know that millions of people have had the opportunity to choose their own paths in ways they could not before. That seems worth the chaos and the suffering that has also resulted. Is that not precisely the kind of justification the old system would have used? Xindao asked bitterly. That the suffering was necessary for the system to function? That the pain was acceptable because it served some larger good? Perhaps, Ying Chun said. But there is a difference. The old system claimed its suffering was necessary to maintain its structure. You are claiming that suffering is a necessary consequence of liberation, not of oppression. Those are very different statements. Xindao sat with that for a long time. There was truth in it, but truth that did not quite absolve him of responsibility for the unforeseen harms. Over the following weeks, he attended healing circles organized by survivors and families of those who had been damaged by the changes. He heard story after story of people who had been harmed by the chaos that had emerged when old institutions collapsed without replacements. An elderly woman described how the sect that had supported her in her widowhood had simply dissolved, leaving her without resources or community. A young man explained how the collapse of the rigid apprenticeship systems had meant that few people now had systematic training, resulting in more accidents and injuries despite the general increase in knowledge. A group of children who had been born into the chaos described how the freedom to choose one's own path meant that they had received no education at all, because their parents were too confused about how education should work without institutional guidance. But alongside these stories of harm were stories of remarkable recovery and growth. The widow had eventually found community with others in similar situations and helped create a mutual aid network far more flexible and responsive than the old sect system had been. The young man had gone on to develop new, safer training methods that were spreading across multiple regions. The children, once they had found mentors who could help them navigate choice, had become remarkably creative and self-directed learners. The complexity of it was staggering. It was not possible to say that the Renaissance had been good or bad. It had been both, simultaneously, depending on who you were, where you lived, what resources you had access to, and what kind of personality you possessed. Some people flourished with freedom. Others floundered. Many oscillated between periods of flourishing and floundering. I see now, Xindao said to Ying Chun after weeks of this work, that I was naive in ways I did not understand. I believed that the problem was the old system's rigidity, and that if we could remove that rigidity, people would flourish. But rigidity had also provided certainty, structure, and care for vulnerable people, however inadequate and oppressive it sometimes was. By removing the rigidity, I removed those things too. Yes, Ying Chun replied. But the question is not whether you should have left the old system intact. The question is how we create systems that provide both structure and freedom, both certainty and growth, both care and autonomy. That is the real work, not choosing between these things but learning to hold them together. Chapter 94. The final mistakes. Xindao's 87th year brought a crisis that shattered his remaining confidence in his own understanding. In the northeastern province, a community that had embraced the principles of questioning and individual variation had rotted from within. Without any clear framework or authority, Predatory teachers had cultivated disciples through manipulation rather than genuine practice. By the time it was discovered, the damage was severe. Dozens of disciples had been psychologically damaged, some had taken their own lives, and the community itself had splintered in trauma. Xianxia received the report with a sense of deep personal failure. He had taught that authority must be questioned, hierarchy dismantled, individual variation celebrated. But without any countervailing principles, without any commitment to basic ethics and care, those teachings had created space for exploitation. He traveled to the affected region at great personal cost, his body barely supporting the journey. The distance was considerable, and he was weakened by age and illness, but he felt compelled to bear witness. What he found was a community traumatized not just by the abuse they had suffered, but by the loss of faith in the very principles they had built their lives around. They had trusted in the philosophy of individual transformation, and that trust had been weaponized against them. "How can we trust in anything now?" one of the survivors asked him, her voice hollow with pain. "If the framework of questioning and freedom can be corrupted so completely, what is safe?" Xianxia had no answer that felt adequate. Or rather, he had only a partial answer, one that seemed inadequate even as he spoke it. Nothing is completely safe. The price of freedom is the risk that freedom will be misused. There is no way to have genuine choice without also having the possibility of choosing badly. Then what was the point? The survivor demanded, and the pain in her voice was almost unbearable. Why encourage people to trust their own judgment if that judgment can be so thoroughly manipulated? This was the question Xianxia had been avoiding his entire life. What if the price of liberation was too high? What if the suffering caused by the old rigid systems was actually less than the suffering caused by the chaos of freedom? He did not retreat from the question. Instead, he sat with it, in community with those who had been hurt. For 3 months, he listened more than he spoke. He attended their healing circles. He bore witness to their pain. He did not try to defend his philosophy or offer explanations. He simply acknowledged that his teachings, however well-intentioned, had created space for real harm. Slowly, painfully, a different understanding emerged from the group. It took weeks of sitting with the community, of hearing story after story of betrayal and pain, before Xianxia began to perceive the deeper wisdom that was struggling to emerge from the trauma. One evening, during a healing circle, a survivor named Mei spoke about her journey. "I trusted Master Yuan completely. He said that true cultivation required releasing attachment to conventional morality, that individual transformation transcended ordinary ethics. When he began touching me in ways that made me uncomfortable, he said it was all part of the cultivation process. He used your teachings about individual variation and personal growth to justify everything he did." Mei paused, her voice shaking. "But I want you to understand something, Master Shun. The problem was not freedom. The problem was that we had freedom without wisdom. We had the right to choose our own teachers, but many of us had no way of knowing how to choose well. We had the principle of individual transformation, but no guidance about how to recognize when someone was misusing that principle. This observation became the turning point. Instead of rejecting the philosophy of freedom, the community began to develop what they called frameworks of care, ways of preserving freedom while creating basic safeguards. They established principles of transparency in teaching relationships. They created systems where teachers were held accountable not to authoritarian structures, but to their students and to peers. They developed practices of community review where teaching relationships were examined regularly. The old system would have prevented this particular abuse, one of the survivors said. But it would have prevented it through control and surveillance. It would have created the conditions for different abuses. This abuse happened because we had freedom. But the answer is not to give up freedom. The answer is to use our freedom to create better safeguards. Not walls that prevent us from leaving, but practices that help us recognize predatory behavior early. Another survivor, a young man named Chun, added, "What we are discovering is that freedom and care are not opposites. We can have both. The question is how to structure communities so that people remain free to make choices while also being held within networks of mutual accountability." It was a wisdom that could only be found by those who had been harmed, not by philosophers sitting in pavilions. And in that wisdom was the seed of the next evolution of the Renaissance. Not a retreat from freedom, but a deepening of how freedom could be practiced responsibly. Chapter 95. The integration of loss. In his 88th year, Xun Dao made a decision that surprised everyone, including himself. He began to acknowledge explicitly the ways in which the Renaissance had not lived up to its own principles. He created not just an archive of contradiction, but an archive of harm, a deliberate documentation of the ways in which the philosophy of liberation had been misused, had failed vulnerable populations, had created its own forms of oppression. This is dangerous, Su Ming warned him during one of their conversations. It will give ammunition to those who want to return to the old systems. It will undermine all that we have built. I know, Xun Dao said calmly, but it is necessary. If we only document successes, we are no better than the old system. We are simply creating a new kind of propaganda. We are lying to ourselves and to future generations. The archive of harm was controversial and deeply painful for many. Some disciples felt betrayed by Xun Dao's willingness to highlight failures. They saw it as undermining the very movement they had dedicated their lives to building. Others felt that their suffering was being weaponized for philosophical purposes. But gradually, a different perspective emerged. Many who had been harmed felt that they were finally being seen, that their experiences were being taken as seriously as the triumphant stories of transformation. The archive became a place where their pain could be acknowledged without dismissing the value of liberation itself. More importantly, the work of documenting harm became a practice. It became a way for each generation to examine not just their successes, but their failures. And in that practice was embedded the capacity for continuous correction. Xun Dao worked with the historians to ensure that the archive did not simply become a list of failures, but rather a complex weaving of intention, consequence, and learning. They included interviews with those who had been harmed. They included the writings of teachers who had misused his philosophy. They included documents showing how the same teaching had liberated some people and imprisoned others, depending on context. They preserved the complexity rather than trying to reduce it to simple narratives. One section of the archive was dedicated to documenting how different regions had experienced the Renaissance differently. In the wealthy northern provinces, liberation had meant access to more opportunities and choices. In the poorer southern provinces, the collapse of old structures had meant the loss of basic resources and care systems. The Renaissance looked very different depending on where you stood economically and socially. This fact, carefully documented, became perhaps the most important teaching in the entire archive, that the effects of change are never uniform, that liberation for one group can be catastrophe for another, and that any genuine attempt at transformation must account for these differences rather than assuming a single experience of liberation. This archive will be our greatest legacy, Ying Chun told Xun Dao as they reviewed the accumulated documents. Not because it documents harm, but because it demonstrates a willingness to see our own shadow, to acknowledge that good intentions do not prevent bad outcomes. Future generations will look back at this archive and they will see not a perfect movement, but a movement that honestly confronted its own failures. And perhaps that will teach them something about how to do better. Chapter 96. The Succession Question. As Xun Dao entered his final years, he was now 89. The leadership of the Renaissance faced a practical problem. What happened when he was gone? He had deliberately refused to designate a successor, believing that the system should not depend on any single person. But without clear succession, there was danger of either fragmentation or the emergence of a single dominant voice that would harden the Renaissance into orthodoxy through personal authority. The solution that emerged was unexpected: distributed leadership. Instead of a single successor, the Renaissance would be guided by a council that deliberately included people with contradictory perspectives, not for the sake of balance, but because contradiction was seen as generative and necessary. This council, Xun Dao told them, will spend much of its time in disagreement. That is a feature, not a bug. You will each pull in different directions. The point is that each of you will constrain the others from fully imposing your vision. That constraint is what will prevent the Renaissance from calcifying under any single leader. Will this not lead to paralysis? One council member asked, genuinely concerned about governance. How will we make decisions if we are constantly pulling in different directions? Possibly, Xun Dao admitted. But paralysis in the face of major decisions may be preferable to confident motion in the wrong direction. And on matters that truly require action, The disagreements will usually find resolution through genuine dialogue rather than the imposition of will. The creation of this distributed leadership structure was perhaps the most practical legacy of Xun Dao's life. It embedded the principles of the Renaissance not in a person or a doctrine, but in the structure of governance itself. That structure would be imperfect, would sometimes fail, would be adapted and revised by future generations. But it would be harder to corrupt or calcify than any system that depended on human virtue. Xun Dao spent considerable time working out the details of this structure with the council members. He insisted that their disagreements be preserved, not smoothed over. He created procedures ensuring that minority positions would be documented alongside majority decisions. He established term limits so that no person could hold power indefinitely. He created mechanisms for lower-level practitioners to challenge decisions made at higher levels. This system will be slow, he warned them. It will be inefficient in many ways. Sometimes important decisions will not be made because there is no consensus. Sometimes you will need to act, and there will not be time for full dialogue. But the inefficiency is the point. The slowness protects us from rash action driven by a single vision. Su Ming raised a concern that had been troubling her. What happens when the system itself becomes a problem? What if our commitment to distributed leadership begins to seem like an obstacle to progress? Then, Xun Dao said, you change it. That is the whole point. This structure is not eternal. It is adequate for this moment. 100 years from now, something different may be needed. The only requirement is that whatever new structure is created, it must also preserve space for genuine disagreement and challenge. Chapter 97. The view from the end. In his 90th year, Xun Dao spent most of his time simply observing. His strength was gone, his mind still sharp, but increasingly focused on fundamental questions rather than practical concerns. He would sit in the garden overlooking the valley where it had all begun, and he would watch the disciples' training, the master's teaching, the entire ecology of the Renaissance continuing without him. There was a strange freedom in that observation, a liberation from the burden of having to guide or direct or defend. One day, a young student, perhaps 16 years old, came and sat beside him. Xun Dao did not know her name and had never taught her directly. She had simply approached his garden during one of his afternoon sittings. Her name was Mei Chun, and she had grown up entirely within the cultivation Renaissance, never knowing the old rigid system. They say you are the founder of the cultivation Renaissance, she said. Is that true? I am partly true, Xun Dao said carefully. I contributed to it, but I am not its founder in any complete sense. It was founded by the people who chose to transform, who asked difficult questions, who were willing to suffer the chaos of genuine freedom. I was simply one voice among many. Do you regret it? The girl asked. Creating something that has so many problems, that has caused so much suffering? Wouldn't it have been better to leave things as they were? Xun Dao was quiet for a long time, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of amber and violet. The light was slanting through the trees, creating long shadows that seemed to hold entire stories. I do not know if regret is the right word, he finally said. I made choices that seemed right at the time. Some of those choices had good consequences, and some had terrible consequences. I cannot now pretend that I would prefer the old system simply to avoid responsibility for the harm that my choices contributed to. That would be another form of escape. But you must think you made a mistake, Mei said, pressing the point. Otherwise, why have you spent so much time worrying about how your teachings have been misused? That is a fair question, Xun Dao acknowledged. Let me try to explain something. The old system was not neutral. It actively harmed people, constrained their potential, prevented them from asking certain questions. Leaving it in place would also have been a choice, and that choice would have had costs, the suffering of all those who remained trapped in rigid structures. So I did not face a choice between a mistake and no mistake. I faced a choice between different kinds of mistakes, different kinds of suffering. So you chose what you thought was the lesser evil? Mei asked. I chose to follow my conscience and my understanding at that time, Xun Dao said. Yes, I believe the old system was the greater evil. I still believe that. But I have learned that liberation carries its own costs, its own forms of suffering. And I have learned that my vision of liberation was incomplete. There were things I did not foresee, possibilities I did not imagine. Then what do you feel? Mei asked. Grief, Xun Dao said simply. I feel grief for those who were hurt. I feel grief for the ways in which my vision was corrupted or failed. I feel grief for the opportunities that were lost because of chaos and confusion. But I also feel something like joy when I see people choosing their own paths, creating their own meanings. I see young people like you who will grow up in a world where you have far more freedom than I did, where you can ask questions that would have been unthinkable in my youth. And yes, you also live with the anxiety and responsibility that freedom brings. That is the price. But I think it is a price worth paying. Mei was quiet for a moment. The scholars say that you are the greatest philosopher of our age. Do you believe that? Shindao laughed, a quiet, wheezing laugh that turned into a cough. Absolutely not. I am an old man who made mistakes and tried to learn from them. The greatest philosophers are often the ones we have not yet recognized, the ones who are asking questions we do not yet know how to ask. You may be one of them. You may be surrounded by them. I cannot know. The girl nodded solemnly. After a moment, she stood to leave. Thank you for being honest, she said. You are welcome, Shindao replied. Now go and make your own honest mistakes. The world needs them. And please, try not to make them the same mistakes I made. Try to make entirely new mistakes. That is how we grow. Chapter 98. The paradox resolved months before his death. Shindao experienced a moment of clarity about the central paradox that had troubled him for decades. The more successfully his philosophy was propagated, the more likely it was to become corrupted. Yet this was not a failure of logic, but a revelation of the deepest truth. He was sitting in the garden one evening, watching the light fade, when the realization came to him fully. It struck him with the force of something obvious that he had somehow missed for decades. The problem was not with his philosophy. The problem was with his expectation that a philosophy could be both true and changeless. He had spent his life fighting against fixed systems, yet he had also spent his life trying to create something that would not need to be fought against, a system so perfect that it would not ossify into oppression. But that was impossible. A system that does not ossify is a system that allows for growth, and growth means change, and change means that what works in one era will not work in another. This was not something he could fix or solve. It was not a problem to be overcome. It was simply the nature of reality, the nature of how meaning works, how systems work, how human society works. He understood finally that this was not a failure of the philosophy, but its deepest truth. A philosophy that resisted corruption would be a philosophy that had abandoned the attempt to actually change anything. The moment you try to change the world, you risked creating new problems. The only way to avoid that risk was to never attempt anything at all. And yet, never attempting anything was also a choice to allow existing oppression to continue, to let those suffering under rigid systems remain trapped. So there was no way to win, no way to avoid causing some harm. There was only the choice to act anyway, fully aware of the risks, fully accepting responsibility for the consequences, fully committed to recognizing and correcting the harm as it became visible. This realization freed him in a strange way. It freed him from the burden of trying to create something perfect. It allowed him to simply do his best, knowing that his best would be inadequate, that it would require correction, that it would generate its own problems even as it solved others. And in accepting that limitation, he had somehow transcended it. By giving up the goal of perfection, he had become free to actually contribute something genuine. He understood now that this was what he wanted to pass on to the movement he had created, not a perfect system, but the example of someone who had tried, failed, learned, adjusted, tried again, failed differently, and continued the cycle until the end of life. Not a hero who had defeated oppression, but a human being who had wrestled with oppression and discovered that the wrestling itself was the point. And this too was a kind of wisdom worth preserving. The wisdom of incompleteness. The wisdom of someone who had done their best while knowing their best would be surpassed. The wisdom of someone who could let go of their own vision because they trusted that others would build upon it, would improve it, would eventually outgrow it. That trust, more than any specific teaching, was perhaps his truest legacy. The paradox resolves, he wrote in his final journal entry, in handwriting that was shaky but still precise. When we accept that the work is not to create a perfect system, but to create a system capable of recognizing and correcting its own failures. This is what the archive of harm does. This is what the doctrine of doubt does. This is what the practice of dialogue does. They are not perfect solutions. They are perfect acknowledgments that perfect solutions do not exist. Therefore, my final teaching: trust neither the old system nor the new system, neither authority nor freedom, neither rigidity nor flux. Trust only the commitment to continuous examination. Trust only the practice of looking at what is actually happening rather than what you hoped would happen. Trust only the willingness to be wrong and to correct yourself. That is the only permanent truth. That is the only thing worth building a life around. Chapter 99. The final visitor Lin Rong appeared to Xun Dao in the last days, though she had been dead for 15 years. Or perhaps she did not appear at all, and Xun Dao was simply remembering her with such vividness that the memory became real in the only way that mattered. His mind was moving between the worlds now, between the present and the past, and the distinction had become less important than the clarity that came from reviewing a life approaching its end. In the vision or memory or dream, they sat in the garden overlooking the valley, as they had sat many times in life. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the landscape. It was a moment that could have been from any point in their 5 decades of collaboration. The image was neither young nor old, fixed in a kind of timeless present. "You are still troubled," she said, sitting beside him, her form as vivid and real as it had been in life. "I am still troubled," Xun Dao agreed, his voice weak but clear. "I have spent my life trying to solve a problem I did not fully understand. And now that I understand it better, I see that it cannot be solved. It can only be managed. And managing it requires that people in every generation do the work anew. How can I rest knowing this burden will fall on others?" "You rest," Lin Rong said gently, "by accepting that this burden is not a burden at all. It is the nature of life. Every generation must find its own way. That is not a tragedy. That is how genuine transformation happens. That is how growth occurs." "But what if I was wrong?" Xun Dao asked. "What if the liberation I taught simply created new forms of suffering? What if I should have left the old system intact, imperfect as it was?" "Then your wrongness is more valuable than another person's rightness would have been," Lin Rong said. "Because your wrongness teaches. It generates questions. It prevents settlement. That is all anyone can ask of a life." She reached over and took his hand, and he could feel the warmth of it, solid and real. "You have done what you came to do," she said. "You have shown that change is possible. You have shown that liberation is real. You have shown the prices of liberation and the costs of rigidity. You have taught people to ask questions rather than accept answers. That is enough. That is more than enough." "Is it?" Xun Dao asked. "Yes," Lin Rong said. "Now let go. Let the next generation carry it forward." Xun Dao closed his eyes, feeling the weight of his body settling into the earth, feeling time flowing past him like a river. When he opened them, she was gone. But the wisdom remained, as solid as stone, as permanent as anything could be in a world of constant change. Chapter 100, The Last Teaching. Xun Dao died at dawn on the 91st anniversary of his first meeting with the disciples sent to kill him, a date so perfect, so full of symbolic resonance, that some wondered if he had somehow willed it to be so. His final breath came as the sun broke over the eastern mountains, as if he had timed his departure to align with the rhythm of the world itself. His death sparked an immediate crisis. Within hours, representatives from different schools and provinces began to arrive, asking the same urgent question: what now? Who would lead? How would the Renaissance continue? The leaders of the Renaissance gathered to mark his passing, and they faced the question that all successor movements face. How do we honor the founder without allowing the honoring to become idolatry? How do we preserve legacy without imprisoning the future in the amber of the past? Some wanted to preserve his teachings exactly as they had been spoken, arguing that any change would be a betrayal. Others wanted to move forward immediately, arguing that his greatest teaching was the need to transcend dependence on any single person. Still others wanted to withdraw entirely, believing that the Renaissance had become corrupted beyond repair. Master Chun, though herself nearly at the end of her life, convened a council of the most senior teachers. "We must ask," she said, "what Xun Dao would have actually wanted. And I think we all know the answer. He would have wanted us to question everything, including his own teachings. He would have wanted us to learn from the mistakes of this movement and build something better. He would not have wanted us to make him into a saint or a scripture." Their answer was radical. They commissioned a series of critical biographies that examined not just his successes, but his failures, his blind spots, his moments of rigidity. They created institutions dedicated to questioning his legacy. They established that his most important work had been in creating the conditions for his own supersession, for the emergence of voices that would eventually contradict and correct him. They also made a decision about how to handle his teachings. Rather than freezing them as scripture, they committed to allowing them to evolve. Scholars were encouraged to write critiques of his work. Disciples were explicitly taught that they had the right and responsibility to improve upon and ultimately transcend his understanding. A special council was established whose sole purpose was to identify which of his teachings were becoming calcified and to encourage reimagining and reconstruction of those teachings. Most controversially, they established a protocol for the periodic questioning of Xianxia himself. Every 50 years, a major gathering would be held where the entire legacy of his work would be examined and reconsidered. Teachers were asked to present not just what Xianxia had taught, but also what they believed was wrong with what he had taught, what he had failed to see, what subsequent generations had needed to correct. This is the most honoring thing we can do, Master Chun had explained at the council gathering that established this protocol. Not to preserve him in amber, but to allow him to grow. He would have wanted this. He would have insisted on it. In this way, Xianxia's death became not an ending, but a transformation. He had spent his life teaching that transformation was the nature of cultivation. Now his own life and death became evidence of that teaching. His final gift was not a perfect philosophy, but the space within which others could build their own understanding. The cultivation renaissance continued without him, changed by his absence, strengthened by the necessity of finding its own way forward. It would face new challenges and create new problems. Some of its experiments would fail catastrophically. Others would succeed, and then gradually calcify into new forms of oppression that would require new revolutions to escape. But because Xianxia had built into the very structure of the Renaissance a commitment to continuous questioning, to the archive of contradiction, to the archive of harm, to the practice of dialogue, to the principle that no authority, not even his own, could ever be unquestionable, the Renaissance retained the capacity to examine itself. And perhaps that capacity was the only permanent victory possible, not the creation of a perfect system, but the creation of a system that could perpetually recognize and correct its own imperfection. Not the end of the struggle, but the transformation of the struggle itself into the essential practice of being human. Not the achievement of enlightenment, but the commitment to perpetual awakening. The very first time the doctrine of doubt was invoked after Xianxia's death, it caused a scandal. A young philosopher named Li Sheng questioned whether the entire premise of individual variation might itself be flawed. Might there not be some situations where unity of purpose was more important than individual autonomy? The question was shocking, even controversial. But she was allowed to ask it, and others were allowed to engage with her question seriously. The fact that this questioning could happen, that heresy was protected rather than punished, was the truest continuation of Xianxia's work. As the sun rose on the day after Xianxia's death, disciples across 43 provinces gathered in meditation circles, practice groups, and study halls. And in each gathering, someone asked a question that challenged assumptions. Someone voiced a contradiction that had been overlooked. Someone looked at what had been built and asked, "Is this still serving its purpose, or has it become a new form of the oppression we rejected?" In one circle in the Eastern Kingdom, a teacher admitted for the first time that she had been teaching certain practices with certainty when she should have been teaching them with humility. Her confession sparked a broader examination within her school about which practices should be taught with confidence and which with epistemic humility. In another circle, disciples engaged in passionate debate about whether the practice of dialogue had itself become dogmatic, and whether silence and retreat from dialogue might sometimes be more appropriate responses than perpetual engagement. In another still, teachers acknowledged that they had been too focused on preventing the calcification of certainty and had created instead a culture of perpetual doubt that paralyzed action. This acknowledgement led to a new principle, that both certainty and doubt have proper times and places, and the wisdom consists not in privileging one over the other, but in knowing when each is appropriate. In the southern provinces, communities that had developed distinctly different cultivation practices found that they could still communicate and learn from each other despite their differences, because they maintained the commitment to dialogue even when disagreement was fundamental. In the northern regions, practitioners discovered that they could hold on to their hard-won practices while still remaining open to the possibility that those practices might need revision. The Renaissance was becoming not a unified movement, but an ecology of related movements, all of them committed to the principles of continuous examination, all of them willing to question themselves, all of them open to learning from those who disagreed with them. The questions continued, the practice continued, and the cultivation renaissance, transformed by loss, strengthened by uncertainty, held together not by perfect doctrine but by the commitment to continuous examination, moved forward into its uncertain future. And in that movement was the real victory. Not that they had solved the problems of oppression, but that they had created the conditions for each generation to solve those problems anew. The legacy of Xianxia would continue to unfold across centuries. Some would call him a visionary who had fundamentally transformed human possibility. Others would call him a tragic figure who had inadvertently created new forms of harm in his attempt to escape the old ones. Still others would see him as simply human, limited in vision, brilliant in some ways and blind in others, doing his best with the understanding available to him. But regardless of how he was remembered, the most important thing he would leave behind was not a specific teaching or philosophy, but a practice, the practice of question, of dialogue, of continuous revision, of willingness to be wrong. That practice, more than any doctrine, would prove to be the real seed that could grow across generations, that could adapt to new circumstances, that could be renewed and revitalized by those who came after. In this way, Xianxia's life and death became a kind of seed planted in the soil of human history. That seed would grow in ways he could not have imagined, would bear fruit that he would never taste, would eventually become something almost unrecognizable from its original form. And that was precisely as it should be. That was the real victory, not the preservation of his vision, but the liberation of human potential from the need to preserve any single vision, the creation of conditions under which each generation could discover and create anew. Xianxia's greatest gift was not his philosophy. It was his example of someone willing to question his own philosophy, willing to acknowledge his own limitations, willing to embrace uncertainty not as a failure, but as the very condition of wisdom. He had shown that it was possible to lead a movement while remaining critical of that movement, that it was possible to teach without claiming final authority, that it was possible to envision transformation while accepting that transformation would eventually transcend your vision. These are the gifts that matter most, not the answers he provided, but the questions he preserved, not the system he created, but the commitment to continually examine and revise that system, not the legacy he left, but the invitation he extended to each generation to create their own legacy, to surpass him, to move beyond his understanding into territories he could not imagine. In the decades after his death, the cultivation renaissance would evolve through many more phases. New challenges would emerge that the founders had never anticipated. Economic systems would develop around the transmission of knowledge. Political structures would form to coordinate across regions. New oppressive patterns would emerge, even within communities dedicated to liberation. And each time, the tools that Xianxia had provided, the archive of contradiction, the doctrine of doubt, the practice of dialogue, the commitment to examining harm, would become essential. Each time, people would draw on these tools to challenge, to question, to imagine new possibilities. Some generations would move further away from Xianxia's original vision. Others would try to return to it, claiming that subsequent innovations had corrupted the pure teaching. And all of these movements, whether they moved away from or back toward the original vision, would be necessary parts of how the Renaissance continued to evolve and transform. The truest measure of Xianxia's legacy would not be in how well the Renaissance matched his original vision, but in how thoroughly it remained alive, how successfully it continued to generate new questions, how thoroughly it continued to examine itself, how completely it maintained the capacity to transform. For a system to remain truly alive, it must not be imprisoned by its own history, even the history of brilliant insights and hard-won wisdom. It must be free to contradict itself, to revise itself, to become something its founder could not have imagined. And that freedom was precisely what Xun Dao's teaching preserved. The freedom to supersede him, the invitation to transcend him, the commitment to keep the conversation alive even when that conversation moved far beyond where he had taken it. This was his final wisdom, the teaching that emerged only at the end of his life, when he could finally see the full arc of what he had initiated. That the point was not to arrive at truth, but to remain forever in the process of seeking it. That the goal was not to create perfection, but to create the conditions under which each generation could pursue their own perfection, knowing it would be incomplete and would require the work of those who came after. This understanding, more than any specific philosophy or practice, was what would prove most valuable in the centuries to come. And perhaps that was always the real gift, not what he had given them, but what he had shown them was possible. In the centuries that followed, the cultivation renaissance would go through many transformations. It would splinter and reunify, ossify and be challenged, create great beauty and cause real suffering. It would be studied by philosophers, implemented by practitioners, debated by scholars. Some of what Xun Dao taught would prove eternally valuable. Some would be revealed to be limited or wrong. And that dialectic between preservation and challenge, between honoring the past and surpassing it, would become the heartbeat of the movement. The archive of contradiction would prove to be more important than anyone anticipated. Future generations, facing situations that the founders had never imagined, would find in those raw documents the resources to think beyond the orthodoxies that had gradually calcified around Xun Dao's ideas. They would read the heated debates, the disagreements, the failures, and they would find permission to have their own debates, create their own disagreements, and learn from their own failures. The practice of dialogue would evolve into forms Xun Dao would not have recognized. Different cultures would adapt it to their own contexts, their own ways of thinking and communicating. Some communities would maintain it with fidelity to his original vision. Others would transform it almost beyond recognition. And all of these variations would be defended as legitimate expressions of the principles he had taught. The cultivation renaissance would never become the perfect system, but it would become something perhaps more valuable, a system that knew itself to be imperfect, that could see its own shadow, that could be challenged and changed by each generation of practitioners. And that, in the end, was the victory that Xun Dao had been seeking all along. The victory that could only be won by someone willing to lose, to be wrong, to die, without seeing the full fruition of his work. If you enjoyed this story, please subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon so you never miss a new audiobook. Your likes and comments help this channel grow and bring more stories like this one to life. Thank you so much for listening all the way to the end. It truly means everything.